Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Could Alter and Copy Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsuki released an explosion directly to a fish-headed villain's chest at point-blank range. The fish-headed villain slammed back against the wall of the damaged building, driving the air out of her lungs, spewing pink mist from her mouth. Katsuki coughed, trying to clear the mist away with his hand. Turning, Katsuki saw Uraraka walking through the mist, towards him. Katsuki growled, falling into a fighting stance. What's wrong, Katsuki? Propelling himself forwards, Katsuki delivered a double-footed kick to Uraraka's chest before she could react. Uraraka was thrown back, tumbling over and over until she came to a halt. I guess you saw right through it. A haze passed over Uraraka, revealing the fish-headed villain in her place. A large concrete pillar swung through the mist, clearing it and slamming into the fish-headed villain, crushing her against the wall. Home run. Uraraka removed the pillar, its weight cancelled by her quirk, allowing the fish-headed villain to slump to the floor, out cold. How did you know it wasn't me, Kaken? Uraraka looked to Bakugo, tilting her head, the pillar resting on her shoulder. Katsuki rolled his eyes. TCH, you've picked up that stupid, fucking nickname from the nerd. What do you mean, Kaken? One of Katsuki's eyes twitched. Exactly that. You should be paying more attention, kid. A barrage of rubble, covered in silver energy, fired at Katsuki's back. Throwing his arm behind himself, Katsuki released a large explosion, blasting the rubble back at the telekinetic villain with increased speed. A blur blew past Katsuki, the air pressure forcing him to take a step back to regain his balance. The rubble smashed into the far wall, the space the telekinetic villain had been occupying now empty. Katsuki looked at the fallen rubble in confusion. A body slammed into Katsuki's side, sending him flying through the air, forcing him to use his explosions to stabilize himself and land. Looking around himself, Katsuki tried to see where the attack had come from, only seeing Uraraka fighting a villain with some kind of high-pressure air breath. Was that the villain that had attacked him? With Katsuki's eyes still on the breath villain, he felt the air behind him beginning to stir. Firing an explosion from his left palm, Katsuki flipped into the air, dodging the blur, watching it as it suddenly slowed down, revealing an orange-haired villain, a man in his late 40s, slightly out of shape. Landing, Katsuki released a series of explosions, carrying himself into the air, over Uraraka. Round face, use your quirk on me. Uraraka dodged a blast of air, turning to look at Katsuki above her, before nodding and slapping her hand on Katsuki's bare shoulder as he flew by. With his gravity gone, Katsuki's travel speed with his quirk increased massively, kicking off the wall and at the blur villain, delivering a kick to the man's chest. The orange-haired man stumbled back, before blurring away, coming to a halt at the other side of the room, next to the telekinetic villain. Using his quirk to force his weightless body to land, Katsuki watched as the telekinetic villain fired more rubble at him. Igniting explosions in his palms, Katsuki rocketed forwards with immense speed, twisting and turning to dodge the rubble attack, slamming his shoulder into the telekinetic villain's stomach. The villain wheezed and dropped to his knees, gasping desperately for air. Wrapping his hand around the villain's face, Katsuki fired a small explosion, slamming the telekinetic villain's head into the wall, taking him out of the fight. Turning to facing the blur villain, Katsuki watched as the man cursed and yelled, urging his quirk to work. So, your quirk has a recharge time. Great, I can use that. Katsuki grinned, becoming a blur of explosions and rage. The air whistled around Katsuki as he kicked the orange-haired villain in the face, before twisting and delivering an explosion-powered open palm strike to the chest. Groaning, the orange-haired villain flopped to the floor, trying and failing to move. Growling, Katsuki looked around for his next fight, quickly catching sight of 3 more villains entering the room. One with red hair, one holding a chainsaw, and the last dressed in what looked like a bargain store ninja costume. Nearby, Uraraka held her concrete pillar in front of her, shielding herself from another blast of wind from the villain's mouth. As the wind died down, Uraraka pivoted on one foot, spinning and slamming the concrete pillar into the villain's side, sending him to join his comrades in unconsciousness. 3 more villains took his place, one nondescript, clean-shaven with short, brown hair, another with a visor over the top half of his face, and the last with some kind of gold, metal helmet as a mutation. The visor villain looked to Uraraka, firing twin energy beams from his eyes, forcing her to use her concrete pillar as a shield. Damn, Uraraka sighed. The end of the pillar had shattered, the pieces floating in the air. But I can use this. Using her now much shorter pillar, Uraraka slammed it into the floating rubble, knocking it at the 3 villains, releasing her hold on it the moment before impact. The counterattack didn't faze them. The brown-haired villain, who had grown 3 wooden claws from between his knuckles, slashed through the rubble, while the visor villain blasted any that came close. Finally, the helmeted villain headbutted away any concrete that got into his range. "You'll have to try harder than that, girly." The visor villain sneered at the brown-haired girl. "How about this?" Uraraka threw the remaining half of her pillar at the visor villain. At the same, she discreetly grabbed a lump of concrete from the ground and negated its gravity before hurling it after the pillar. The visor villain fired his energy beams, blasting the pillar apart, the shattered pieces floating in the air. The lump of concrete shot through the suspended rubble, disturbing it. Release. Uraraka placed the fingerpads of both her hands against each other. At the last second, the rubble projectile's gravity returned, slamming into the villain's face, smashing his visor into fragments of plastic and glass, breaking his nose in the process. Seeing Uraraka's release of her quirk, Katsuki shifted his body as his gravity returned, using it to deliver a downwards kick to the red-haired villain. Landing, Katsuki turned to face the chainsaw guy and the knockoff ninja, the red-haired villain collapsing against the wall, small locks of purple flame and smoke escaping his mouth. Katsuki sneered at the fallen villain. "Stay down there, Puff the Magic Dragon." The red-haired villain coughed. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Katsuki released another explosion, weaker than normal, directly in the red-haired villain's face. A shout made Katsuki turn, bringing up his left gauntlet to block a swing of the villain's chainsaw. The blades chewed through the metal alloy, stopping just before it hit flesh. "No way out of this one." The chainsaw villain smirked, his eyes burning with rage and disgust as he used his free hand to clamp down on Katsuki's right arm. An acrid smell had filled the air. The sweat collection tank had been ruptured, liquid dripping from where the chainsaw pierced the gauntlet. The knockoff ninja charged at the restrained Katsuki, twin blades drawn. Katsuki grinned. Still not good enough. Swinging his free right arm, Katsuki fired an explosion into the chainsaw villain's gut, forcing him to release his grip on Katsuki's arm and his own chainsaw. Unclasping his left gauntlet, the chainsaw still lodged in it. Katsuki span on the spot. The force of the rotation sent the gauntlet flying off his arm at the two villains. Steadying himself, Katsuki pulled back the handle of his remaining gauntlet and removed the pin. A massive fireball issued from the gauntlet, engulfing both the villains and the damaged gauntlet. The ruptured tank of the gauntlet flying through the air ignited, turning the gauntlet into a grenade, shrapnel peppering the two villains before the chainsaw exploded as well. Katsuki stood, watching carefully as the smoke began to clear. The unconscious form of the knockoff ninja was revealed first, followed by the twisted remains of Bakugo's brace and the villain's chainsaw. The now chainsaw-less villain still stood, shrapnel dug into his skin on his left side. He didn't look deterred. If anything, Katsuki noted, he looked angrier. A man after his own heart then. Reaching down, the villain picked up the melted remains of Bakugo's gauntlet, a red glow surrounding it, before it transformed into an exact copy of the villain's destroyed chainsaw. "So that's your quirk, then?" Katsuki sneered at the villain. "I've seen better." Katsuki and villain charged at each other, the former dropping to his knees to dodge under the swing of the latter's chainsaw. Uraraka released a shout as she fired concrete chunk after concrete chunk at the wooden claw and gold-helmeted villains. The helmet villain dodged and weaved, smashing any blocks of concrete he couldn't avoid with his protected head. Next to him, the wooden-clawed villain hacked and slashed at the projectiles, but Uraraka could see his claws beginning to wear and splinter. "I'm too slow, I need to send them faster." Uraraka paused. "That's it." Uraraka made her plan, and enacted it. Picking up concrete chunks, Uraraka removed the gravity of each one until she had around 40 concrete blocks floating in the air. Touching the fingertips of both hands to a nearby pillar, Uraraka cancelled the weight of as much of it as possible. Taking a step back, Uraraka shoulder charged the pillar, its cancelled gravity meaning it tore free easily, small fragments of rubble floating in the air around the areas of breakage. Turning, Uraraka charged towards the villains, the pillar held over her shoulder, ready to swing it. Improvised super move, home run comet. Swinging the pillar at the smashed rubble she'd suspended in the air before, Uraraka watched as 40 concrete projectiles shot at the helmet and wooden-clawed villains, holding her fingerpads together to release her quirk at the last second. Neither of the villains could withstand the force of the assault. The wooden claws trying to protect the villain's body snapped and failed, leaving him defenseless against the rubble. The helmeted villain hadn't fared any better. His golden helmet had a crack running down it, his body covered in red marks where the concrete projectiles had impacted. "Die." Uraraka turned to see Katsuki deliver an explosion to the chainsaw villain's chest, slamming him back against the far wall, unconscious. "Is this fucking all of them?" Katsuki wheeled around, looking for more villains to fight, his breathing slowly returning to normal. "They're so goddamn weak." "That's okay, Kaken." Uraraka shot Katsuki a peace sign. "That just means we can go help the others even faster, right? Everyone else is probably still in the USJ if we are. TCH, you can go if you want." Katsuki cracked his knuckles. I'm gunning for that warp gate bastard. Uraraka shook her head. You can't. It's cause you charged at that guy that 13 couldn't use their quirk on him to suck him up. Katsuki growled, grinding his teeth together. 13's was pretty much useless in that situation. Their quirk's slow to start up, and the warp clown would have just opened a portal up to reflect the attack back on them. What? Uraraka exclaimed. 13's quirk is super strong, Katsuki rolled his eyes. Stop being such a 13 stan. They're a rescue hero, so they're unaccustomed to combat. Plus they've never had to improve their quirk reaction time. You got all that for analyzing 13? Uraraka questioned. No, well, I figured out some of it myself. Katsuki paused. The rest I got from listening to the nerd's analysis of 13's quirk. I thought you hated Deku. Katsuki sighed, muttering under his breath. So did I. Uraraka leaned forward. What was that? Nothing, Katsuki answered quickly. Anyway, I'm going at the warp gate. He's these clowns' escape strategy. I cut it off. They're up shit fucking creek and there ain't no paddle in sight. All this chit-chat has left you open. Katsuki turned, wrapping his hand around the chameleon villain's head and firing off an explosion. Dazing the villain, his camouflage fading away. His reaction time, so fast, moaned the chameleon villain, his head gently smoking. Tossing the villain aside, Katsuki looked to Uraraka. Besides, if this is the kind of shit tier they're sending after us, everyone else will be pretty much fine. Uraraka tilted her head. You know, you're kinda cute when you're not shouting. I didn't realize you could be so calm and rational. Katsuki wheeled around, his eyes flaming. What? The gravity girl's cheeks set aflame, realizing she had said that particular thought aloud. I mean, I guess. I am not cute, Katsuki snapped. And I'm always calm and rational, pink cheeks. Uraraka's embarrassment faded, before being replaced by laughter. Don't fucking laugh at me. This only made Uraraka giggle even harder, her hand shakily pointing at Katsuki. You looked so funny when you said you're not cute. It was even cuter than before. Katsuki sucked air in through his nostrils, turning to leave. Fine, I'm done. Go help those extras if you want to. Wait. Uraraka waved her hands in front of herself. Taking out the villain's getaway is a pretty good idea. I'll come with you. TCH, whatever. Katsuki set off out of the building, Uraraka falling in step beside him. A silence fell over the two heroes in training. So, what's the deal with you and Deku? Uraraka looked to Katsuki as the two went down the stairs to the ground floor of the building. None of your fucking business is what it is, Katsuki snapped in reply. He said you used to be friends, before you got your quirks. Katsuki replied. Before I got my quirk. Uraraka placed a finger on her chin. What about Deku? He said he used to think his quirk was just strength. Katsuki snorted. Then he fucking lied to you. The nerd's been hiding that broken-ass quirk since he got it. He's still lying about part of it now. Uraraka frowned, displaying clear confusion as they walked out into the street. He was hiding his quirk. Maybe he was just worried people would be scared of it. If you've got half a brain, you should be scared of the nerd's quirk. Katsuki paused. We're lucky he's such a all-might fanboy. With a quirk like his, if he wanted to, he could rule this fucking country. Hell, he probably could without it as well. What? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Deku's, the nerd's, quirk can take other Q. A golden cord of energy wrapped around Katsuki's neck, cutting off his sentence and lifting him into the air. Kaken. Uraraka lurched forwards, reaching out with her hand towards the golden cord. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Uraraka paused. A tall woman with snow-white hair walked out from behind the corner of the building, the other end of the golden cord in one of her hands. Unless you want to be sent into your worst memories. The woman smiled, but her eyes remained cold. Uraraka turned and raced at the woman, pressing the fingerpads of one hand to the opposite upper arm, canceling her own gravity. Activating the springs in her heels, Uraraka soared into the air, flying at the woman. Release. Her gravity restored, Uraraka dropped towards the white-haired woman. Flicking her free hand, another golden cord materialized, shooting out and wrapping around Uraraka's waist, trapping her hands and holding her in the air. Too slow, little girl. The woman sneered, watching as the brown-haired girl struggled to free herself, all in vain. Die. Katsuki released an explosion. His palm wrapped around a section of the golden cord, around a foot before it reached his neck. A cloud of gray smoke obscured Katsuki, before dissipating to reveal he was still trapped, the cord having tightened around his neck, choking him slightly. Fucking bitch, Katsuki wheezed, his face slowly turning red. You've got some fire in you, haven't you, cutie? Don't call me that, you hag. Katsuki exploded, swinging and kicking with all his might. It didn't work. Let me go and I'll beat the shit out of you. So Techi, there's definitely some high-quality trauma in that lovely head of yours. The woman smiled, before looking at Uraraka. But I'll start with the plain one first. Uraraka looked mildly offended. Like you can talk. That old woman hair is the only notable thing about you. Katsuki roared, his eyes alight. That, and your thing for tying up teenagers. The golden cord around Katsuki's neck extended, snaking up and across his mouth, gagging him. Shush, shush, you'll get your turn next. The woman laughed. Now where was I? Oh yeah, introduction. You may have heard of me. My father named me Nagata, but the media much preferred Lady Trauma. Uraraka frowned. Who? One of Nagata's eyes twitched. I'm a supervillain, emphasis on the super. The blonde-haired boy burst out laughing, slightly muffled by his gag. Nagata's eye twitched again, mentally commanding the cord to cease gagging Katsuki. Katsuki slowly stopped laughing. Fuck, you're old. You little shit. Lady Trauma is a fucking relic. She vanished like 30 years ago. No recorded death, no recorded capture, just gone, poof. Katsuki grinned, his eyes darkening. So either you're some pretender, a copycat, or you're looking pretty good for a granny. Nagata sucked air in through her nose, making her cord silence Katsuki once again. Yet it did nothing to diminish his smug smile, aggravating her further. My quirk allows me to force those caught by my cord to relieve their greatest trauma, regardless of whether they were on the receiving end or the delivering end. Nagata's eyes hardened. I won't lie, this is going to be fun. For me, of course, for you, not so much. Nagata closed her eyes. A pulse of light traveled down one of the cords. To Uraraka, the brown-haired girl's eyes rolling back into her head as her body glowed faintly gold. A bit of trauma. Your parents are poor, boo fucking who? What else? No, God no. Nagata opened her eyes, looking at Uraraka. You are so boring, you know that right. Nagata flicked her wrist, the cord around Uraraka tightening and restraining her feet before gagging her. Sit tight while I deal with your friend. The cord disconnected, dropping Uraraka to the ground, unable to move or speak. Now, smart mouth, let's see what tasty trauma you've got hiding in there. A pulse shot down the cord to Katsuki, his eyes constantly twitching while the air around his body lit up with blinding golden light. Images and memories flew through Katsuki's mind faster than he could recognize them, a pounding in his head worsening with every second the mental assault continued. Oh wow, I've struck gold. Nagata smiled. No, I found the whole damn mine. Another pulse shot down the cord, before Katsuki suddenly found himself in a white void, unrestrained and free. What the fuck? Hello, Katsuki Bakugo. Nagata flickered into sight in front of the explosive teen. Or do you prefer Kaken? Or Ground Zero? Or maybe Lord Explosion Murder? Katsuki ground his teeth and lurched forwards, swinging his arm, explosions dancing on his palm. Stumbling, Katsuki passed through Nagata harmlessly, almost falling, thrown off balance by the lack of expected resistance. Nice try, but I'm in control here. Nagata smirked. So I'll be taking that away. The explosion in Katsuki's palm cut off. No. Katsuki raged, trying to get his quirk to work. In this place, your mind, I rule it now, and I say you don't have a quirk. Nagata held up her hand, releasing an explosion from it. In fact, I have your quirk. Give it back, you bitch. Katsuki charged at Nagata again, and again he passed straight through her. That's not very nice, is it now, Kaken? A growl slipped from Katsuki's lips, but he stopped himself from attacking her again. Nagata giggled, the very sound disturbing Katsuki. In fact, I'm doing you a favor, I'm letting you see from little Deku's point of view. All those times you mocked him, putting him down, told him he was useless, you're just the same now. That nerd was never quirkless. You knew, and yet you never told anyone. Not even poor little Izuku. All he wanted to be was your friend, he idolized you. Katsuki didn't reply. You made sure everyone saw how much you hated him, but that was all a lie, wasn't it? Still no response. Nagata smiled, a pretense, a front, to hide just how much you envied him. You were jealous of Izuku Midoriya. In fact, you still are. Shut the hell up, granny hair. Now, I'm helping you here, aren't I? Maybe I should charge. Nagata snapped her fingers, the same couch from Hound Dog's office appearing. You can lie on it if you really want. Fuck you. So childish, never mind. The couch vanished with a wave of the white-haired villain's hand. Now, which memory should we start with? How about this one? Katsuki blinked. He was at Deku's 7th birthday party. Katsuki Bakugo, how dare you do that? Mitsuki Bakugo stalked towards her 7-year-old son. Katsuki frowned, turning to look at a young boy, his lower arms and scalp covered in small rocks, wiping away tears. Right, the nerd's 7th birthday party, the one where he'd knocked Rock Hair over with his quirk and made the little shit cry. Or, at least, pretend to cry. Rock Hair had always been a little shit, so that meant this was. Oh crap. Mitsuki grabbed Katsuki by the wrist, her grip tight, dragging her son away to the edge of the party, out of hearing range of any of the other guests. You're not even sorry, are you? Mitsuki glowered at her young son. So what if I'm not, old hag? Katsuki felt the words leaving his mouth without even thinking them. It was the same thing he'd said back then. Smack. Mitsuki backhanded her son. Katsuki failed to hold back tears. feeling them run down the stinging red handprint on his left cheek. Mom, I'm sorry. Smack. Another handprint joined the last, this one on his right cheek, making a matching pair. Don't you dare speak back to me like that, you little shit, Mitsuki hissed, before muttering to herself. This is why I said we should have sent you a no-quirk school. You're such a fucking brat with everyone telling you how great your stupid fucking quirk is. Katsuki still heard. Katsuki cried harder. Look at Izuku. Turning his head, Katsuki watched the nerd running to Inko, who scooped him up into a hug. Why can't you be well-behaved? Like him, Mitsuki sighed. Instead you go round hitting other kids and swearing all the fucking time. Mom, you don't deserve that quirk of yours, a perfect hero quirk. All I see when I look at you is a villain in waiting. Katsuki's tears intensified. Izuku has the heart of a hero, the mind too, and he doesn't even have a quirk. Mitsuki paused. He deserves that quirk of yours, not you. Katsuki was practically howling now, his face covered in a mixture of tears and snot. Now, you're going to stay here and watch everyone else having fun until I decide you can rejoin the other kids. Mitsuki started to walk away. Oh, and start thinking about how you're going to apologize to the poor boy you knocked over. Katsuki was left alone, trying and failing to stop the great, heaving sobs that racked his body. He hated her, he hated the old hag. When he was the #1 hero, he'd lock her up with all the villains in Tartarus. He hated them all. He hated the smug grin Rock Hair was shooting him. Most of all, he hated Izuku Midoriya, the weak little boy with no quirk, who always got back up. Except that was a lie, the nerd had a quirk. Katsuki remembered that day at the playground, where the two had pledged to be a hero duo. Izuku beamed. We're gonna be great heroes. Of course we are. Ground Zero in Detroit will be unstoppable. The green-haired boy opened his mouth, breathing red flames. That's almost as cool as my quirk. Katsuki pointed a thumb at his chest. Wait, watch this. Izuku reached out with one hand, wrapping it around Katsuki's forearm. Izuku held up his other hand, explosions dancing in his palm. That was the day Izuku Midoriya stole his quirk. The nerd had cried about it at first, telling him he'd used the wrong quirk by accident, before returning the quirk after a few minutes of trying and failing. Katsuki had run off as soon as he got it back, almost smacking into the nerd's old man in his hurry. After that day, the nerd pretended it had never happened, feigning no memory of it when Katsuki had asked. At first, it hadn't bothered Katsuki all that much. He could understand why the nerd might want to hide a quirk like that, the stigma that came with a quirk like that. And the little shit had gone and got himself diagnosed as quirkless. He was taunting Katsuki. I could take your quirk anytime I wanted to, and there's nothing you could do to stop me. Katsuki's eyes flicked to Izuku again, watching the 7-year-old boy smile from his mother's arms while she talked to Katsuki's old hag. The nerd suddenly pointed at Katsuki before climbing down and running over to the blonde-haired boy. Come on, Kakin. The nerd beamed, bouncing up and down with nervous energy. It's my birthday. I told your mom I wouldn't be able to enjoy it with you here, so you're free. TCH, get lost, Deku. Katsuki snapped. Why would I want anything to do with someone as worthless as you, not even showing a damn quirk? The nerd's face fell, before tearing up as he ran away, back to his mother. Katsuki watched the green-haired boy tackle Inko's leg, holding on tight. That wasn't very nice, was it? Looking up, Katsuki saw the nerd's father standing next to him, a frightening intensity in his eyes. It still scares you, even now. When Izu took away your quirk, Katsuki froze. I'm sorry, I should have taken that quirk away from him, my mistake. Hisashi Midoriya smiled, placing a reassuring hand of the blonde-haired boy's shoulder. I also should have erased that memory back then. It's taken such a long time to get another chance. I'm sorry you had to remember that, Katsuki. For a child that young, well, it isn't a pleasant experience. Hisashi's hand glowed red for a few seconds, before it faded away. Katsuki Bakugo forgot all about Izuku taking his quirk that day at the playground. But feelings still lingered. The distrust, the fear, the hatred, and most of all, the jealousy. Katsuki forgot, but the feelings lived on. It almost worked. If only Hisashi hadn't overlooked the fact that Katsuki might have written down the events of that day at the playground. A writing that 7-year Katsuki found just over a week later, along with a warning that his memories had been changed. That, Katsuki never forgot. Katsuki gasped, sucking in air. He was back in his properly aged body, on his knees, in the white void again. Fascinating. You fear little Izu, don't you? Nagata smiled. You fear that one day he'll take your quirk, just like he did back then. That memory, the nerd's father altered it. Katsuki's breathing began to slow as he calmed. Not really. That quirk he used altered your perception of that memory. His quirk was fire breath. Katsuki looked up. He didn't have some kind of mindfuck quirk. Nagata laughed. Where do you think little Izu copied that quirk he used to take yours? Katsuki's eyes widened. A quirk that took quirks, the power of an urban legend. An urban legend that was Izuku Midoriya's father. It's true. Katsuki looked up. Nagata was gone. In her place stood the nerd. You can't trick me like that, you old hag. The nerd quirked an eyebrow. I'm not an illusion, Kakin. Don't call me that. The nerd laughed. I'm a figment of your unconscious. You know that, right? I'm saying what you think the real Midoriya would say. And a little bit of what you want him to say. Fuck off, Deku. Midoriya sighed, a chair materializing next to him before he sat on it. I scare you, don't I? But you envy me even more. Katsuki didn't reply. Not because of my quirk though. Midoriya looked to Katsuki. You're jealous of me because you're scared I'll be a better hero than you. What am I if I fail as a hero? Katsuki looked down. I have the perfect hero quirk and I feel like a failure. I don't feel like a hero. Midoriya said nothing, allowing Katsuki to continue. Ever since my quirk appeared, all everyone told me was that I was destined to be a hero, except them. Katsuki paused. The hag and my old man, after my quirk manifested. They changed, they built these expectations I could never reach, they still do now. All I ever wanted was their praise, for them to be proud of me. All they ever did was compare me to the nerd, to you. How you never gave up, even without a quirk. That you had the heart of a hero. And I had the heart of a villain. I hated you for it. I thought that if I made you give up on being a hero, my parents would be proud of me instead. I think I knew at the time that would never work. My parents will never be proud of me, but admitting that to myself would have been giving up. Katsuki's shoulder sagged, his eyes losing their fire. You don't get to give up now. Midoriya's burnt with Katsuki's lost fire. Midoriya jumped to his feet, his chair toppling over with a bang. You're Katsuki fucking Bakugo, get up and fight. Katsuki looked up. Midoriya was gone. Nagata was back. Impressive. Nagata cooed. Your subconscious actually managed to fight back for a moment then. Very uncommon for someone as damaged as you. I wonder, how did you do it? Katsuki grinned, the fire reigniting in his eyes. I'm Katsuki fucking Bakugo, that's how. Surging to his feet, Katsuki threw his hands back and fired twin explosions, accelerating his body at Nagata, feet first. Really? Nagata rolled her eyes as the double-footed kick rocketed towards her. I control your mind now, you can't hurt. Up yours. Katsuki's kick landed, sending Nagata flying. Rolling over, Katsuki used the momentum to get back on his feet in a combat stance. This is my mind, I'm in control. Katsuki growled. You can't fucking keep me down. You 2-bit, forgotten relic. I'm gonna be a hero. And you're certainly not going to stop me. Katsuki fired more explosions, shooting himself at Nagata again. Nagata looked panicked, before snapping her fingers. Katsuki blinked. He was back in the real world, his neck once again wrapped by the golden cord, his mouth gagged. That mind of yours, it's a hellscape. Nagata glared at the blonde-haired boy. Katsuki snorted, biting down on the cord, tearing through it. You get used to it after a while. Glancing over at Uraraka, Katsuki watched her worming her way out of the golden cord Nagata had bound her with. I need to keep this relic's attention by round-face time. Reaching out, Katsuki grabbed the cord, wrapping it around his hand and beginning to pull. Let go of that. Nagata looked worried. Bake me. Katsuki ignited his left palm, jumping into the air, overshooting Nagata, using the trailing cord to wrap around the woman's ankles, binding them. Uraraka burst in from the side, placing her hand on first Nagata and then Katsuki. You fucked up. You underestimated me. You underestimated us both. Katsuki watched as Nagata tried and failed to free herself. And now, you're going to feel the consequences. Uraraka grabbed hold of Katsuki's waist and pushed, sending him into the air. Improvised super move. Katsuki ignited one of his palms, the other holding the other end of the golden cord. G-force tornado. Katsuki spun in the air, round and round, spinning Nagata as well, pulled by the cord attached to her ankles, the speed increasing with every rotation. Now, release. Aiming his palm, Katsuki swung his arm, cord gripped in his hand, sending Nagata flying. The cord twisted around the horizontal top bar of a lamppost as Katsuki landed on the street, Nagata suspended by the cord, upside down. Fuck you, you brat. Nagata flicked her wrist, aiming another cord at Katsuki. Her shot went wide, her aim disrupted by her dizziness, or it would have, if Katsuki hadn't moved the end of the original cord into its path. The second cord wrapped around the first, pulsing with the golden glow of Nagata's quirk. You reap what you sow. Katsuki tied the two cords together, and then to the next lamppost over. Nagata twitched and convulsed as she hung from the lamppost, trapped in her own worst memories, unable to shut off her own quirk. Yeah, enjoy that. Katsuki rolled his eyes. She can't hear you, she's trapped. Uraraka nodded her head. Then, let's go get that warpy guy. Fine. Katsuki set off for the main plaza. Come on, Uraraka. Uraraka beamed, before running after Katsuki. What's the plan? I'll distract him. Katsuki replied as they left the ruined zone, heading straight on. You get close and use your quirk on him. Send him into the fucking stratosphere, like you did with the ball and goggles' test. Right. Uraraka nodded her head, before pointing. Look, it's Deku. Izuku stood in the main plaza, looking worse for wear, his gym outfit ripped and torn, smeared with blood. The white monster, covered in bark-like armor, towered over him, while the navy-black monster stood beside the pale man. Shit, the nerd's going to get squished. Katsuki accelerated, sprinting at full speed. Izuku said something Katsuki couldn't hear, before his left arm began to glow every color of the rainbow. Detroit Smash. Izuku punched the monster, a massive tornado of wind shooting upwards from the point of contact, the force of it knocking everyone, even Katsuki and Uraraka, off their feet. The wind tore through the facility, ripping part of the USJ's roof away, shattering every last pane of glass. The white monster, its bark armor cracked and exploded, soared out of the cloud, landing somewhere in the landslide zone. I didn't know Deku had that kind of power. Uraraka pushed herself to her feet as the wind and dust began to clear. Katsuki brushed himself off. He didn't. He must have taken. No, copied it. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh, crap. Katsuki looked up, and his stomach turned. The nerd stood tall, his left arm still raised from the punch. At least what was left of it. Everything from just above the elbow had been blown clean off. The blood and bone covered the nerd's front and the ground around him. And yet, he was still smiling. I was horrible to you. I made your life hell, and you never once gave up. In truth, Izuku Midoriya, you were my hero. You still are. 13 called out. Bakugo, get back. Kurogiri laughed, before swelling in size. Begone, hero brats. A purple mist engulfed the students, swallowing them up. Izuku raised his arm, ready to flick his finger, with all of One for All's power behind it. Before he could, something slammed into Izuku's back, sending him crashing into Sato, both of them rolling clear of the villain's mist. Writhe in torment, until you breathe your last. Izuku pushed himself onto his knees. He looked up to see most of the class was gone. Only Sato, Kirishima, Shiro, Ashido, Shoji, and himself remained. 13 stood in front of them, separating the hero students from Kurogiri with their body. His hand brushed something. Izuku reached out, picking it up. It was Aizawa's phone. The screen was cracked. Mikumo must have dropped it when the portal swallowed him up. Pressing the power button, the screen lit up, confirming it still worked. Izuku started at Aizawa's lock screen. An image of the dark-haired man and present Mike, both in civilian clothes. A white cat sat on the former's shoulder. Aizawa looked happy. They both did. So this is the world Aizawa fights to protect. His world. Midoriya. Turning the screen off, Izuku looked up, seeing Sato towering over him. All right. Izuku accepted Sato's outstretched hand, standing. Shoji, the others, are they still in the USJ? Are they safe? Shoji's arms stretched out, ears forming on the end of each. They're all still in the facility, but scattered. Shoji retracted his arms. They're fighting. Izuku nodded. Good. Our first priority should be to regroup. They've split us up to weaken us. We'll have to take this guy out first, Sato said. Otherwise he'll just warp us apart again. Shiro sighed. Physical attacks won't work on him. He'll just warp himself away before they can reach him. Then we need a plan. Izuku mused. No. Izuku's head shot up, seeing 13 looking back over their shoulder at him. Class representative. 13 raised their arm, the finger caps of their gloves popping open. Your job. You need to pick someone here to run back to the school. You won't have long. I'm not sure how effective my quirk will be on him. But this is our best bet. Whoever is blocking communication is well hidden, too well hidden. If we don't get reinforcements soon, we'll all be squashed like a bug with a flick of his finger. 13 activated their quirk, purple energy starting to swirl. Now. It has to be now. Looking at each of his classmates still on the platform, Izuku made his decision. Shiro, you're the runner. Sato, you get the door. You two need to blow past him. Izuku opened his hand, activating explosion. It's on the rest of us to run interference. Ashido, aim for his collar. Shoji, use your quirk to maintain 306-degree vision. Tell us where this guy goes when he warps. And Kirishima turned his head to Izuku. You're the tank. Kirishima grinned, hardening his arms and upper body, flashing the green-haired boy a wink, a conspiratorial grin on his face. Kurogiri chuckled. What kind of fools discuss strategy in front of the enemy? Izuku stepped forwards, standing alongside 13. Ones who aren't discussing the real plan. What? Raising his arm, Izuku pressed his middle finger and thumb against each other, glowing with red energy as he called on the confidence that came with Bakugo's quirk. I can't afford to sacrifice my arm right now. Even if we get past this guy, there might be more. Imagine the egg not exploding. Delaware smash. A gust of wind and massive shockwave shot from Izuku's finger, tearing through Kurogiri, blowing the mist away from his body. Izuku held his broken finger with his other hand. It didn't work. I still broke it. I can think about that later. Now. Shiro, Sato, go now. Shiro shot strand after strand of his tape, pulling himself towards the door, while Sato used his sugar-enhanced strength to lengthen his strides. Kurogiri began to reform. You cannot be allowed to escape. Shiro made it to the door first, trying and failing to open it. I could really use your strength right now, Sato. Hurry! Sato accelerated, burning through his sugar stores faster, increasing his strength, reaching Zero faster. Kirigiri swooped down, soaring towards Zero and Sato. 13 activated their quirk, aimed at the mist-covered man. You can't stop us. Izuku's eyes widened as Black Hole began to pull at Kirigiri's mist. Sensei, don't use your quirk on him, he's going to. A portal opened up between 13 and Kirigiri, connected to one behind the space-themed hero's back. 13 screamed as the back of their costume was ripped apart, followed by their skin. In all the times Izuku had been put down, discarded, told to kill himself for being quirkless, he had never got mad, he had just let it wash over him. But now, Izuku was angry. He could hear the blood pounding in his veins. Here, this villain was killing a hero that dedicated themselves to rescuing people in need. Why? Because they were in his way. Because they were trying to protect children. Izuku released a howl of rage, activating Slingshot. Izuku pulled on the remains of 13's costume, pulling both it and its wearer out of Black Hole's area of effect. Sato, get that door open, now. Izuku glared at Kirigiri as the purple clown dove at him. Izuku made his selection, opening his mouth and calling on one of his newest quirks. A hail of tiny seeds shot from the green-haired boy's mouth, most of them passing through the mist harmlessly, the rest bouncing off the villain's metal collar. That told Izuku everything he needed to know. Closing his mouth, Izuku switched to Slingshot again and applied a strand of its power to Kirigiri's collar. Planting his feet, Izuku added the rest of strands to the collar and began to spin. Kirigiri was spinning too, the speed increasing with every rotation. Faster, I need to be faster. Izuku gritted his teeth. His passive speed quirk was already boosting his velocity, but he needed more. I have to go beyond, like All Might did with the sludge villain. I have to break my limits. Inside his quirk space, the speed quirk lit up as Izuku supercharged it with One for All's energy. He would only have a few seconds before speed reached quirk exhaustion, overtaxed by One for All's power. Izuku's velocity increased, practically becoming a blur as he reached his new top speed. He wouldn't be able to hold it long. Speed was dangerously close to depleted already. Release. Izuku let go of both Slingshot and One for All, watching as Kirigiri was thrown the full diameter of the USJ. Whoa, Kirishima exclaimed, watching the villain's trajectory. Rushing over to the prone form of 13. Izuku dropped down to his knees, resisting the urge to vomit as the sight of the hero's injuries. C-Class representative, you must go. 13 coughed. You all need to go. Izuku shook his head, removing one of his gloves. Not a chance. Placing his hand on 13's back, allowing only his finger pads to make contact, Izuku called on Heal, using One for All to power it in place of 13's stamina. A shout grabbed Izuku's attention, making the green-haired teen look up. Sato was holding the door open. Outside there were more villains, around 15 or so, waiting for any escapees. They needed to maximize their chances of one of them making it back to campus. Izuku made his decision, raising his free arm, aiming directly at Sato, his other classmates forming a rough line between them. His eyes met Sato's. Sato nodded, grunting as he pushed the door open wider. Izuku placed his ring finger to his thumb, next to his shattered middle finger. One for All thrummed through Izuku's veins, into his arm and down to his finger, red lines crisscrossing his skin. Izuku flicked his finger, releasing another shockwave, sweeping Shoji, Ashido and Kirishima off their feet and blowing them towards the door, colliding with Zero and Sato. The door closed, with Izuku's classmates on the other side. Izuku was alone. 13 was out cold, but their back healed. The strain on them had been too much to remain conscious. That was impressive. Izuku flinched at the sudden reappearance of Kirigiri. His hand slipped, making physical contact with 13's exposed back. Black Hole bloomed into existence inside Izuku's quirk space. But Izuku didn't have time to think about that. Izuku stood, watching as Kirigiri walked up the stairs, flanked by 3 villains. One wore a metal mask, some kind of breathing apparatus. Another's entire head was covered in a thick layer of burns, followed by bandages on top. The last was wearing a straitjacket, his head vaguely reminding Izuku of Pig. Taking a defensive stance, Izuku stood with fists clenched despite 2 broken fingers, using his body to shield 13. It doesn't matter. Kirigiri paused. Our companions outside of the facility will deal with the escapees post-haste. Izuku gritted his teeth. They won't just rise to meet what you throw at them, they'll beat it. All across the USJ were fighting back. Kirigiri said nothing. You know why? Izuku paused. Everyone here today wants to be a hero. And heroes never give up, never give in. A touching speech. Kirigiri clapped his misty hands in what was clearly a sarcastic manner. But it won't work. A speech won't save you. Go. The 3 villains charged at Izuku. Izuku ducked the swing of the masked villain's fist, before using Slingshot to pull himself out of the way of a cloud of boiling steam emitted from the bandaged villain's hands. The straitjacket villain charged at Izuku with a pig-like scream, head down, holding up his arms in an X block. Izuku hardened his arms, bracing himself as the pig-like villain slammed into him. Stupid child, stupid child, stupid child. The villain suddenly let out a squeal. Restrain, keep your head in the game. The bandaged villain called as he charged at Izuku's back. Pivoting on one foot, Izuku moved to the side, allowing Restrain to barrel forwards, straight into the bandaged villain. Damn it, Restrain, Azubas, pull yourself together. The masked villain snapped at his compatriots. Azubas groaned. Don't tell me what to do, Mask. While the two villains untangled themselves, Izuku focused on the masked villain, listening and watching intently. Mask took a deep breath in, his mask hissing. Izuku watched as his muscles tightened, swelling and gaining further definition. His mask is feeding him some kind of gas to increase his strength. Trigger, or part of the villain's quirk. Izuku used Slingshot to half-step, lining his right arm up with mask, activating Kirishima's quirk. Izuku hardened his right arm, past the elbow, driving it deep into the masked villain's gut. Mask gasped as the air was driven out of his lungs, his muscles returning to normal as he did. So whatever he breathed in only enhanced his strength while he kept it in his lungs. It has to be his quirk. Trigger wouldn't work like that. Izuku released the hardening on his arm and spread his palm flat against Mask's chest, calling on wave motion. Izuku felt his vitality dropping as a small blast of light blue energy, in the shape of a swirl, was emitted from his palm, bumping the villain slightly. Mask had regained his breath, laughing as he towered over Izuku. Is that all you can do? Izuku looked up, reaching out and connecting wave motion's energy drain to one for all stockpile. That was me just warming up. Izuku fired another blast wave, far larger than the last, sending the villain flying backwards, flipping over in the air and landing on his front. Taking a step forward, Izuku opened his mouth and released a hail of seeds, peppering Mask with them. What are these things? Mask picked one of the seeds up from where he lay, examining it. The seed burst open, a vine growing out of it, snaking around his wrist. Hey, get off. Mask shook his arm, trying and failing to remove the vine. Unaware the rest of the seeds had also produced vines, wrapping up his body. Wait, no, help. The vines grew up Mask's neck and into his mask, cracking it. The sound of a hiss revealing whatever gas the villain had been breathing in was dissipating uselessly. Yet the vines continued to grow, covering Mask in a cocoon of green, muffling his shouts. This kid has multiple quirks. Azubas turned his head to look at Kurogiri. You said you were going to send the one with the copying quirk to Sangata. Kurogiri's eyes changed shape. I thought I had this child. He looks very similar to the one I sent. Izuku fell into a combat stance, watching the remaining villains. They must have sent Mikumo instead. No matter, Sangata will copy whatever quirk he has regardless. Kurogiri's eyes returned to normal. Izuku chuckled before he could stop himself, slapping a hand over his mouth as quickly as he could. Azubes rounded on Izuku. What's so funny, brat? You sent Mikumo to fight your comrade. And? Izuku smiled. Mikumo is quirkless. Kurogiri, you are a moron. Azubes charged at Kurogiri, steam billowing from his body. Tamura made a mistake hiring you. Kurogiri's mist swelled. I tire of you. Kurogiri opened a portal below Azubas, connected to 100 feet in the air. The villain screamed in terror as he plummeted towards the unforgiving concrete. I have to save him, even if he is a villain. Izuku shot into the air, using Slingshot to push against the concrete below him, his hand outstretched towards the bandaged villain. His hand made contact, all 5 of his fingerpads touching Azubas's skin. Azubas froze in place, suspended in the air. Reaching out with Slingshot, Izuku hooked 2 strands to the roof and 2 to the floor, holding him in place. What have you done to me? Azubas's eyes were wide with panic. Izuku looked down at the hand that had made contact with Azubas, at the round pads of the tips of his fingers. I get it, this is Slingshot's second power. Reaching out, Izuku pushed against Azubas's chest, barely able to move him. The tension pulling Azubas was like a rubber band, like a slingshot. That's it. Glancing over his shoulder at the shipwreck zone, Izuku made the calculations. Releasing one of the strands attached to the roof, Izuku bonded it to the bandages wrapped around Azubas's chest and applied the required force. You're going to land in the water, so be prepared. Izuku decreased the power in the strands below himself, slowly lowering to the platform. You can swim, right? Azubas's eyes widened. What? Izuku released the slingshot. Azubas flew through the air, towards the water of the shipwreck zone. Uraraka. Izuku's sneakers touched the ground as Azubas's yell faded away, followed by a faint splash. Kurogiri chuckled. You really are a wannabe hero. Izuku glared at the mist man. So? Kurogiri shrugged. I can't see why anyone would want to be a dog of the government. That's all heroes are. Heroes aren't dogs. I mean, hound dog kinda is, but that's besides the point. So bright-eyed, so optimistic. Kurogiri said. I wonder if I was similar at the age you are now. Restrain charged at Izuku with a loud squeal. Izuku grabbed the villain's straitjacket with his telekinesis, throwing Restain against the railings with all 4 of his strength. Impressive. Kurogiri clapped. Sangata was supposed to recruit you, but seeing you here I can tell that won't happen. Why? Kurogiri's eyes showed his frown. Izuku looked Kurogiri dead in the eyes. Why, with a quirk like that, would you choose to be a villain? Think of all the people you could save with your quirk. Kurogiri shrugged. I guess you could say, this is what I was made to do. That had been the wrong thing for Kurogiri to say. Izuku burst into action, Bakugo's explosions in his palms, propelling him forwards. Using your quirk for evil isn't a choice, Izuku roared, dispelling the explosion in one of his palms, his body curving around Kurogiri at speed. Using Slingshot, Izuku grabbed a hold of Kurogiri's collar with a strand, his momentum from his explosions allowing him to swing the villain around and slamming him back down onto the ground. Izuku landed, placing his hand on the collar, holding the villain down. It's cowardice. How dare you? Kurogiri began to swell. A jolt of panic ran through Izuku. This villain is going to open a portal to who knows where. I can't let him. What would All Might do? No, what would Kaken do? Izuku released a series of explosions from his palm, pressed against the metal collar. Do that, and I'll blow you sky high. Die. Kurogiri sighed, not stopping. You won't, you're a pure-hearted fool. Izuku released a supercharged explosion, the boost from One for All rattling the bones of his left arm. He could feel the bruises and aching muscles already, as well as a sharp scratch. Kurogiri was out cold, but it was too late. The portal was already open. Both hero in training and villain fell through the portal into the shipwreck zone above the water. As Izuku fell towards the water, Kurogiri's unconscious body floated away, going higher with every second. Holding out his arms, Izuku prepared to call on Slingshot to push against the water and stop his fall, until something wrapped around his waist and pulled. Izuku landed on the deck of the boat with a roll, coming to a halt against the outside wall of a cabin. Opening his eyes, Izuku looked up, seeing both Tsuyu and a panicking Minta looking back down at him. Is he dead? Does he have brain damage? Oh, no. Minta's rambling was cut off by a slap of Tsuyu's tongue. Midori, are you okay, Kiro? Izuku groaned, rolling over and pushing himself to his feet. I'm fine. You have 2 broken fingers. How can that be okay? Minta exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. Tsuyu tilted her head. Minta's right. Are you sure you're okay? Izuku nodded his head. It's okay. At least I haven't broken anything major. Minta made a funny choking noise. Anything major. That's it. We're all going to die. If they have something that can kill All Might like you said, Asui, then we're doomed. Call me Tsu. Minta wasn't listening, continuing to ramble loudly as he spiraled towards a panic attack. I'm too young to die. I've never even kissed a girl. The small purple teen was sobbing now. Tsuyu's tongue slapped Minta again. Harder this time, enough to leave a noticeable welt across his cheek. Minta calmed, a hand slowly rising to touch his cheek. I hope this doesn't awaken something in me. Izuku frowned at the small teen. And people say I'm weird. Putting that bizarre can of worms to one side, Izuku thought back to what Minta had said. A way of killing All Might. Izuku mused, a finger on his chin as he sank into deep thought. Possibly. These villains have countered the heroes fairly well. 13 by sending Kurogiri against them, and Aizawa by sheer luck. His fighting style was unsuited to battles against large numbers. But when it come us students, they only seem prepared for some of our quirks. Kurogiri said they'd planned for my quirk. Then they probably did the same for Todoroki as the son of the number 2 hero, as well as Kaken as he came first place in the entrance exam. Maybe Kirishima, since he came second place, and Momo, she is the other recommendation student after all. But they can't know about them all, otherwise they wouldn't have sent someone with a quirk like Asui's. Sue's to the shipwreck zone. Logically, the conflagration zone would have been the best for them to send her to, assuming Tsuyu's quirk also gives her susceptibility to high temperatures, which is likely. Then, Minta should. Izuku was brought back to reality by a violent lurch of the boat. What's going on? One of the villains. He's broken the boat in 2 with his quirk. Kiro. We're sinking. True to Tsuyu's word, the boat was snapped clean in 2 and sinking at a rapid rate. Izuku moved to the railings. Looking out at the villains in the water, he counted 16, 8 on each side of the boat. More could be hiding under the surface. I hadn't even seen them there. Hadn't seen them. Minta's voice reached almost supersonic levels, his panic returning in full force. How can you not have seen them? Izuku ignored Minta, staring out at the villains. If they have a way of killing All Might, then we need to stop these villains here and lighten the load for him. Lighten the load. That's ridiculous. Minta was crying. We've not even finished our first week at UA. Yet, we should wait for the UA heroes to save us. If we do nothing, we could all be dead by the time they get here. Izuku paused, looking down at his hand. Young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. It doesn't matter if we've barely started. Izuku raised his head, channeling the confidence from Bakugo's quirk. Someone once told me that most heroes have a story from their youth, when their feet moved before they could think. That doesn't matter, we're going to die. Minder rushed to the edge, throwing multiple spheres at the villains, as tears continued to stream down his face. Tsuyu's tongue shot out, binding Minda and pulling him away from the railing, ceasing his barrage, as Izuku fell back, joining his two classmates. Izuku spoke. We can't let them figure out what our quirks are, for you two at least. The boat's going to sink in less than a minute. Once we're in the water, it's over. They'll win. Minda shook like a leaf. That's true. Tsuyu turned her head to look at the small teen. Minda, did you really come to UA to become a hero? Minda flushed red. Shut up. You have to be weirdo like Midoriya to not be scared right now. I'm terrified, Izuku said, getting Minda's attention. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't using my quirk to boost my confidence right now I'd be unable to even think straight. So you're still just as afraid as me then. You're not courageous at all. Tsuyu shook her head. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the ability to act in the presence of fear, Kiro. Izuku stood from the crouch he was in. The moment the enemy thinks that they have definitely won, it represents your best chance to strike. All Might said that, right? Tsuyu questioned. With a nod, Izuku stepped towards the railings, his fists tightened. He ignored the pain in his two broken fingers. He looked down at the villains. Two of them were talking about something. It was too far away for Izuku to hear them. Note to self, find a hearing enhancement quirk at some point. One would be pretty useful right now. One of the villains, bald with pure white skin and high, metal collar, was gathering water around his hand, increasing it in size with every second. Some form of hydrokinesis, too powerful to be a minor variant, so he might be able to manipulate the temperature of the water. In conclusion, he's probably the most powerful. And considering his body language, the leader. We have to act. Izuku called on explosion, sparks dancing in the palms of his hands, putting one foot on the railing. Die. Minda's eyes widened. Why, you can't be serious. Act like Kaken. Before either Tsuyu or Minda could stop him, Izuku leapt the railing, his arms behind him, explosions slowing his descent towards the water, releasing a roar as he did. The villains were taken aback at the sudden change in the actions of their prey. Good, that's put them off balance. The leader recovered first, preparing to send his clawed fist of water at Izuku. I guess he's just a kid after all. Another villain chipped in. The second he hits the water, we'll gut him. From the boat, Minda stared at the green-haired boy, tears streaming from his eyes. Midoriya is just as scared as I am, he said so himself. How did he keep going? Giving it his all. Izuku stopped his explosions, stretching his right arm out, aimed towards the water. Just like with the mist guy, I can't afford to lose the use of my entire arm, and even then I can't hit them all at once if they form a circle, so I'll aim for the water. With his middle and ring finger already broken, Izuku placed his index finger against his equally broken thumb, calling on one for all's power and Kirishima's hardening in both digits. Don't break the egg. Don't break the egg. Don't break the egg. Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his hardened finger, a deafening crack echoing through the shipwreck zone. The force of his attack slammed into the water's surface, creating a whirlpool. Shouts and cries came from the villains as they were sucked towards the vortex of the whirlpool. Tsu, Minda, Hiro. Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around Izuku's middle, pulling him up and away from the water's surface. The frog-like girls jumped, dragging him along after her, Minda under her arm. Izuku dared to look down at his hand. His index finger was still hardened and unbroken, however large patches of his tough skin had been blown off, revealing the muscle underneath. His thumb had fared slightly better, with only a few deep cracks in his skin. Minda clenched his fists. What the heck, Midoriya? First the battle trial, now this. Why are you acting so cool? Reaching up to his scalp, Minda grabbed at his spheres, throwing them at the villains one after another. Even I can do something. Blood poured down the sides of Minda's head, the vortex in the water ensuring the thrown spheres stuck to their targets, and then stuck their targets together. The whirlpool closed, dragging the villains under the water before suddenly firing them back into the sky at high velocity. Reaching out with his left hand, Izuku attached a slingshot strand to 4 of Minda's spheres, stuck deep inside the pile of villains, and supercharged the quirk with one for all's power. Izuku's temporarily increased weight limit allowed him to change the villain pile's trajectory, slamming them into the side of the slide, the spheres sticking them in place. It rounded them all up at once. Tsuyu looked back over her shoulder. Looks like we've cleared the first hurdle. Minda, Midori, you're both amazing. Izuku turned his head. Tsu, aim for the water near the main plaza. Sure, Kiro. They landed with a splash, Tsuyu and Minda first, then Izuku, who used slingshot to slow his descent. Minda thrashed wildly, struggling to keep his head above the water. Tsuyu stood, placing her feet on the bottom of the shallow water, grabbing Minda by his cape and holding him above the water. Mineta ejected a lungful of water. Thanks, Asui. Call me Tsu. Izuku took the lead, the three of them setting off towards the main plaza. Mineta looked back to the shipwreck zone. Good thing I took a nice clean dump this morning. Those villains will be stuck. Tsuyu interrupted him. Finish that sentence and I drop you, Kiro. Izuku started up at the roof of the facility as they trudged on through the thigh-deep water. I can't assume Sato and the others have managed to beat those villains and make it back to campus yet. I need to come up with a backup method. Izuku mentally cycled through each of his quirks, trying to find one he could use to somehow contact or signal for help. Variable mist. That could work, but I'd need the formula. Momo might know it, but I don't know where she is. Picturing the moment that Kurogiri had swallowed them up with the mist, Izuku tried to work out who it was likely for Momo to be with. Kaminari. He and Gyro were standing right next to her. Pulling Aizawa's phone out of his pocket, Izuku opened the call app and keyed in the number for Kaminari's transceiver. I just hope whichever quirk is blocking communication isn't stopping internal signals. Hello, Kaminari, can you hear me? Izuku heard faint cracking and a few whispered words. Izuku. A smile graced the green-haired teen's lips. Momo, it's great to hear your voice. Mineta groaned and rolled his eyes. We get it, Midoriya, you're a chick magnet. Izuku didn't hear, continuing to talk to Momo over the phone, asking her a question about some chemical formula. I don't think he heard you, Kiro. Mineta shrugged. They never do. Tsuyu looked back at Mineta. The perverted thing. It's an act, or at least an exaggeration, isn't it? Tsuyu tilted her head. You want to be seen, don't you? The short boy recoiled in shock. Tsuyu gave a half smile. Mineta, I see you. Mineta's face crumpled as he fought back tears. I get why you want to be a hero now. Tsuyu moved Mineta, allowing him to cling to her back, instead of trailing in the water. Touch anything and I drown you, Kiro. Mineta nodded, brushing aside tears. Izuku's arm shot out, stopping Tsuyu and Mineta in their tracks. They had reached the edge of the water. Before them was the main plaza. The pale man stood back, 2 out of the 3 monsters he'd brought with him as his side. Aizawa was still fighting the horde of villains. Only 5 remained, the rest either unconscious or on the floor, moaning in pain. Remember, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, okay? Mineta said as he climbed down from Tsuyu's back. The water was shallower, only going to his waist. For Izuku and Tsuyu, their knees. Izuku nodded, drips of water flicking from his damp hair. Right, the second it seems like we're in danger, we leave. The 3 teens crept up to the edge, slowly raising their heads to peek out at the plaza. Aizawa soared into the air with a pull of his scarf, before slamming down, a foot in the guts of the 2 remaining villains, taking them out of the fight. Pounding footsteps signaled that the pale man had made his move, running at Aizawa with his arms stretched out. Aizawa stood from his half-crouch. So you're their boss. An end of Aizawa's scarf shot at Shigaraki, moving to bind him, but the blue-haired man caught it before it could, holding it tight so its owner couldn't recall it. The 2 men sprinted towards each other. At the last second, Aizawa pulled on his scarf, throwing Shigaraki off balance and slamming his elbow into the villain's gut. The trap was sprung. Shigaraki sank into the attack, gripping Aizawa's arm and holding it in place, stopping the pro-hero from pulling back for another attack. Aizawa's hair felt limp, forced to blink. Shigaraki's quirk returned. He laughed. You know, it's hard to see when you keep moving around, but that moment when your hair falls, that's when your quirk stops. Aizawa swore. Unable to move as the material of his costume over his elbow turned gray and crumbled away. Just like the UA. There you. Shigaraki continued to talk. As you've gone on, the time you can keep your quirk active has gotten shorter and shorter, and the downtime has gotten longer and longer. Izuku watched in horror as the skin on Aizawa's elbow crumbled away, revealing the raw muscle below. Aizawa took a half step back, pulling Shigaraki off balance before driving his knee into the pale man's groin. Shigaraki grunted, stumbling back as Aizawa made some distance between the 2 of them. Blinking rapidly in an attempt to moisten his eyes, his elbow was still falling apart, even without contact. 3 of the villains had got back up again. Aizawa ducked under the swing of a woman's gorilla-like arm, before spinning to avoid another villain's metal claws. Blinking one final time, Aizawa activated his quirk, erasing the quirks of the 3 villains and their boss, stopping the decay spreading up his arm. Shigaraki had recovered. That quirk of yours isn't suited to fights like this. Multiple enemies, drawn out, is it? If you're the underground hero you look to be, then you rely on stealth against large numbers, right? Aizawa's chest heaved, forcing his eyelids not to close. And yet you leapt right into a fight you know you have no chance of winning, all to put your students at ease. Aizawa blinked. The villains pounced. Aizawa dodged the clawed villain again, wrapping him up in his scarf and swinging him into the last villain, a man generating chains from his wrists, a mace attached to the end. The 2 villains tangled in the chains, leaving them struggling on the floor. Turning to face the pale man, Aizawa reactivated Erasure. Man, you're cool. Shigaraki threw his arms wide. But, by the way, I'm not the final obstacle. Aizawa turned. The black monster towered over him, its eyes wild and unfocused. He is. The monster moved with speed that was unnatural for a being of its size, grabbing Aizawa in one hand and lifting him into the air. Shigaraki laughed. Say hello to the anti-symbol of peace, a bioengineered being, Nomu. The black Nomu roared, before slamming Aizawa down on the concrete. Aizawa felt his nose break, his goggles flying away, snapped clean in two. The Nomu grabbed his already injured arm and twisted, shattering it with ease. Erasure, it's a powerful quirk in the right circumstances, but right now, you're as good as quirkless. Aizawa turned his head, activating his quirk on the monster, hoping to cancel its strength to allow him to free himself. The Nomu broke Aizawa's other arm by slamming its palm down. But the underground hero refused to give Shigaraki the satisfaction of hearing his pain. Izuku's eyes widened. He'd seen Aizawa use erasure, but the monster still had its strength. The monster's strength, it's natural, or rather, bioengineered. Kurogiri chose this time to return, appearing at Shigaraki's side. Tamura, we have a situation. Kurogiri spoke. What is it? A number of the kids escaped. The outside force is containing them for now. Kurogiri paused. But I appear to have made a mistake. I sent the wrong child to face Sangata. Shigaraki reached up, scratching at his neck. So you're telling me the kid with that broken quirk is running around freely? Kurogiri nodded. If you weren't so useful, I'd kill you myself. Shigaraki stopped his assault on his neck, lowering his hand. Game over. We need to leave. It's only a matter before the damn heroes show up. But first, Shigaraki paused. Shock Nomu. Finish off Eraserhead. Bark Nomu. Go kill some kids. Fear shot through Tsuyu and Minta, the two grabbing each other for support. Minta frowned, finding something warm and soft touching the palm of his hand. The purple boy looked across and went pale. He spent the next 10 seconds with his head under the water, Tsuyu's hand holding him down. You did well, Eraserhead. Shigaraki smirked. But these Nomu, they're out of your league. Aizawa grunted in pain. Why? To expose heroes and hero society for the fakes they are. Shigaraki shrugged. A crusade of sorts. Lie. Liar. Shigaraki turned his head to look at the underground hero. You're perceptive, I'll give you that. No, the crusade thing is just a front for my true goal. Destruction. Right in one. Shigaraki repositioned the hand on his face. Aizawa coughed. If you stand for nothing, what would you fall for? Rage flooded Shigaraki's body, his already fragile mental state deteriorating further. Nomu, kill him. The Nomu closed its hand around Aizawa's head, lifting it up before ramming it back into the concrete. A pool of blood spread out from the point of impact, covering his broken goggles. Izuku's feet moved before he could think, pushing himself away from the ground with slingshot, and charging up one for all in his left arm, tearing the sleeve of his gym outfit. His fist slammed into the black Nomu's chest. The Nomu didn't move. Izuku landed, looking down at his arm. It wasn't broken. Had he finally managed to control One for All's output? No, that was all of One for All's power, then that means shock absorption. Izuku turned his head to look at Shigaraki. Any attack you throw at it, it can absorb. Physical attacks are useless against it. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand on his face. No miss. Kill the child. Slingshot pulled Izuku out of the way of the shock Nomu's fist. Physical attacks won't phase it, then I'll have to try something else. Ducking forwards, Izuku avoided the bark Nomu as it lumbered in, placing one hand on the shock Nomu's leg and the other on the ground, activating Weld. It took a few seconds, but the shock Nomu's foot was merged to the concrete, stopping it from moving. Diving through the black Nomu's legs, Izuku scooped Aizawa into his arms and used a telekinesis-boosted jump to get to the edge of the area in which Aizawa's fight with Shigaraki had taken place. A second later, Tsuyu and Minta landed next to him, the latter wrapped up in the former's tongue. Go, Aizawa spoke, barely able to open his mouth. Izuku ignored him, his teacher's blood soaking his clothing. Pressing the fingertips of his left hand to Aizawa's cheek, Izuku activated his One for All enhanced heal, his teacher's snapped arms rotating back into their correct place, his shattered orbital bone repairing itself. Izuku turned his head to his classmates. Su, Minta, take Aizawa up the platform at the entrance. I've healed most of the major damage. I'm no recovery girl. He's still pretty beat up. Minta recoiled. You can't possibly be thinking of going back in there. You were lucky to survive once. He's right. You know it. I have too. That villain will set those monsters on the others if I don't distract them. Izuku tightened his fist. That's something I can do. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping around Izuku's wrist, pulling him back, away from the fountain, away from Shigaraki and his monsters. Run, get away from here. I ban you from intervening. Izuku looked into his teacher, his green eyes burning with intensity. Aizawa, you've given it your all, but you can't fight anymore. If I don't, then who will? The others will die, my friends will die. Shoto looked back at the green-haired boy, his stomach constricting with fear, unable to stop himself from seeing Oboro in Midoriya's place. But the boy was right. Shota, although his bones were healed, was still in a pretty bad way, no fit state to fight. You know, you're getting detention every day till you graduate UA. If you do this, Shota coughed. Izuku smiled slightly before nodding. I was kind of expecting that. With that, Izuku was gone. Another jump sending him flying back to the fountain, landing softly on the small wall around it, using slingshot to dampen the force on his legs. You came back then. Shigaraki's grin unsettled Izuku on a primal level. I won't let you hurt my classmates. Izuku stepped down from the wall, scanning the area to make sure all the playing pieces were accounted for. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, the bark monster. Shit, the other monster was missing. Or at least most of it was. It had torn the leg welded to the ground from its body. As Izuku watched, the remaining limb began to smoke, dissolving to a liquid and evaporating away. Midoriya, watch out. Izuku looked up, seeing Minda standing in front of where Aizawa laid, being tended to by Tsuyu, with his arm raised, pointing to behind the green-haired boy. Using his telekinesis, Izuku pulled himself to safety, just as the shock Nomu slammed both its fists down where he'd just been. It has multiple quirks, doesn't it? Izuku straightened up. Shock absorption and hyper-regeneration. Shigaraki snorted. Just like you it would seem. Izuku kept his face impassive, trying not to give too much away. He really is still alive, isn't he? All for one. That caught Shigaraki off guard. You know, sensei. That got his attention. Izuku shrugged non-committally. Who hasn't heard of the Merchant of Quirks? You're lying. Shigaraki's expression darkened. Shock Nomu, don't kill him, but hurt him enough so he'll talk. Izuku hardened both of his arms, raising them into an X block, just as the Nomu slammed their fist into the green-haired boy's defense. Grunting, Izuku was forced backwards, his feet digging into the concrete. I didn't copy this monster's quirks. Quirksmith mustn't be able to copy quirks when my skin is hardened. That means hardening must fundamentally change the composition of the user's skin. Izuku was pushed back further, his hardened skin starting to crack under the immense force from the bioengineered monster. It's failing, it's not strong enough. He could feel the pressure building on his arms. His bones felt like they were about to snap, forcing his arms to reharden over the damaged sections. Izuku examined his options. He couldn't release hardening to use another quirk without the monster turning his body to pulp. It was like a simple circuit. Quirksmith was the battery. The quirk he wanted to use was the bulb and Izuku himself was the switch. I can't use two quirks at once. I'd have to be consciously thinking about each quirk to keep it working. Active quirks at least. And if Quirksmith was like a circuit, then it stood to reason he could treat it as such. But that presented its own problems. In both series in parallel, the Quirksmith circuit would still only have one switch. If he wanted to use two quirks, they'd both be active at the same time or not at all. Resistance. Right, if I imagine this as a parallel circuit, then I can add a resistor large enough to reduce current, or rather the energy supplied by Quirksmith, to functionally zero. Rotating his hands and opening his palms, Izuku fired his largest explosion from each, while maintaining the hardening of his forearms. Yes, the Nomu screeched, but remained unfazed. If anything, the acrid smoke from the explosions were making it angrier. Izuku had felt the hardening weaken somewhat when he'd fired the explosions. However, it had returned to normal the second he had set the resistance of the explosive quirk high enough to turn it off. It really must be like a parallel circuit. Without resistance on either quirk, the power was split between them equally, half as strong as they would be if Izuku was using them alone. So, when he applied full resistance to explosion, hardening had all the power it would normally have. Izuku tried wave motion next, the spiral energy blasts proving to be nothing more than a mild annoyance to the beast. Then he'd just have to try seed breath. Izuku opened his mouth, seeds shooting like machine gun fire, impacting on the Nomu's skin and sprouting vines. The monster roared as the vines encased it, leaving only its eyes visible. Izuku released hardening, stumbling back as the Nomu struggled against the vines. It won't hold. He was right. The monster tore through the vines, taking a chunk out of its own shoulder as it did. It didn't seem to notice, swinging both its fists down on Izuku again. Hardening reactivated. Izuku blocked the blow, the force driving him back nearly 5 meters. Explosion, wave motion, and seed breath all haven't worked. Weld, variable mist, and speed are all useless right now, and I don't even properly know what origami even does. But I do have slingshot. Izuku touched his hardened finger pads to the monster's arm, activating slingshot's secondary ability, and watching as it floated a few inches off the ground, spinning as it panicked wildly. Dropping his hardening, Izuku charged one for all into his arm and punched the Nomu in the chest. The monster's shock absorption quirk took a large part of the force, but not all due to a lack of contact with the ground. The shock Nomu shot 50 foot into the air, coming to a halt as the force from one for all ran out. Shigaraki looked up at his floating monster with confusion before taking a step forward. Kurogiri placed a smoky hand on his young charge's shoulder, stopping him. I wouldn't get any closer. Izuku released Slingshot and the Nomu was hurled back down at the ground with immense speed. Dust blew past the green-haired boy, clearing to reveal the Nomu-led beak down in a massive crater, stretching out to damage the wall of the fountain. Water trickled down into the crater, pooling around the Namu's still form. But it still got up, angrier than ever, its wounds healing without a trace. That's not good. The Namu's fist smashed into Izuku's hardened arms once again, resuming their stalemate. It was becoming very clear that none of Izuku's quirks would be able to land a solid hit on the monster, so that meant defense was his best bet, running out time until help arrived. That just left Black Hole and Rockfist. The former was too risky. Kurogiri would just do to him what he'd done to 13. The latter quirk was unusable. As a mutant-type quirk, Izuku couldn't use it, unless Izuku slipped into quirk space, summoning the orbs of light that represented hardening and Rockfist to rest in front of him before closing his eyes. I can't afford to damage my muscles again, like I did when I made Slingshot. Reaching out to One for All, Izuku channeled its power, not in any part of his body, but internally in his quirk space. Opening his eyes, Izuku looked down. His arms were sparking with pale blue energy, but in his physical body they remained normal. I did it. Expanding both of the quirks, Izuku started by making a strand starting from the node that triggered the hardening's transformation to the node that represented the effect of Rockfist. The two quirks glowed silver, forcing Izuku to look away momentarily, turning back to see one compound quirk. Let's see if this worked. Izuku reached out and touched the new quirk. Rockhard, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 14, 2179. Type, Transformation. Compound of hardening and Rockfist. Allows the holder to transform any part of their body into a hardened rock or mineral. The more damage the hardened area takes, the stronger it becomes. Izuku blinked, exiting quirk space, returning to the physical plane. Activating Rockhard. Izuku's already armored arms transformed into rock, almost up to his elbows. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Another quirk. Fucking Hex. Glancing to one side, Izuku saw the Bark Nomu advancing on Tsuyu and Minda as they slowly dragged Aizawa back towards the platform. Pulling himself to one side, Izuku hit the ground running directly at the Bark Nomu. Using Slingshot to repel against the ground, Izuku flipped over the Nomu, landing in front of the monster as it brought its fist down. Izuku grunted as the massive fist slammed into his rock-hard forearms, forcing him backwards. Take Aizawa, go. Izuku transformed his lower legs into hardened rock, bracing himself. Now, Tsuyu and Minda picked up the pace, just about managing to carry a barely conscious Aizawa between them. Midoriya, don't. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, but I have to. Izuku took a step forward, pushing the Bark Nomu back slightly. What a pest. Shigaraki suddenly moved, his speed greater than what Izuku expected from someone without a speed quirk. Izuku didn't have time to move, watching as the pale man's hand wrapped around his face. Nothing happened. Shigaraki chuckled. You really are pretty cool, Eraserhead. Izuku's flicked back. Tsuyu and Minta were leaning Aizawa up, his eyes glowing red and his hair floating above his head. The Bark Namu's strength had reduced. Aizawa was erasing whatever strength quirk the monster had as well. Izuku kept one rock arm blocking the monster's fist, rearing the other back and punching the distracted Shigaraki in the face. Shigaraki was blasted back, bouncing across the concrete and impacting against the wall of the fountain. Tamura, Kurogiri portaled to Shigaraki's side, crouching over him. Are you okay? Shigaraki spat out blood, 2 teeth with it. That bastard. Kurogiri sighed. Tamura, I believe it is time we cut our losses. No. Shigaraki stood. This brat has to die. I want to see the life leave his eyes. Tamura, Kurogiri warned. You cannot allow your emotions to rule you. Screw your platitudes. Shigaraki brushed Kurogiri's hand off his shoulder. He's going to die. At the same time, Izuku deactivated Rockhard before activating Slingshot, attaching all 4 strands to the Bark Namu's armor, repelling him back towards the fountain, into the other Namu. Aizawa's hair fell, the man unable to continue using his quirk any longer. Izuku let his arms drop as he slowly walked towards the fountain. I need to be stronger. Come to die, have you? Shigaraki glared at him. Shock Namu, kill him. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa. I'm going to find a way to overcome the recoil. Find a quirk to negate the damage from One for All. Izuku watched as the Shock Namu charged at him, undoing his gym jacket and tossing it aside. Shock Absorption, Hyper Regeneration. This is going to hurt. The Namu swiped his arm, sending a backfist screaming towards Izuku. Midoriya. The fist smashed into Izuku. He felt his bones snap and crumple, agony flooding his veins. Izuku's limp body flew back, impacting into a lamppost, bending it over almost completely. Tsuyu and Minta watched in horror as their classmate's broken form dropped to the floor, blood pooling around his body. Shota couldn't breathe, unable to look away from Izuku's broken body. The image of Abaro's body laid over it. The underground hero met Izuku's glassy eyes, his expression slightly shocked, smoke gently issuing from his mouth. Shigaraki laughed raucously. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Now for his friends. Minda was crying, pulling on a frozen Aizawa with all his might. Faster, faster, Tsuyu. Tsuyu wasn't hearing him, her eyes unable to look away from Izuku as the smoke slowly obscured him from view. Shigaraki raced towards the frog-like girl, hand outstretched. I'm going to enjoy this. Aizawa blinked rapidly, trying to get his quirk to work, but he couldn't, his eyes were too dry. A hand gripped Shigaraki's wrist before he could reach Tsuyu. The smoke dispersed. Izuku stood, fully healed, his gym trousers ripped and torn, ending just below his knees, light blue sparks cracking around his body. He's alive. Minda dropped Aizawa in his shock. He's alive. Shigaraki's expression darkened. Strength, ×3, hyper regeneration, ×2, shock absorption, ×1, all passive. Izuku had expected the emotions attached to the quirks copied from the Nomu to match its rage, but instead he felt fear and pain radiating from them. The Nomu wasn't angry, it was hurting. At its core it was human, scared and alone. Izuku tightened his grip on Shigaraki, his 3 new strength quirks stacking to give him a 4.8x increase to his raw muscle power. I overstrained Quirksmith again. One for all is at 110% now, much more and it'll destroy my body every time I use it. That monster was human, until you forced those quirks on it and twisted them into that. Izuku threw out his free arm, using Slingshot to repel the bark Nomu and his armor before it could attack him. Shigaraki shrugged. Well, not me personally. Izuku's eyes bored into Shigaraki, before he twisted and snapped the pale man's wrist. Shigaraki cried in pain. Nomu, kill. You won't hurt them. Izuku planted his foot and spun on the spot, throwing Shigaraki back towards the fountain. The black Nomu charged at Izuku, almost trampling its master, if not for Kurogiri opening a portal under Shigaraki before it could. Izuku reached out to One for All, channeling into his legs before he leapt forwards, rocketing directly at the Nomu. He felt both his legs snap. Although not as badly as normal, shock absorption took some of the recoil. Unfortunately, it was more effective the more muscle mass the holder had, and Izuku had far less than the monster he'd copied the quirk from. Texas Smash. Just as Izuku felt hyper regeneration heal his legs, he charged One for All into his right arm and punched the black Nomu, and still the monster shrugged it off, barely moving, its shock absorption quirk negating the backlash in Izuku's arm. Izuku activated Rock Hard in his arms, blocking the Nomu's fist. Let's try speed over power. Izuku started punching, again and again, using both his passive strength increase and One for All for a combined strength factor of around 55x. But still it didn't work. The Nomu wrapped its massive hand around Izuku and lifted him into the air, pulling its other hand back to punch him. Izuku landed 10 meters away, skipping along the concrete and coming to a halt close to the water's edge. This time Izuku got up a lot faster, the shock absorption taking the brunt of the damage, leaving him with a number of cuts and a few broken bones. Hyper regeneration activated. While the quirk itself was passive, it was constantly checking for injuries, healing them when it found them. The final cut, across Izuku's cheek, sealed shut as the Nomu lumbered towards him. I'm still not strong enough, but if I overstrain Quirksmith to increase One for All's power anymore, it will blow my limbs off when I use it. A realization struck Izuku. It would blow limbs off, but I would just grow them back again. Determination filled Izuku, jumping away from the Nomu and calling on One for All to supercharge his speed quirk. Time slowed to a crawl. Izuku took a deep breath. He had hoped to at least have had the time to actually practice this super move he'd thought of the day before, but needs must. One for All. Jet Set Run. Izuku set off running, moving through the plaza at blinding speed to the outside world, touching every villain as he passed, copying their quirks. He turned, heading towards the conflagration zone, racing from street to street, the air displaced from his movement extinguishing the flames. Izuku searched the zone, finding the villains had crowded in the center, the last of the 3 monsters already defeated. Ducking around Ada's barely moving body, Izuku scooped up all the villains, some unconscious, some fleeing, and dumped them in a pile next to the incapacitated Claw Nomu, copying each of their quirks as he did, biting back the rising pain. Izuku moved on, sprinting in the direction of the mountain zone, giving Momo a wave she definitely wouldn't be able to see, collecting the already defeated villains and using Quirksmith on them. Izuku smiled. The pain was getting easier to handle, before racing to the landslide zone. He shoulder-barged each of the villains fighting Todoroki, copying their quirks at the same time, before the pain suddenly intensified. I was wrong. The pain is getting so much worse. Tripping slightly on the last one, Izuku only knocked him to the ground. Izuku moved to go back to him, but his speed quirk twinged. He'd used 3 out of the 5 seconds of super speed he had before the quirk was exhausted. He didn't have the time. So he kept on running. Into the ruins zone, he didn't find any of his classmates, but he did find where the fight had taken place. In a room of one of the buildings, Izuku found it filled with defeated villains and blast marks. These guys never stood a chance against Kaken. Copying the villains' quirks, Izuku went for the downpour zone, plowing into a group of villains, touching each one as he did. Izuku changed direction, heading back for the main plaza as his speed quirk ran on fumes, the pain from massively overstrained Quirksmith nearly breaking his concentration. Izuku tripped as his super speed ran out, rolling across the concrete, bouncing slightly, before coming to a halt near the edge of the water, the same place he had started. His body was on fire, unable to stop himself from screaming. Pale blue energy sparking over him, at a frequency far greater than the last 2 times Izuku had overstrained his quirks. But then, as soon as it came, the pain left. Izuku blinked. He was standing in his quirk space. But it was different. The black void was the same, but its contents had changed. In the center was Quirksmith and One for All, the 2 quirks equally sized, colored red and pale green. The latter was lighter colored than it had been before, with cyan blue sparks now running through it. Around them, all Izuku's copied quirks lit up the void like stars in the night sky, of all different colors. Stepping forwards, Izuku touched Quirksmith, examining the 12 quirks contained within. Helmet, laser, wooden claws from his hands, chameleon, shock dispersion, size, bat, jaw, mantis, prehensile hair. Looking up, Izuku could see so many more quirks. 126 quirks, 100 of them from the assembled army of villains. Izuku remembered copying every one of them. In fact, Izuku remembered what he had for dinner on September 3, 2167, a rather tasty tonkatsu, his mom's of course, perfectly. He had a memory quirk now. Well, he had 2 of them, both passively granting him perfect memory and recall. In total, 135 quirks, plus One for All. I told you we would speak again soon. Izuku turned, seeing the same tall dark-haired woman as the day before. 7. The woman smiled, nodding her head slightly. You knew I would do this, didn't you? I did. 7 reached out to touch the energy ball that represented One for All. How? 7 smiled, looking over her shoulder at Izuku. That is something you can't know yet. Izuku sighed. I thought you might say that. 7 walked over to stand in front of Izuku, ruffling his hair with her hand. Good luck, Izuku. I'd say to stay safe, but we both know that isn't going to happen. He returned. Shigaraki looked confused, staring at the sparking boy as he writhed on the floor in agony. What's wrong with this brat? Kirigiri stepped forwards. According to our source, when he overstrains his quirk, he somehow gets stronger. He must have copied every quirk he could find. He was only gone a few seconds, surely. Kirigiri interrupted Shigaraki. The boy has many quirks. Our source says he has a speed quirk of some kind. Izuku felt the pain subside as he returned from his quirk space, slowly pushing himself to his feet, his balance slightly off. I did it. One for All's power. It's at 180%. You know, I see now why Sensei is so interested in you. Shigaraki was scratching his neck again. And also see why he wanted us to kill you if you wouldn't join us. You're a threat. I think we both know my answer to that one. Shigaraki shrugged. Sure, that's why you have to die. You can try. Izuku glared back at the pale man. Shigaraki sighed, before turning his head to the bark Nomu. Kill him, rip his head from his body. The white Nomu lumbered towards the green-haired boy, towering over him. Shigaraki chuckled. This is your death, brat. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself, a 2-pronged plan forming in his mind. One that would take out the white Nomu, lightening the load for the heroes when they arrived, and one to signal them. It's over, Shigaraki. Izuku started pouring the power of One for All into his left arm. You've lost. Why have I lost, brat? Shigaraki sneered at the green-haired boy. All you came here to do today was kill and destroy. You fight for nothing and no one but yourself. A swirling rainbow of light gathered around Izuku's fist. You lack resolve. Activating variable mist. Izuku called on his perfect recall, the chemical formula and structure for disperse red 9 that he'd gotten from Momo, coming to the front of his mind. Go beyond. One for All. 180%. Detroit Smash. Izuku punched the bark Nomu, its wooden armor shattering on impact, and breathed out a massive cloud of red smoke. A massive tornado of wind shot upwards from Izuku's point of contact with the Nomu, taking the red smoke with it, hidden from view in its core. The shockwave from Izuku's punch blasted through the facility, ripping part of the roof away, shattering every last pane of glass. The bark Nomu rocketed up and away, landing somewhere in the landslide zone by Izuku's reckoning. Izuku set a grim smile on his face. The wind and dust clearing to reveal his still raised left arm had been blown apart from just above the elbow, blood and bone splattered all around him. The visera began to steam, evaporating as Izuku's left arm began to regrow. First the bone, then the muscles and tendons, before finally the skin, whole and unblemished. Izuku lowered his arm, looking Shigaraki straight in the eye. This is your game over. Mirai and Toshinori shielded themselves with their arms as the massive gust of air blew past them. Toshinori lowered his arm. That was one for all. That was nearly as powerful as I was before my injury. Mirai repressed the urge to wince at his former friend's comment. Look, above the roof. Red smoke. Toshinori swelled, assuming his hero form despite being past his limit. Something is very wrong, I have to go. Toshinori, wait. Mirai reached out to touch All Might as he sprinted away, his fingertips barely brushing the blonde giant. Mirai's eyes widened as his quirk activated, images flashing through his mind. All Might clashing with a monster taller than even him. Two teenagers dragging a racer head away. A green-haired boy lying on the ground. This fight wasn't Toshinori's death, but it was Izuku Midoriya's, crumbled to ash and dust. The doors to the USJ slammed open, revealing the figure of All Might, his suit jacket held in one hand. Behind him stood Sato, Kirishima, Ashido, Siro, and Shoji, the villains they'd been fighting now defeated by the #1 hero. It's fine now, because I am here. The first thing Izuku noticed was that All Might wasn't smiling. All Might always smiled, no matter the threat. The corners of a smile appeared from either side of the hand on Shigaraki's face. I've been waiting, hero, the symbol of peace. Worthless trash. Shigaraki laughed. Toshinori's eyes darkened as he saw the red smoke rising from the ruined roof of the USJ. That force was one for all, though he hadn't expected his protege to have the proficiency to squeeze that much power out of it yet. Variable mist means I can emit mist made from various compounds from my body, but I need to know the chemical formula for it to work. Young Midoriya, Toshinori mumbled under his breath. Toshinori, wait. Toshinori called on One for All, swelling into his muscle form faster than the blink of an eye, and sprinted towards the USJ, every footstep cracking the pavement. I may be at my limit, but I'll just have to go beyond it. That was the lesson young Izuku taught me. He was getting close to the entrance now. Toshinori could see the students fighting a group of villains just outside the doors. Fear not. Missouri smash. Toshinori moved his right arm into a chopping position and swept through the villains, using his momentum to boost his waning strength. All Might, Kirishima cheered, releasing the hardening in his arms and face. Both the red-haired teen and Ashido were crying tears of relief. Young Charges, my apologies I took this long to come to your aid, but take comfort, your fight is over now. Toshinori marched towards the USJ doors, his face grim. He couldn't muster the strength to smile. My fight has begun. Toshinori slammed the doors open with more force than needed, using the loud noise to attract attention. After all, many villains fled or surrendered at the mere sight of him. It's fine now, because I am here. Grabbing his tie, a cheap blue one he bought in bulk, Toshinori ripped it clean from around his neck and tossed it away, followed by his suit jacket. Continuing to walk, Toshinori stopped at the edge of the platform, the top of the stairs. Below him he saw the main plaza, Izuku in his ruined gym outfit, looking relatively unharmed, Asui and Minta holding an unconscious Aizawa. By the damaged fountain, water pooling in the bottom of a crater, were the villains. A pale man with a hand for a mask, another man, made entirely of mist, and the last was a hulking monster, taller, wider and more muscular than Toshinori had been, even in his prime. A number of villains, fairly low down the food chain by the look of them, crowded at the bottom of the stairs. A large blue villain, with horns and a single eye, spoke. Ihan, you idiot. We can't fucking back down now, we're here to kill him. Stonehenge, parts of his rocky skin still cracked from his encounter with Aizawa, pushed past Cyclops and Ihan. All Might, Toshinori sighed, turning his gaze to the villain. You put me away, for 6 years. Stonehenge flexed all 4 of his arms. I'm here for revenge, this time I'll fucking kill. Toshinori surged forwards, moving faster than the villains could see or react, slamming into them and coming to a halt at the side of Tsuyu, Minta and Aizawa. Crouching down, Toshinori checked his fellow teacher and pro-hero. He was battered and bruised, a fresh scar under his right eye, but no major injuries. Midoriya, he healed Sensei, Kiro. Toshinori nodded. Chiyo had told him about Izuku's use of One for All as a power source for the quirk he copied from the elderly nurse. Young Asui, young Minta, you've done so well. Toshinori managed a smile, the adrenaline pounding in his veins. Allow me to continue your hard work. Standing, Toshinori blasted forwards, grabbing Izuku and reversing his current momentum with a snap of his One for All enhanced fingers. Placing the green-haired boy down beside his classmates, Toshinori rested a hand on his shoulder. I got your message, young Midoriya. Toshinori didn't have to fake a smile this time. His heart swelled with pride. Well done, and I'm sorry for doubting your quirk. Izuku's calm demeanor broke, wiping away tears. All Might, that monster, the Nomu, it has multiple quirks, shock absorption, strength, hyper-regeneration. Even at full power, I couldn't even make it flinch. Toshinori caught the true meaning the green-haired boy was trying to convey. This is all for one's doing. I understand. But for now, take Aizawa and head for the entrance. Toshinori struck a pose, peace sign over his right eye. Fear not. Whether this monster was made recently or is just a relic of a dead man, it doesn't matter right now. Protecting the students and Aizawa is my priority. Near the fountain, Shigaraki was crawling around on all fours, running his hands across the concrete. Father, I'm so sorry, father. His grip closed around his fallen hand. Shigaraki stood, staring down at the object in his hand. That's all it is, isn't it? Just state-sponsored violence. Shigaraki returned the hand to its proper place. He's fast, too fast to keep up with, but still not as much as I expected. I guess Sensei was right. He really is getting weaker. Toshinori formed an X with his arms. Since his injury, he'd had to retire his North and South Carolina smashes. He simply didn't have the strength for them anymore. Carolina smash, rocketing towards the Nomu. A shockwave either side of his path. Toshinori delivered a double chop to the beast's chest. It didn't even blink. Seriously, I know young Izuku said he had shock absorption, but no effect at all. Shigaraki sneered at the number 1 hero. The brat told you already. Nomu can take anything you throw at it. You'd better off ripping him apart, if you can keep up with his regeneration, that is. Toshinori blocked a punch front the Nomu with one arm, before he spun on one foot, moving himself behind the monster. Thanks for the info, I appreciate it. Toshinori grabbed the monster around his waist and lifted it into the air. This'll be a cinch. Izuku was making his way back to the bottom of the main stairs, Aizawa's arm around his shoulder. Tsuyu had the other, Minta taking up the rear, when All Might suplexed Nomu, a shockwave ripping through the USJ. He turned, looking back. All Might's in a whole other league. Minta had stopped to watch as well. Turning a suplex into an explosion like that. And yet, as a teacher, he's such a rookie, with those cheat sheets of his. Tsuyu tilted her head. Midori, are you sure you didn't copy All Might's quirk? They really do look similar now I've seen them up close. Izuku just shook his head. He couldn't think of an excuse. His eyes locked on where All Might and the Nomu had been, now obscured by a dust cloud. Something was wrong. Izuku could feel it. That monster, it might really be able to kill him, but if I try to help him, I'll just get in his way. I'm stuck looking on, helpless, useless. Deku, I know I have to trust All Might, but I also know the truth. That exchange between Aizawa and 13 before the attack, the 3 fingers they held up. All Might is already beyond his limit. Tsuyu spoke. I guess we were worried about nothing. That power. It didn't dispel the rotten feeling in the pit of Izuku's stomach. The dust cleared, and Izuku's heart dropped, fear gripping it. All Might was on his back, his arms slamming the Nomu down into the ground. Except Kirigiri had opened a portal to underneath the number 1 hero. The Nomu's massive hand grabbed All Might's side, driving its fingers into where Izuku knew the man's devastating wound was. All Might coughed, a small drip of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. It was a trap after all. Shigaraki slowly clapped. Excellent timing, Kirigiri. So, did you really think that would work? All Might, driving him into the concrete and stopping him from moving. He's as strong or maybe even stronger than you. Izuku reached a hand out. All Might. He felt something grip his arm. It was Tsuyu. All Might told us to go, Kiro. All Might grunted, trying to peel the Nomu's hands from around his torso. Impressive, for first-timers, but this won't hold me. I can't say I'm fond of blood and guts in my void, Kirigiri said, as the Nomu pulled. The monster began to drag the lower half of All Might's body through the swirling purple portal. But for you, I'll make an exception. Kirigiri's misty head flared, growing larger. Killing you was never the Nomu's job. It's mine. The Nomu was just here to counter your strength and get you in the right place. All Might coughed again, more blood coming from his mouth. My job is to close my portal at the right moment, thereby cutting you in two. Izuku's mind whirled. I have to do something. Minta, help Tsuyu, with Aizawa in my place. Izuku passed Aizawa to Minta, his hands leaving the underground hero as he took a step forward, closer to the fight. Minta's eyes widened. My Midoriya, you can't. All Might, there's so much more I need you to teach me. I have to. Izuku surged into motion, focusing on the feeling of one for all 100%. The feeling he'd felt during the ball throw test. Don't let the egg break. Young Midoriya, don't. Izuku flicked his finger. It snapped, turning a light shade of purple, as a massive burst of wind blew through All Might and the villains, buffeting Kirigiri and knocking Shigaraki off his feet. Die. Bakugo soared in, explosions powering his hovering, past All Might and the Nomu. Releasing his quirk, Bakugo dropped with a yell, tackling Kirigiri to the ground, pressing his palm to the villain's collar, just as Izuku had done earlier. You slipped up. Bakugo leaned forward, speaking into where an average person would have an ear. When you said that was a close one, you gave it away. You've got an actual body under all that misty crap. Impressive. Your green-haired friend figured it out as well. Kirigiri didn't try to escape. The 10 minutes he'd spent unable to move thanks to Izuku's explosion served as a warning. Oh, come on. Bakugo raged, small explosions popping in the hand restraining Kirigiri. Fuck it, if you do anything fishy, I'll blow you sky high. Izuku sucked in a breath as his finger healed, finished in just over 10 seconds. Kaken had the warp villain under control, so Izuku had to free All Might. Before Izuku could move, ice shot across the ground and up one of the Nomu's legs, encasing its entire right side, bar the head. Izuku turned his head left, seeing Todoroki approaching from the direction of the landslide zone. Todoroki, make me a block of ice. Uraraka came into view, as Todoroki created a 1-meter square of ice. Touching her fingertips to the ice, Uraraka removed its gravity and spun around, throwing it at Shigaraki. Moments before impact, Uraraka cancelled her quirk, returning the ice block's weight, but it never hit, crumbled to dust by the 5 digits of Shigaraki's hand. Fire. A cannonball shot from the distance. Shigaraki was so focused on defending himself against the block of ice from Uraraka that he was unable to stop the cannonball striking him in the side. It exploded into black goo, covering the pale-haired villain and beginning to expand. Twisting his arms, Shigaraki placed his hand on the goo, decaying it. But it kept expanding as fast as he could destroy it. The smoke cleared, revealing Momo stood next to a cannon, Gyro and Kaminari at her side. On the other side of the cannon was Mikumo, with Takoyami, Koda and Hagakure, Mikumo's gym jacket showing where she was. A cable wrapped around Shigaraki's ankles. The pale man overbalanced and fell. On Izuku's right, in the direction of the downpour zone, Hatsum lowered her SHTR gauntlet, a nauseous-looking Aoyama on one side, and Ida supporting Ajiro on the other, his posture ramrod straight. Looks like your plan to kill us has gone shit sideways, doesn't it? Bakugo shot a sadistic grin at the villains. Toshinori gripped the Nomu's arm and pulled, freeing himself. Young Todoroki. He managed to freeze just the monster, such precise control for someone his age. Launching clear of the portal, Toshinori landed 10 feet in front of Izuku, his back to him, facing the villains. Scum like you could never kill the symbol of peace. Todoroki's face remained impassive, his voice betraying disgust and a hint of cold anger. Holding his wound, Toshinori allowed time for his breathing to return to normal before speaking. Stay back, young charges. Shigaraki finished decaying the cable around his ankles, freeing himself. Looks like you've pinned down our escape route. This could be annoying. Bakugo sneered at Shigaraki, looking supremely smug. TCH, not only have you beaten our stage, but you've done it at full health. Shigaraki sighed. You kids really are something. We should be ashamed of ourselves, but we will be needing our way out back. No one moved, tension filling the air. Nomu, kill the explosion brat. The Nomu pulled itself out of the portal and upright, its frozen arm and leg cracking and shattering to pieces. It's falling apart, but it keeps on moving. Uraraka took a half step backwards, many of the other students doing the same. Toshinori watched as the Nomu's arm and leg regrew, first the bones, followed by the muscles and then the skin. So this is hyper-regeneration. Shigaraki sneered at Toshinori. This is your opposite, the anti-symbol of peace, a living sandbag, super-powered, created to handle whatever you throw at it. The Nomu burst forth, towards Bakugo, its fist drawn back. Toshinori pushed one for all to its limit, pushing himself to stand in the way of the Nomu with a sidestep, as Izuku used that compound telekinesis quirk he had created to pull Bakugo out of danger. Bang! The Nomu's fist slammed into Toshinori's crossed forearms, blood dripping from his lips as he was driven backwards, creating 2 deep grooves in the concrete. Bakugo looked shocked, his sudden rescue surprising him. What was that? Izuku was holding his arm out in Bakugo's direction. You fucking saved me. Bakugo roared as he stood, before mumbling under his breath, so only Izuku could hear him. Even after all I've done to you. The dust cleared, revealing Toshinori to his students. He'd made sure to wipe away the blood from his mouth and make his block look more solid. He had to give them reassurance that he would defeat this foe. I don't know if I can. He's too strong, too resilient. But I have to make them feel safe. Toshinori lowered his arms. Do you not know how to hold back? No matter the cost. Shigaraki snorted derisively. I had to save my comrades. Just like the plain one, with the copy quirk. Earlier, he went at the Nomu with everything he had to save that underground hero. No one spoke. That's all you heroes are, a reason to hurt others, to use your quirk in the name of saving others. How admirable. Shigaraki held up a hand. And yet, people like me are called villains simply because we wish to freely use the gifts we have been given. Toshinori's glowing blue eyes turned the pale-haired man. That's a quote from Destro's manifesto, isn't it? So what if it is? Shigaraki shrugged. He fought for equality, true equality, and was declared a villain. What about you, symbol of peace? He didn't respond. Instead, Toshinori studied the man closely. You're the ultimate tool for keeping us down, beating us into submission with violence. But violence only breeds more violence, does it not? We'll show the world that, as well as the evil and corruption of the system you represent by killing you. Liar. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. Idealistic villains, they have a fire in their eyes. They believe they are ultimately doing. Toshinori's eyes flashed brighter. But you don't have that. You know this is wrong, evil, and you're just enjoying yourself. Shigaraki laughed. You've got me. I'm a big fat fraud, just like you. Todoroki took a step forward and spoke. You're surrounded and outnumbered. 3 to 10, it's over for you. Izuku frowned, looking around. The others who had come from different directions had skirted the edge of the fight, joining himself, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Todoroki. In the distance, Izuku could see Takoyami and Ida helping to carry Ajiro away, his leg clearly broken, with Koda, Jiro, Kaminari, and Aoyama taking up the rear. Momo caught his eye from where she stood next to Uraraka, giving him a smile. Izuku returned one of his own, before looking back to the fight and speaking. We can back up All Might by taking the 2 leaders out. Yeah, especially since we know the Mist Guy's weakness now. Uraraka clenched her fists and bobbed her head. Toshinori held out his arm, in front of the 8 students, 6 from heroics, 2 from support. No, run away. I'll handle them myself. If I hadn't intervened earlier, then you would have been in serious trouble, wouldn't you? Todoroki looked to the number 1 hero. For that, you have my thanks, young Todoroki. Toshinori moved closer to the villains. But this is a different matter. Just watch as a pro gives it his all. Izuku watched in fear as his idol and mentor reassured his fellow classmates. But not him. He knew what the blood on All Might's left side meant, that he was way past his limit, that his power was waning, and he couldn't do anything. Izuku let his head drop. I'm useless. Izuku felt like the scared boy he knew he still was deep down, shrouded by the false confidence he pulled from his comped quirks. A fake, a liar. Without One for All, he would have been nothing. Maybe he still was. Izuku saw All Might flash his classmates a thumbs up and beaming smile. I don't think you can be a hero, Izuku. You already are a hero. Mom, you wear your heart on your sleeve, but you have an iron core. Detective Tsukanchi, young Midoriya, well done, and I'm sorry for doubting your quirk. All Might. Momo. Izuku reached out, feeling the familiar power of One for All pulsing weakly under All Might's skin. At age 3, Izuku Midoriya dedicated himself to becoming a hero. At age 4, Izuku Midoriya was told he was born quirkless. At age 15, Izuku Midoriya learned this wasn't true. And now, he'll show the world. Izuku saw the strand of power, invisible to the eye, connecting the copy of One for All inside him to All Might's. Channeling the additional 80% of One for All that Izuku had cultivated, he poured it down the link to All Might. Whoa, Deki's glowing. He opened his eyes, seeing multicolored light enshrouding his body. So's All Might. Uraraka cheered. Izuku's eyes turned, looking at his mentor, who was covered in the same glow as himself. Izuku must have copied some sort of power-boosting quirk. Momo mused, her use of the green-haired boy's first name not going unnoticed by the others. Todoroki's eyes scrutinized both Izuku and All Might, and the similarity of the light surrounding each of them as it began to fade. The light was gone, but Toshinori still felt the power flooding his veins. No longer was he pushing One for All past its limit. In fact, he felt like he had another couple of hours in him, instead of running on fumes. Turning to look back at his protege, Toshinori gave him a wide smile. A genuine smile. Todoroki noted that. Thank you, young Midoriya. Toshinori shot the green-haired boy a peace sign. I'll take it from here. One for All. It's 80% stronger. No wonder that punch that destroyed the roof looked so powerful for a beginner. Shigaraki was frantically scratching his neck. This fucking kid and his broken fucking quirk. Tamura, now is not the. I know. Shigaraki calmed. No matter, Nomu, Kurogiri, kill him. I'll deal with the children. Toshinori tightened his fists. It's true my power has been declining faster than I expected, faster than it did for Nana. But this power Izuku has given me, the power he's gained from overstraining his natural quirk. Shigaraki's eyes bored into Toshinori, hatred shining in them. Let's clear this and get home. I tire of this. I'll use this power he's given me to protect these heroes in training. I must. Shigaraki raced at Izuku and Bakugo. With unnatural speed, the teens prepared to defend themselves. Because I am. All Might called on every last ounce of One for All's power, both natural and the boost granted by his protege, energy flooding his veins in a way he hadn't felt in nearly 6 years. The symbol of peace has shone bright, power rolling off him in waves, making Shigaraki and all the students stop to watch. With the slight push of one of his feet, All Might rocketed forwards as the Nomu did the same, the two titans heading straight for the other, their fists pulled back, ready to punch. A sound like a cannon issued as All Might and the Namu's fists met, followed by a shockwave, knocking Shigaraki and all but a couple of students, Izuku, who used slingshot, and Todoroki, who created an ice wall behind himself, off their feet. The Namu's arm rippled and morphed as its shock absorption quirk barely managed to take the force of the number 1 hero. Shigaraki flipped in the air, landing on his feet with a nonchalance that didn't hide the practiced grace. You said it yourself, about shock absorption, didn't you? All Might gritted his teeth. Yes, I did. The number one hero sent punch after punch at the Nomu, the mindless beast zone coming to meet it every time. A wind started to blow, getting stronger with each blocked punch. Instead of slowing down, the two titans only got faster, until their arms were just blurs, a head-on fist fight. But he just absorbs it all. Izuku grunted as the force began to push him back, regardless of slingshot. Except, he's not giving the Nomu time to absorb the blow before the next one. On the other side, Kurogiri was sliding backwards, 2 steps for every one he took forward. I can't get close. This wind, it's too strong. All Might increased the speed of his punches, the force coming from him and the Nomu increasing in turn. Young Midoriya is correct. All Might's voice was booming, audible over even the howling wind. This shock absorption quirk this beast has is just that, not shock nullification, so there must be a limit, surely not. The Nomu's entire torso was rippling now, the skin and muscle warping desperately to contain All Might's power. A massive fist drove into All Might's wound, drawing fresh blood, soaking his pure white shirt even more. All Might grunted, but he wasn't deterred. Instead, he redoubled his efforts. You were created to handle whatever I throw at you. All Might was speaking to the Nomu now, regardless of its mindless nature, created to withstand 100% of my power. All Might continued to rain blows on the Nomu, too fast for it to even block. Instead, it just took them, slowly driving it backwards and All Might forwards. He was gaining ground. Then I'll just have to go beyond that. All Might roared. I'll break my limit. Izuku couldn't take his eyes off All Might. Even though he's spitting up blood, even though his body is failing him, he's giving it his all. Every single hit, it's more than 100% of his power. The Nomu lost its footing, bouncing across the concrete, followed by All Might slamming his arms down on its back as it attempted to stand. Even in the darkest of moments, a hero can always break free. All Might grabbed the Nomu's arm and launched himself into the sky, before kicking the beast in the chest, sending it flying further into the air, rising to meet it. All Might gripped its arm once again, spinning in the air and throwing it to the ground with all of his might, face first, creating a massive crater 3 times the one Izuku had made. The monster rebounded, flying 5 meters into the air. All Might slammed down on the ground, on one knee, before the Nomu had even finished rebounding. Villain, have you ever heard these words? All Might reared back his fist as his entire arm began to glow, a faint silver color. The light began to change, first to pale blue, then pink, before flashing quickly through orange, red, navy, purple, and finally, yellow. Go beyond. A swirling rainbow of light, of each color that it had already glowed, gathered around All Might's fist. Plus Ultra. All Might slammed his fist into the Nomu's gut as it fell. Yellow light glowed from within the Nomu's chest as its shock absorption quirk tried and failed to negate All Might's strike. The Nomu rocketed upwards, at an angle, blasting through an undamaged section of the USJ's roof, shaking the facility to its very core and into the sky, parting 2 clouds before vanishing into a speck. On the platform, the rest of Class 1 was gathered, including those who'd initially escaped the USJ, watching in awe before calling and cheering. They thought it was over, Mirai realized, as he raced past them, heading for the stairs, throwing a high-density seal at Mask, the villain having just freed himself from the vines, hitting him directly in the forehead, knocking him out. I'm not going to make it. If the child dies before passing it on, then One for All will fade once Toshinori can no longer use it. Mirai slowed, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Down in the main plaza, Bakugo looked at the sky, seeing the raw power of All Might with his own eyes. How can I ever hope to compete, to surpass him? Izuku's eyes shined with joy and admiration, even though his heart still weighed heavy with fear for his mentor. Lowering his gaze, Izuku watched as the dust cloud around All Might began to thin, allowing him to see the trails of steam that indicated the number one hero's imminent transformation. I really have gotten weaker. In my prime, I could have done that with 5 hits. All Might spoke, his booming voice carrying a wide smile on his face as he turned to face his students. As it was, that took nearly 200. All Might turned his foot, his head following, to glare at Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Now, villains, I think we all know this fight is over. All Might repressed the urge to cough up blood. Shigaraki reached to his neck, scratching frantically as he began to draw blood, running down his fingers. He was supposed to be weaker, but we were completely overwhelmed. The Nomu is gone. Did Sensei lie? What's wrong? All Might boomed, getting Shigaraki's attention, his bloody hand falling to his side. Aren't you going to come at me? I thought you were here to kill me, after all. All Might's eyes hardened. Kill me, if you can. In that moment, not just the villains, but the students as well, realized why exactly many villains gave up when faced by the number one hero, why crime rates were at an all-time low across the country, why All Might was dubbed the symbol of peace. Bakugo watched the number one hero. All Might, looks like we didn't need to fight after all, Todoroki commented, turning to head towards the platform. The other students joined him, even Bakugo, but not Izuku. He couldn't look away from the thin trails of steam issuing from All Might's skin. Deku, we should get out of here, like All Might said, and get out of his way. Izuku didn't hear Uraraka, he couldn't. All Might, he's at his limit. Even with the power I transferred to him, his body just can't keep up. He's bluffing. He probably doesn't even have the strength to take a single step. All Might proved Izuku wrong, taking a step forward and yelling, "What's taking you so long, villains? Are you scared?" But Izuku was ultimately right. The smoke trails were getting larger and more frequent, the pro hero's arms and legs shaking slightly. Shigaraki reached up to scratch with both hands, but Kurogiri spoke. "Tamura Shigaraki, calm yourself." Kurogiri paused. "All Might, he's been weakened by the Nomu's attacks. You can see it if you look closer. The children are leaving. If we work together, we still have a chance of killing him." Shigaraki calmed, lowering his arms. That's right. We have no choice but to kill him. The last boss is within my grasp." Izuku's eyes widened. "I have to do something." Shigaraki sprinted at All Might, hands outstretched. "Consider this my revenge for that Nomu." Kurogiri warped closer to All Might, his purple mist swelling in size. Slingshot repelled Izuku forwards, as he prepared to send a full-powered one-for-all flick at Kurogiri's collar, in the hopes of blowing him away from All Might. "Young Midoriya, no. Get away from All Might." A warp opened in front of Izuku, his outstretched hand sailing towards it as Shigaraki's hand appeared from it. Time seemed to slow, but not because of any quirk he had, but because of the fact Izuku was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. None of his quirks could react fast enough. Shigaraki's fingers would touch him in the blink of an eye. They were just millimeters from his hand now. In all the excitement of All Might's arrival, Izuku had forgotten one thing, his gloves. They had been destroyed by One for All's power, and he'd touched Aizawa without thinking. Then that meant. Izuku blinked, his eyes opening to reveal glowing red irises, his hair floating. The warp closed in an instant. Shigaraki screamed in pain. Izuku blinked. He had barely managed to hold erasure for a second, but it had been enough. His trajectory had been changed. Izuku sailed clear of Kurogiri and slammed into the concrete with a loud snap. He was pretty sure that was his leg he'd just broken. Shigaraki sobbed, holding his severed hand with his remaining left hand. My hand, that fucking child, I'm going to kill him." The pale villain went to lunge at Izuku. A gunshot rang out, a bullet striking Shigaraki's remaining hand. All Might turned, looking back to see Mirai running towards the main plaza. Up on the platform, the pro heroes of UA had joined the students, as well as Aizawa and 13. At the front of them, Snipe stood, his pistol aimed in the direction of the villains. "Everyone, sorry we're late." Nedzu spoke, riding on Vlad King's shoulder. "I gathered everyone I could as soon as we saw that smoke signal." The villains at the bottom of the stairs, the ones defeated by Aizawa, had awoken, readying themselves to attack the heroes on the platform. Present Mike walked to the top of the stairs and yelled at them. "YHHH." The villains clutched their ears as the hero's quirk assaulted them, the noise leading many of them to pass out. Ectoplasm ejected a horde of clones from his mouth, down the stairs, quickly picking off the villains that had weathered Present Mike's attack. Shigaraki stood, cradling his severed hand. "This is game over. I guess it's time we left. Kurogiri, we can kill All Might another time." Snipe fired again, his bullets changing trajectory to ensure they weren't immediately lethal wounds, hitting his arms and legs. Shigaraki dropped his hand as he fell to the ground, blood pooling around him as Kurogiri began to swallow him up. All Might. Shigaraki burned as they zeroed in on the number one hero. "Next time, I'll kill you, and these brats of yours." With that, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were gone, leaving only the former's severed hand behind. Toshinori breathed a sigh of relief. His students were safe. His body gave out, leaving him in his true, emaciated state, steam billowing from him in waves. Izuku, are you okay?" Toshinori turned his head. Yaoyorozu was running right towards him. Shit, as much as I must applaud young Yaoyorozu's concern for her classmate, she can't see me like this. A wall of concrete shot up, blocking Toshinori and Izuku from the sight of the black-haired girl, stopping her in her tracks as well. Cementos looked at Yaoyorozu from the side of the wall. "We want to make sure all the students are safe. Join the others up on the platform." Yaoyorozu looked at the concrete wall nervously. Did that villain injure Izuku? Or maybe All Might? Were the teachers hiding it? She hesitated, but in the end Yaoyorozu turned and began walking back the way she came, passing a tall, green and yellow-haired man running the other way. He was a pro hero if she remembered correctly. She'd met the man at a party she'd attended with her parents years ago, but she couldn't remember his name. Mirai ran around the side of the concrete wall, towards Toshinori. Toshinori frowned, looking at his former sidekick as he came to a halt. "Toshinori, your student, he has to pass it on, one for all." "Mirai, this is hardly the time or place for that kind of discussion, and I've already made my decision." Mirai shook his head, out of breath from sprinting over 4 miles. No, you'd understand, Toshi." "No, Mirai," Toshinori said firmly. "I need to check on him." turning away from his estranged partner. Toshinori walked towards where Izuku had landed, finding him resting on his knees, head bowed, shaking slightly. Toshinori reached out. "Young Midoriya, are you unharmed?" Izuku raised his head. The words died on Toshinori's lips. "The All Might, Ichi got me." The skin up Izuku's entire right arm. Then across his chest and face had turned gray. The fingers of his right hand had already decayed entirely. Izuku. Izuku was crying, great heaving sobs. "When I used Mr. Aizawa's quirk, I could only target one person. I chose the warp guy. I thought Shigaraki didn't touch me in time, but he did." Toshinori took a step forward, Mirai a few paces behind him. "I can't stop it much longer. I'm supercharging the hyper regeneration quirk I copied from the Nomu with One for All. But the rate of decay is faster than it can heal. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, All Might. I failed you." Toshinori went down on one knee. "You could never fail me, Izuku. You've already made me so proud. We'll beat this together." Izuku's unaffected eye shined with hope. "Oh, really? How?" Smiling, Toshinori placed his hand on the unaffected side of his successor's face. "Toshinori, don't. It could spread to you." Toshinori ignored his former sidekick. "This power you gave to me, I return to you." Remembering the same feeling Izuku of transferring the energy to him earlier, Toshinori activated One for All, pouring it into Izuku via the invisible strand that connected them. Toshinori blinked. He was in quirk space, Izuku's to be exact, in his muscular form. The young boy was standing over a quirk, dark purple in color, his hands pressed against it, One for All's green and cyan light covering his arms. "It's okay now, Izuku." "Why?" Toshinori placed a hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder. "Because I am here." Izuku smiled, and Toshinori smiled back, his body glowing yellow. The hyper-regeneration quirk shone brighter. Toshinori could feel himself burning through One for All's stockpile faster than it could replenish. Unbeknownst to either of them, a woman placed a hand on Toshinori's shoulder, glowing purple. Behind her was a man, glowing navy, his hand on her shoulder, another man behind him, bathed in red light, in the same position, behind him, orange, then pink, then light blue, and finally, silver. As soon as it had started, it stopped. Toshinori found himself back in the real world, watching as Izuku, the decay now pushed back to his right forearm, hardened his other arm to sparkling diamond and swung. Izuku's diamond-sharp hand cleaved through his other arm, just below the elbow. The decaying arm hit the ground, crumbling to dust in seconds, before evaporating away. Izuku returned his other arm to normal, before looking at his mentor, still smiling. "We did it." The green-haired boy flopped forward, unconscious before he could crash into Toshinori's chest, wrapping his spindly arms around the young boy. Toshinori hugged him tight, as if he might vanish if he didn't, tears flowing down his face. "Izuku, deciding to train you was the best decision I ever made." A portal opened in the bar the League of Villains called their headquarters, ejecting first Shigaraki, oozing blood from his numerous gunshot wounds, then Toya, still partially encased in ice, Nagata, her eyes haunted, and finally, a very bruised Sangata. Sangata groaned as he rolled over. "Well, that was a shit show. We completely lost." Shigaraki was still, his eyes not leaving the stump where his hand had been. "Shot in the arms and legs, my hand is gone." The fodder defeated in an instant. Even the Nomu were beaten. Shigaraki growled in frustration. "Those kids, they were strong, stronger than you said they would be." The pale villain slowly raised his head to look at the screen on the wall. "You were wrong, the symbol of peace. He's just as healthy as he's always been." The screen blinked into life. Shigaraki rose to his knees. "You were wrong, sensei." The raspy man, all for one, spoke. "No, I wasn't. You were underprepared. Even after the intel I granted you, you underestimated them. Especially Izuku Midoriya." At least that's one thing I crossed off." Shigaraki gave a twisted smile. "Even if he did get in the way of killing All Might, I managed to get him with decay. The kid's dead." "I doubt that." All for one replied, his tone final. "Of course he is. I got him. Shigaraki insisted. All for one shook his masked head. "Izuku Midoriya is resourceful and powerful." Shigaraki shakily pulled himself up to the bar with his remaining hand. "How would you know he's resourceful or powerful?" "Of course I know he is. He got it from his old man, after all." All for one soaked in the room's reaction. Toya was the first to speak, having thawed from the ice with his quirk. "You sent us to kill your own son. Even my own father isn't that cold." All for one chuckled, the sound lacking any true mirth. "No, I sent you to try and kill him. Any child of mine that couldn't survive that, well, they're worthless to me." "Was that all it was? A test for my darling baby brother?" Nagata questioned, looking somewhat indignant. "In part, but that was a last-minute addition. Izuku's attendance at UA is something I wasn't aware of." All for one side. "No, the true purpose of today's attack was to make a message. It's for the best that you did this under that cheap League of Villains moniker. By the way, what of the Nomu? Were they retrieved?" Already standing behind the bar, Kurogiri spoke. "The 2 Alpha Series Nomu were recovered. They were both damaged, not surprising due to the rushed nature of their creation, but they are still viable. I returned them to the doctor's lab. As for the Omega Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace, he was blown away. What? All for One's voice had dropped dangerously low. Sangata snorted derisively. Yeah, All Might, Shigaraki hissed. Beat him until that shock-absorbing quirk of its couldn't handle it, shot straight through the roof. Are you quite done? Kurogiri questioned, silencing Sangata with a look. It's worse than that. Without precise coordinates of its location, I cannot find him, even with my quirk. After all myself and the doctor did to make him as strong as All Might, damn. All for One side. But, as unfortunate as it is, it cannot be helped. Shigaraki was still staring at his missing hand. However, this was not a futile endeavor. All for One said, Tamura, the doctor can replace what you have lost, and I shall grant you the power to become the symbol you need to be. The room was silent, its occupants, except for a bored Toya, hung on the supervillain's every word. Then, Tamura Shigaraki, you will show the world that you are to be feared. Nedzu sat behind his desk, his arms resting on it, paws placed together. On the other side was the principal's senior leadership team. The only people, besides All Might, he trusted with his life. Aizawa and Yamada sat in the chairs, while Kayama, Inui, Kan and finally Shuta Yosai, better known by his hero name, Snipe, stood. Shota, are you sure you should be here? Kayama questioned. You really did take a beating. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya healed me with that ridiculous quirk of his. He used sheer overkill with heal to fix all my broken bones and saved me from long-term damage to my eyes. He used Recovery Girl's quirk to do that. Wouldn't the stamina drain alone have killed you? Yosai sounded like he was frowning. Not that anyone could see behind his mask. Apparently he's found a way to use another quirk to power heal instead of draining stamina. Aizawa shrugged. Damn problem child. Yamada grinned and poked Aizawa's face. Look, Shota does care after all. Did the healing make your heart grow 3 sizes? Aizawa pushed his partner's hand aside. The kid may have healed my bones, but he missed literally everything else. Nedzu cleared his throat, getting his employees' attention. Now that Chiyo is seeing to the health and well-being of our students. And All Might, there are some matters we must discuss. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Like how a massive group of villains managed to break into a secure facility with detailed knowledge of UA's top-secret schedule plan. Yes, Nedzu lowered his paws. It is very clear that the press break-in yesterday was a front for this league of villains to infiltrate UA and obtain the information on our schedules. However, Mikumo Akatani of Class 1H and Toru Hagakure from Aizawa's class have come forward with further information. Kan spoke. What information is that? Hagakure was responsible for hacking our system to obtain the class schedule. She then passed that to Shigaraki during the break-in. Nedzu paused, seeing his employee's shock. However, she did this under the threat of physical violence from her parents. They were both arrested as a past of the League of Villains' assault force. Nedzu continued. He had their full attention. Hagakure believed she would be in trouble. However, I have assured her a place remains at UA if she wishes to continue hero education. Are you sure that's a good idea? Yosai asked. The young lady could have been more willing than she let on. I can assure she was not. This interaction took place in the presence of Detective Tsukachi, who, as I'm sure you all know, a lie detection quirk. Nedzu replied. He confirmed every word she spoke was the truth, apart from one comment about her parents, that she wasn't hurt by them. Yamada's usual carefree demeanor was gone. What will happen to her now? Well, she has no family outside of her parents, so if she decides to continue her education here at UA in any form, she would become a ward of the school. However, if she chooses to leave, then she would go into the public childcare system. If she stays, Shota and I will take her in, Yamada stated firmly. We will. Yamada looked to his partner. Shota, I understand. Aizawa cut him off. I really do. Well then, for now, that issue is settled. Nedzu smirked, unsurprised by Yamada's insistence. The sports festival. It can't go ahead. Aizawa shook his head, before wincing at the pain in his entire body. I agree. Kan added. That many students, that many civilians, it would be a prime target for this League of Villains, and those they have no doubt emboldened to attack. Kayama shook her head. Now, the sports festival is pivotal to the development of students across all years and courses. Yosai was in agreement. It's not just the perfect stage for the hero students to gain exposure from hero agencies, but a time for those in other courses aiming to transfer to show their abilities. Inui shook his canine head. As much as I understand the negative effect of canceling the festival would have on not just the students' growth and our reputation as a hero institution, the health and well-being of our students should be our main concern. Perhaps a vote then, Nedzu suggested. Majority rules. I myself am in favor of it. Aizawa sighed. Fine, I'm against it. Same. Kan nodded in agreement. It has to go ahead. Kayama stated. I agree. That was Yosai. Inui was next. Against. Everyone looked to Yamada. He was the deciding vote. The voice hero took a deep breath. 4. Kan and Inui spoke, voicing their displeasure, Kayama arguing with them. Nedzu silenced them with the swish of his paw. It's decided then. The sports festival will go ahead. We'll need to increase security then, Aizawa stated, mild annoyance creeping into his normally neutral voice. That we shall, Nedzu exclaimed, clapping his hands together at the same time. I shall request 3 times the normal number of pro heroes to provide security, amongst other ideas. But, for now, go home and rest. I've given all students Thursday and Friday off while the police conduct their investigation, and I give the same to you and your colleagues. Nedzu paused. Today has been trying, but I fear even more trying days lay ahead. The pro heroes went still, Nedzu's words resonating with them all. Nedzu's demeanor shifted, giving way to a smile. Anyway, enjoy your long weekends, rest Aizawa. I'll see you all on Monday. Each of them murmured to Nedzu before leaving. Aizawa and Yamada were the last, the underground hero forced to lean on his partner more than he wished to admit. Why? Aizawa questioned, once they were alone. About Hagakure. Yamada gave a blinding grin. Well, you know how I feel about child Abu. I meant voting in favor of the sports festival, don't deflect. Yamada stopped talking, looking across to his boyfriend. Oh, that. Well, I guess I thought about the fact that if we hadn't had a sports festival in our first year, then there's a good chance we'd never have met. And I don't want to think about my life without you in it. A very small, very sentimental part of Aizawa he insisted didn't exist melted at hearing Yamada's words. The idiot could be so romantic without ever realizing. But Aizawa had to admit he was right. He remembered his first sports festival. He'd made it to the semifinals despite being a member of Gen Ed at the time, facing off against Yamada. The blonde had beaten him soundly, but Aizawa's performance had impressed Nedzu, as well as the one a homeroom teacher of that time. He'd been promoted into Class 1 and in a lot of ways he'd never looked back. I guess I don't want to imagine my life without Hisashi. Aizawa smiled. Yamada poked his cheek. Oh, you really are going soft. Do you remember what I said about every part of my body hurting? Sorry, Yamada paused. But have I told you how attractive that new scar of yours makes you? Aizawa's face flushed red. He would insist years later that it had been the trick of the light. Katsuki weaved his way through the graves, a bandage of his cheek, with a metal bucket in one hand. Stopping at a moss-covered headstone, Katsuki bent down and loosened his school tie before pulling a soapy sponge from his bucket. Slapping it against the stone, Katsuki scrubbed it with frightening intensity. Die, moss. Washing the dirty sponge, Katsuki returned to the gravestone with another yell. Bakugo. Katsuki didn't react, continuing to clean the headstone. Bakugo, I heard you. Katsuki kept cleaning. Uraraka shuffled nervously, in her UA uniform, a bandage peeking out from under her left sleeve. Deku texted me, he said you'd be here. So the nerd got you to check up on me. Katsuki dropped the sponge back into the bucket, the water stained green. You rushed off after recovery girl gave you the all clear. Uraraka paused. I just asked Deku where you might go. I was worried about you. Worried about me? Katsuki raised his head. Why the fuck would you be? Uraraka was taken aback. WY. Bakugo, we were attacked today by villains. Katsuki stood. They were a bunch of pushovers. What about that woman, Nagata? TCH, whatever. Katsuki tossed the water out into the grass. That bitch wasn't even enough to faze me. Uraraka looked confused. Bakugo, it's okay to not be okay, you know that, right? Of course I'm fine. Bakugo calmed, before muttering to himself. I can't afford to not be. Uraraka folded her skirt under herself and sat down. You have the perfect quirk for being a hero. That's what they said to you, right? Bakugo wheeled around, looking down at Uraraka. That's what they told me too. Uraraka shrugged. My teachers, classmates, even my parents, it just made me feel so under pressure, like this tight feeling in my chest all the time. His knees went weak. Bakugo slumped down next to the brown-haired girl. No one had ever managed to vocalize the same feeling he felt every day. You're afraid that if you fail then you'll be proving them wrong. That you don't deserve your quirk. Uraraka gave a wan smile. How? Uraraka tilted her head. Bakugo spoke again. How do you cope with it? How do you ignore it? I don't. I use it to fuel me, to push me forwards. Uraraka glanced at Katsuki. My parents aren't rich. In fact, they're pretty poor. They have a construction company. My mom inherited it from my grandparents, but ever since All Might became the symbol of peace, villain attacks have been dropping, and so has the amount of property damage. Not that I'm angry about it or anything. You know, I'm happy people are safer than they were. Katsuki listened. I remember. Not long after my quirk manifested, I told my parents I'd use it to become a hero so they didn't have to worry about money anymore. Uraraka paused. They told me that my dream should be something for myself, not them, but it isn't, even now. If I fail at becoming a hero, then I fail them too. I always wanted to be like All Might, better than All Might. I thought that because I have the perfect fucking quirk for being a hero, so I must have the potential to be even stronger than him. Katsuki gripped the sponge. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't beat him. I couldn't beat Midoriya. Even when everyone bullied him for being quirkless, he would always jump in to help them if they were sad or hurt, like a hero, right? Uraraka took her turn to listen. She had a feeling this was probably the first time Katsuki had admitted any of these feelings, even to himself. He wants to be a hero for completely unselfish reasons. I can't beat that, ever. Why do you want to beat him? Izuku has the heart of a hero, the mind too, and he doesn't even have a quirk. He deserves that quirk of yours, not you. Look at Izuku. Why can't you be well behaved? Like him? Katsuki shrugged. Whatever. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Uraraka took a chance and gave Katsuki a hug. He tensed at first, but suddenly relaxed, allowing the brown-haired girl to hug him. Letting Katsuki go, Uraraka looked to the gravestone. Was he a friend? Katsuki replied, his tone harsh. Red Wings, Kamutsubasa, he went missing a couple of years ago. Just fucking vanished. Except everyone knew his bitch mother was slapping him around, and none of them did a damn thing. So you were close then. Out of all the other fuckers in my school, he was the only one who wasn't a total extra. Katsuki paused. Him and Deku. Uraraka smiled. So you do like him after all? Nope, hate the little shit. Katsuki replied quickly. But at least he's got some fucking guts. You have to if you're gonna blow up your goddamn arm. Uraraka shivered at the memory of Izuku's exploded arm. How is he? Katsuki's voice was barely above a whisper. What did you say? Bakugo growled. Don't make me say it again. Uraraka giggled. He said he was fine in the text. Although he did say something about how hard it is to text with his left hand. Good, whatever, I guess. Clack, clack, clack. Thank you for your time, detective. Recovery girl came to a halt, the clacking from her cane stopping as well. Naomasa nodded his head, standing in one of the hallways of UA. He had been back a few times since he'd graduated from the Gen Ed stream years before. Of course, recovery girl, I'm always happy to help, especially in sensitive cases such as the. Call me Shuzenji. I haven't been an active pro hero in years. Recovery girl set off down the corridor, cane clacking once again. 13 and Aizawa have both been discharged. Midoriya's healing, as unfocused as it was enough. They stopped at the door to a classroom, its massive door towering over both Naomasa and Recovery Girl. I've triaged the students in Tashinori. Apart from Midoriya, the most serious injury was Ajiro's broken leg. The rest were largely unharmed. Recovery Girl paused. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have admitted all the students. But there's one student I wanted to perform a physical on before term started. Their mother blocked me from doing so, as well as any further attempts. But after an event such as today, you can justify ignoring the mother's refusal if you triage every student. Naomasa realized. Exactly. Recovery Girl nodded. I suspect child neglect, malnutrition, and possibly physical abuse. Naomasa took a deep breath, stealing him. I understand. Lead the way. Recovery Girl opened the classroom door, revealing it had been converted into a makeshift infirmary with 4 bays, 1 empty. In one bay was Ajiro, fast asleep and snorting, his leg healed. The other 2 held Tsuyu and Minta. Both sat on their respective beds, facing each other. Tenya carefully adjusted his tie, using the glass window as a mirror. He had been the last of his triage area to be cleared by Recovery Girl. Thus Aoyama, Takoyami, and Koda had left already. A knock came from the door. Before it opened, Tenya, straightening his posture. Tenya turned to see his older brother enter the classroom-turned-infirmary. Older brother, it's good to see you. Tensei swept his little brother up in a hug, holding him tightly. Tenya, I'm so glad you're okay. Mom and Dad are on plane back from the conference, so I came to pick you up. Tensei, I am happy to see you, but you are crumpling my uniform. Tenya tried to extract himself from his older brother's arm. If you would please let me go. Not a chance. Tensei's arms, his quirk granting them extra muscle mass, were unmoving. I could have lost my little brother today. That made Tenya pause. He hadn't really thought of it that way. Relaxing slightly, Tenya hugged his brother. Mikumo sat on the edge of a walkway. He and Hagakure were in one of the support hangars. Below them were various projects. Power armor, motorbikes, car, abandoned now school had been cancelled for the week. Are you going to stay? Mikumo glanced up to Hagakure, where she stood, resting against the railing, her UA uniform showing where she was. Can I? Hagakure sighed. It's my fault. Today, if I hadn't given Shigaraki that folder, then it wouldn't have happened. Ajiro, Midoriya, All Might, you all got hurt because of me. You didn't have a choice. Hagakure shook her head. I did. I had a choice. It would have hurt me. But I was a coward. I chose to let others get hurt to protect myself. Don't say that. Mikumo was adamant. Your own parents hit you, used you for their own villainous gain. It was never your fault. Mikumo looked at Hagakure again. He couldn't get a read on her body language. I never had parents. Snipe found me wandering the streets when I was 7. No memory of who I was, just a name, Mikumo Akatani. The dark-haired boy sighed. But even I know your parents are a load of flaming trash. Kinda like Bakugo's personality. Hagakure sounded amused. Mikumo shrugged. I met Bakugo once, in a library, 2 years ago. He came up to me, asked what the fuck I'd done to my hair, and then promptly just left. Really? Yep. That so confused me, until like 3 seconds after I met Izuku. Mikumo gave a sad smile, reaching up to touch the new scar under his left eye. He's your brother, isn't he? Mikumo nodded. Yeah, not sure how exactly I'm supposed to bring that one up. Hi. We're brothers, also our father is the merchant of Quirks. Wait, what? Hagakure turned her head, the bow in her hair swishing as she did. Your father is that weirdo on the TV screen? You met him? Hagakure shrugged. That would be a strong word. Being in the presence of his voice would be more accurate. I guess we're both the children of villains. Doesn't mean we can't be heroes. Mikumo paused. I wanted to be a hero, ever since Snipe rescued me. But now, that drive, it's different. I want to be a hero so I can tear down my father's legacy to stop him. Hagakure sat down next to Mikumo, linking her arm in his. I guess I'll just have to do the same. Mikumo looked across at the invisible girl. I'm going to tell Principal Nedzu I'm going to stay. And we're going to get you into the hero course. First step, you win the sport festival. Mikumo smiled. Sounds like a plan. More like 12% of a plan. Recovery girl sighed. She was back in her office, Izuku and All Might both in beds. The former had his right arm in a sling, the latter in his true form, his torso covered in bandages. Because of the situation, I can't even scold you this time. Recovery girl paused. After all, if the two of you hadn't acted. All Might turned his head to look at the ceiling, his feet poking out from under the blanket. I'm not sure, but I think I might have shortened my time limit again. All Might paused, unaware of the fact that Izuku had awakened. I hope I still have an hour at least. Izuku shook his head. But what about the power I transferred to you? 80% of One for All's power. All Might started slightly, before he looked at his successor. You're awake again. I thought you might not remember what happened last time you woke up. All I remember is Shigaraki. He got me, then you were there, and another man, but then, nothing. Izuku pulled the sling to one side, revealing a bandaged stump. And my arm. It's only temporary. Recovery girl moved over to Izuku's bed. What you two did to stop the nasty boy's quirk caused massive overstraining of that regeneration quirk you copied. The arm will grow back once the quirk and yourself have had time to recover. Your memory will most likely return as well. Thank goodness. Izuku calmed, before glancing at his mentor. All Might, once I've recovered, I could copy some more quirks, then I could give to you, so you can be a hero for longer. Recovery girl hit Izuku on his good arm. Don't you dare think about that. Quirk overstrain is serious business, nothing to be played around with. Izuku went to rub his arm, but missed. Oh right, my hand is gone. It's okay, I won't do it. Izuku insisted. Recovery girl squinted at him for a few seconds, before relaxing. Fine, but I'll hold you to that. All Might sat up. It's okay, these things happen. What happens now? That's just something we have to work through, is it not? Izuku smiled, before nodding. Recovery girl shrugged. Well, I'm off to check on your classmates. Wait. Izuku sat bolt upright. Are they okay? Recovery girl nodded. Other than yourself, the only serious injury was on Jiro's leg. I was able to heal it. He's sleeping it off right now. And before you ask, Aizawa and 13 are both fine. Scarred. But fine, I've discharged them already, they just need some rest. That's good. Izuku nodded, his eyes welling up with relief. HMPH, you copied a regeneration quirk and still somehow came out of this the most injured. Recovery girl shook her head. You, Midoriya, you're going to make me go gray. Izuku looked up at Recovery girl's gray hair. But your hair already is. All Might slammed a hand over Izuku's mouth, cutting him off. Izuku is tired. He's probably just seeing things. Recovery girl examined them for a few seconds, before nodding and leaving. All Might lowered his arm, allowing Izuku to speak again. You called me Izuku. Izuku gripped the metal side of the bed with his good hand, once again close to tears. You called me Izuku. I guess I did. All Might rubbed the back of his head nervously. I mean, if you don't want me to, please call me Izuku. Izuku clapped his hand over his mouth, taken aback by his own outburst. All Might laughed. I'm happy to call you that, Izuku. But then I don't want you to call me All Might. I want you to call me by my real name. Izuku tilted his head. You mean Toshinori? Toshinori frowned. I didn't think I'd told you that. The green-haired boy was internally panicking. He couldn't tell his mentor how he knew his first name, about the vestiges. Of course. Your memories of after the villains escaped must be coming back. You must have heard Mirai call me that. Toshinori smiled. That was Sir Nighteye. Izuku's eyes shone. Toshinori laughed. It was. But I'm afraid he couldn't stick around. I'm sure you'll be meeting him sometime soon. He's aware of One for All as well. Izuku nodded, breathing a mental sigh of relief. Toshinori took a deep breath. There is something I wanted to talk to you about. The sudden change in Toshinori's tone took Izuku off guard, from jovial to serious. I need to apologize. Toshinori paused, trying to find the right words to say. You were right, I was being distant, guarded. Toshinori lowered a hand to touch his bandages, above where his gruesome scar marked his skin. I let my fear get the better of me. I let cowardice blind me. Instead of seeing Izuku Midoriya I should have, I saw all for one. I doubted you. I doubted my own judgment in selecting you to pass one for all onto. Izuku's mouth was dry. He couldn't speak. I was hiding behind the wall. You know, on Sunday, I saw your tests with Aizawa, then the battle training with me the next day. How your first thought after getting trampled yesterday was the wish that you could have helped the very people that hurt you. Toshinori turned his head, smiling at Izuku. That all proved to me that you are worthy not just of one for all, but to be the inheritor of my legacy, to be the next symbol of peace. You have already made me so proud, Izuku. Izuku sniffled, wiping away tears. You have also nearly given me a heart attack, Toshinori exclaimed, making the green-haired boy laugh. Toshinori laughed with him. Nana, is this how you felt? With me? Is this what it's like to have a child? A knock sounded on the door, before it opened to reveal Detective Tsukachi. Toshinori calmed, wiping away tears. Naomasa, it's good to see you. And you, Toshinori. Tsukachi turned his head. I'm glad to see you awake, Midoriya. Tsukachi entered the room, closing the door behind himself. Sorry to cut to the chase, but can you give me any details you got about the villains that— Wait, please, wait. Toshinori held his hands. That villain, the one with the beak that I punched through the roof, has been safely captured, Tsukachi assured. So far, the only ones who escaped were Shigaraki, Kirigiri, the two other monsters, a woman and a man named Nagata and Senga, and finally, a 16-year-old boy claiming to be the dead son of Endeavor, despite the fact he should be nearly 26 by now. Toshinori slumped. All those villains, they escaped because I wasn't strong enough. Tsukachi shook his head. Not at all, on the contrary. If you three heroes hadn't risked your lives, then the students would not have survived. You're wrong about that. Toshinori looked up at the detective. If the students hadn't fought, if they hadn't risked their lives as well, then I would have died. Neither Tsukachi or Izuku spoke, letting Toshinori continue. This class, to have been touched by this so early true villainy, and survived, to have learned to fear in the world of adults. Toshinori smirked. Those villains screwed up. This class, they'll become strong heroes, the leaders of the next generation of pro-heroes. Tsukachi smiled, nodding his head. Toshinori formed his hand into a fist. Of that, I am certain. Izuku looked down at his own hand, copying Toshinori's motion. Looking across and meeting his successor's eyes, Toshinori smiled and turned his fist into a thumbs up. I won't let you down. Izuku's voice was resolute. No sign of fear or worry. Another knock came from the door, followed by a voice. Izuku, Gyro said she heard Recovery Girl tell someone you were here. Izuku sat up straighter. That was Momo's voice. Would you mind if I came in? The green-haired boy looked at Toshinori with panic in his eyes. Momo couldn't see his true form. All Might smiled, before swelling up to his buff form. For you, Izuku, I can handle a few minutes. Izuku nodded, conveying his thanks. See, come in, Momo. The door slid open, revealing Momo in her school uniform. Momo stopped, staring at the near-mummified All Might and then to Tsukachi. Do not worry, young Yaoyorozu. All Might beamed. I fear Recovery Girl has gone quite overboard. Momo didn't look convinced. Are you sure? That wound on your side was bleeding quite heavily. 'Tis but a scratch, young Yaoyorozu. All Might formed a peace sign. Once I deduced that beast's weakness, he was no match for me. I see. I'm glad you are well, All Might. All Might only smiled wider. Thank you. But don't mind me. It was young Midoriya you were here to see. After all, just pretend like I'm not here. Oh, okay. Momo nodded, looking somewhat unsure of herself and definitely a bit awkward. Tsukachi returned his hat to his head. Well, I'd better head off. I'll allow you to see your boyfriend in peace. The detective left, smirking as both Izuku and Momo both flushed deep red and vehemently denied his assumption. Calming, feeling a little embarrassed, Momo moved over to Izuku's bed, pulling the curtain, well aware of the fact that doing so probably wouldn't help their denials of being a couple. Taking a seat next to the bed, Momo turned her head to Izuku. Are you well? Kaminari heard gossip that your arm had to be amputated, which, of course, is total nonsense. Izuku laughed nervously. That's actually kinda true. Momo's eyes widened in horror. But it's fine. Izuku insisted. I see copied a quirk earlier, hyper regeneration, and my will grow back once I've recovered a bit. Momo calmed, slightly. You really are too reckless. Why yeah, I get told that one a lot. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Are you okay? Minor cuts and bruises. Momo answered. Mild quirk overuse. I am well. Izuku released a sigh of relief. Good, I'm glad you're okay. Momo smiled, before taking Izuku's hand. And I am happy you are well, relatively speaking. This is going to get worryingly common, isn't it? Izuku asked, trying to ignore the blush growing in his cheeks. I fear it is. Momo squeezed Izuku's hand. But we will face it. The door to the infirmary opened. Recovery girl entered and walked over to Tashinori's bed with purpose in her stride. She pulled the curtain shut. Tashinori, get out of that form immediately. But, young Yaoyorozu, the curtains are soundproof. Tashinori deflated. So, Tashinori, I want you to have a look at these. Recovery girl placed a file down on the number 1 hero's lap. Picking it up, Tashinori opened it. Flicking through it, it was his medical file. My x-rays, what's the problem? Recovery girl took one x-ray from the file, showing it to Tashinori. This was an x-ray I took last month. Recovery girl showed him another. This is the one I took an hour ago. Can you see a difference? Tashinori took the 2 x-rays, comparing them. I haven't damaged my stomach again, have I? Recovery girl raised her eyebrows in disbelief. 6 years ago, you had a gastrectomy. The entirety of your stomach was removed. Tashinori looked back at the most recent x-ray. So, could you please tell me why you have a stomach again? On the other side of the soundproof curtain, Izuku was smiling, listening as Momo explained what had happened to her after the class had been split up. Momo stopped. All of this, classes, training, us, it's never going to be normal again, is it? Izuku hesitated before speaking. No, I don't think it is. After all, what has been done cannot be undone. Izuku squeezed Momo's hand. But we'll be not normal together, right? Momo smiled, nodding her head. Izuku suddenly blushed, realizing what he'd just said. Oh, did I forget to mention? This is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. A symbol of hope. A portal opened, and out of it stepped All for One, his mask firmly in place, dressed in a tailored charcoal suit and walking on a cane. Hirajiri appeared, the portal closing as he recoalesced behind All for One. The supervillain strolled through row after row of large glass tubes. In them were a mix of humans and Nomu, with some being a fusion of the two. Dr. Yujiko, the elderly scientist, stopped what he was typing at his computer, turning his chair to face All for One. Zenrei, All for One chuckled, the sound like nails on a chalkboard. I haven't gone by that name in the best part of a century, yet you insist. Yujiko shrugged. I find it fitting. So, I take it this isn't a social call. Is it ever? Touché. All for One approached one of the glass tubes. Inside was the bark Nomu, its armor slowly regrowing. The 2 alpha Nomu, are they still viable for progression? Yujiko stood, his gait somewhat unsteady, walking on a cane of his own. It'll take time for them to heal, but yes, they are. Good, good. All for One paused. How did Tamura's surgery go? Well, his gunshot wounds are healed. He'll have to take it easy for the next few days. I dealt with his missing hand as well. Yujiko adjusted his goggles. The other procedure you wanted, I did that as well. He'll be able to handle at least 3 quirks now, 4 if they synergize. All for One smirked. Excellent. Kirajiri, go fetch Tamura, bring him to my room, I'll meet you there. As you wish. Kirajiri nodded, before being swallowed by a portal and vanishing. The first of the Series IX Nomu is ready for the final transformation. If you would be so kind as to donate 2 quirks. Yujiko set off, guiding All for One to a large tank. Inside was a teenage boy. A pair of large red wings restrained behind him. His skin was an unnatural color, pale yellow and sallow, his feet like talons. Ah yes, young Tsubasa. All for One studied the boy. Impressive, isn't it? He managed to keep his mind as an alpha Nomu. Few ever manage that. Perhaps he has his grandfather's tenacity. He's a failure. His mother had my quirk, and Brad had to go and get that bastard's quirk instead. Yujiko glared at the teen boy, before pressing a button. The front of the tank opened. Tsubasa began to stir. 2 quirks, whatever you feel is appropriate. All for One nodded, before raising his arms. Organic protrusions. Change metal. Metal manipulation. 3 black metal claws burst from All for One's arm, twisting and shooting towards Tsubasa, digging into his chest. Red lines began to glow along the long, thin claws in a pattern similar to a circuit board. So he has 4 quirks already. The strength quirk I gave him last year, his birth quirk, those wings, super regeneration and shoulder-mounted jets. Which quirks to choose? 1 more strength quirk can't hurt. The light in the claws briefly pulsed aquamarine, passing from All for One's arm down to Tsubasa, crackles of energy in the same color covering his body. Tsubasa convulsed, yelling in pain. Or rather, it can't hurt me. All for One sighed. How boring it was. Other people's pain just didn't give him that same feeling it used to. Not to say he didn't get some modicum of enjoyment out of it. Now, which other quirk? Ice manipulation. No, it requires too much intelligence for that quirk. Absorption and release. No, that one should be kept for a simple alpha Nomu. Then, fire breath. It's not like I have any need for it or that identity anymore. Orange light pulsed down the claws. More energy sparks appearing around Tsubasa as the winged boy's screams intensify. His skin was morphing, fire seeping out of tears in his skin, his wings ripping and healing over and over. All for One retracted his claws. It's done. Izuku nodded, pressing a different button. The glass closed, the tank filling up with liquid as syringes appeared from the side, stabbing into both of Tsubasa's arms. All for One hadn't thought it would be possible, but Tsubasa's yells got louder as his body began to deform further, his arms and legs lengthened, his skull receding to show his brain, eyes swelling to bulge out of their sockets. The winged Nomu howled, its wings now pale yellow to match the rest of his skin. Its nose was gone, 2 vertical slits in its place, while the talon on its feet had grown even larger, a set now on its hands as well. Izuku tapped the glass with a finger, receiving an animalistic roar from the winged Nomu in return. Its mind didn't survive the progression, it's beta grade now. Izuku continued to examine the winged Nomu. All for One spoke. Start on the next 2 of Series IX Nomu. I'm going to meet Tamura. Izuku mumbled in agreement, too busy scribbling down notes about the newly created Nomu. Black sludge appeared around All for One, covering him for a few seconds before receding. He was back in his room, the breathing apparatus he required, when not using an air manipulation quirk for brief periods, sat next to his chair. Sensei. All for One turned. Tamura and Kurogiri stood at one side of the room, the former's arms and legs bandaged. Tamura, I'm glad to see you. Well, Tamura frowned, his upturned mouth peeking out from behind the hand he wore on his face. Are you unsatisfied? Tamura raised his right arm to reveal a golden yellow metal rectangle on the end of his stump, hollow except for 2 cylindrical prongs. This is hardly a hand. No, it isn't. All for One smirked. That hand on your face is though. Tamura removed his father's hand from his face, examining the port on the bottom, the exact opposite of what was on his right arm. The pale-haired villain slotted the preserved hand into his stump, commanding his lost right hand to move. Tamura watched as his father's hand followed the same movements. Your father's quirk was dust manipulation, wasn't it not? All for One threw Tamura a tennis ball. Tamura nodded, catching the tennis ball with his new hand, before tossing it to his other. Try using it. Placing his 5th digit on the ball, Tamura watched it crumble to dust before twisting his other hand. The dust formed into a cyclone, spinning around in the palm of his left hand. They're quirks, I can use them all. All for One nodded. But that's far from all I have to give you. I guess you could consider these your graduation present. Flicking his fingers, a portal of black sludge deposited a pro hero, dressed in a 2-tone, colored blue and a lighter blue, jumpsuit that covered his entire body apart from his left eye, nose and mouth, with a red cape hanging from his shoulders. Say hello to Xless. All for One looked down at the disorientated hero, the man's body struggling to move. Black spikes shot out, burying themselves into the hero's skin, draining his quirk from him with a pulse of pink lines. All for One shrugged, retracting the spikes. Laser, an interesting if common quirk, one I never really bothered with. Tamura stalked over to Xless and hoisted him up with his left hand around the man's throat. Pro hero was barely conscious. What do we do with him? Tamura questioned, itching to turn the wretch to dust. Don't kill him, All for One ordered, before nodding at Kurogiri. We don't need an investigation into a dead hero right now. I already tampered with his memory. He won't remember any of this. Kurogiri opened a portal in the corner of the room. Fine, Tamura sighed, before ripping the cape from around Xless's neck with his father's hand and tossing him in the portal with his other. Taking the cape, Shigaraki tossed it over one shoulder, then seeing All for One and Kurogiri's eyes on him, Shigaraki shrugged. What? I might get cold. As you wish. All for One sounded vaguely disappointed. Now, for the gifting ceremony. Tamura, walking forwards. Tamura dropped to his knees in front of All for One. Of course, Sensei. All for One placed his hand on Tamura's head. The supervillain's hand took on the same black and red appearance as his spikes did earlier. Laser, Dust Devil, Blur. The glowing lines on All for One's hand pulsed first pink, then black and finally yellow. Removing his hand, All for One stepped back, allowing Tamura to stand. Tamura rolled his neck, before activating Laser, a red beam of light shooting from his left eye and burning the concrete wall. Deactivating it, Tamura raised his left hand, twisting it as it turned into sand and dust, retaining its normal shape. The hand returned to normal before Tamura suddenly blurred, reappearing at the other side of the room. This power, I'll use it to kill All Might. Tamura. Shigaraki grinned. And Izuku Midoriya. End of USJ Assault Arc. A lone figure stood on the edge of a rooftop, overlooking Hasu City, the night sky at his back. I'm coming for you all. Strips of red cloth fluttered behind him. All you fake heroes. He was dressed in a sleeveless combat suit, plated with metal armor, an entire armory's worth of weapons holstered all over his body. I'm going to kill you. The hero killer opened his lips, his serpentine tongue licking one of his blades, smearing the blood. A portal opened in the bar the League of Villains called their headquarters, ejecting first Shigaraki, oozing blood from his numerous gunshot wounds, then Toya, still partially encased in ice, Nagata, her eyes haunted, and finally, a very bruised Sangata. Sangata groaned as he rolled over. Well, that was a shit show. We completely lost. Shigaraki was still, his eyes not leaving the stump where his hand had been. Shot in the arms and legs, my hand is gone. The fodder defeated in an instant. Even the Nomu were beaten. Shigaraki growled in frustration. Those kids, they were strong, stronger than you said they would be. The pale villain slowly raised his head to look at the screen on the wall. You were wrong, the symbol of peace. He's just as healthy as he's always been. The screen blinked into life. Shigaraki rose to his knees. You were wrong, sensei. The raspy man, all for one, spoke. No, I wasn't. You were underprepared. Even after the intel I granted you, you underestimated them. Especially Izuku Midoriya. At least that's one thing I crossed off. Shigaraki gave a twisted smile. Even if he did get in the way of killing All Might, I managed to get him with decay. The kid's dead. I doubt that. All for one replied, his tone final. Of course he is. I got him. Shigaraki insisted. All for one shook his masked head. Izuku Midoriya is resourceful and powerful. Shigaraki shakily pulled himself up to the bar with his remaining hand. How would you know he's resourceful or powerful? Of course I know he is. He got it from his old man, after all. All for one soaked in the room's reaction. Toya was the first to speak, having thawed from the ice with his quirk. You sent us to kill your own son. Even my own father isn't that cold. All for one chuckled, the sound lacking any true mirth. No, I sent you to try and kill him. Any child of mine that couldn't survive that, well, they're worthless to me. Was that all it was? A test for my darling baby brother? Nagata questioned, looking somewhat indignant. In part, but that was a last-minute addition. Izuku's attendance at UA is something I wasn't aware of. All for one side. No, the true purpose of today's attack was to make a message. It's for the best that you did this under that cheap League of Villains moniker. By the way, what of the Nomu? Were they retrieved? Already standing behind the bar, Kurogiri spoke. The 2 Alpha Series Nomu were recovered. They were both damaged, not surprising due to the rushed nature of their creation, but they are still viable. I returned them to the doctor's lab. As for the Omega Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace, he was blown away. What? All for one's voice had dropped dangerously low. Sangata snorted derisively. Yeah, All Might, Shigaraki hissed. Beat him until that shock-absorbing quirk of its couldn't handle it, shot straight through the roof. Are you quite done? Kurogiri questioned, silencing Sangata with a look. It's worse than that. Without precise coordinates of its location, I cannot find him, even with my quirk. After all myself and the doctor did to make him as strong as All Might, damn. All for one side. But, as unfortunate as it is, it cannot be helped. Shigaraki was still staring at his missing hand. However, this was not a futile endeavor. All for one said, Tamura, the doctor can replace what you have lost, and I shall grant you the power to become the symbol you need to be. The room was silent. Its occupants, except for a bored Toya, hung on the supervillain's every word. For now, take your time, work on furthering your quirks, recruit the elite to your side. Then, Tamura Shigaraki, you will show the world that you are to be feared. Nedzu sat behind his desk, his arms resting on it, paws placed together. On the other side was the principal's senior leadership team. The only people, besides All Might, he trusted with his life. Aizawa and Yamada sat in the chairs, while Kayama and Yui can and finally shoot a Yosai, better known by his hero name, Snipe, stood. Shota, are you sure you should be here? Kayama questioned. You really did take a beating. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya healed me with that ridiculous quirk of his. He used sheer overkill with heal to fix all my broken bones and save me from long-term damage to my eyes. He used Recovery Girl's quirk to do that. Wouldn't the stamina drain alone have killed you? Yosai sounded like he was frowning. Not that anyone could see behind his mask. Apparently he's found a way to use another quirk to power heal instead of draining stamina. Aizawa shrugged. Damn problem child. Yamada grinned and poked Aizawa's face. Look, Shota does care after all. Did the healing make your heart grow 3 sizes? Aizawa pushed his partner's hand aside. The kid may have healed my bones, but he missed literally everything else. Nedzu cleared his throat, getting his employees' attention. Now that Chio is seeing to the health and well-being of our students. And All Might, there are some matters we must discuss. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Like how a massive group of villains managed to break into a secure facility with detailed knowledge of UA's top-secret schedule plan. Kan spoke. What information is that? Hagakure was responsible for hacking our system to obtain the class schedule. She then passed that to Shigaraki during the break-in. Nedzu paused, seeing his employee's shock. However, she did this under the threat of physical violence from her parents. They were both arrested as a past of the League of Villains' assault force. Nedzu continued. He had their full attention. Hagakure believed she would be in trouble. However, I have assured her a place remains at UA if she wishes to continue hero education. Are you sure that's a good idea? Yosai asked. The young lady could have been more willing than she let on. I can assure she was not. This interaction took place in the presence of Detective Tsukachi, who, as I'm sure you all know, a lie detection quirk. Nedzu replied. He confirmed every word she spoke was the truth, apart from one comment about her parents, that she wasn't hurt by them. Yamada's usual carefree demeanor was gone. What will happen to her now? Well, she has no family outside of her parents, so if she decides to continue her education here at UA, in any form, she would become a ward of the school. However, if she chooses to leave, then she would go into the public childcare system. If she stays, Shota and I will take her in, Yamada stated firmly. We will. Yamada looked to his partner. Shota, I understand. Aizawa cut him off. I really do. Well then, for now, that issue is settled. Nedzu smirked, unsurprised by Yamada's insistence. The sports festival. It can't go ahead. Aizawa shook his head, before wincing at the pain in his entire body. I agree, Ken added. That many students, that many civilians, it would be a prime target for this League of Villains, and those they have no doubt emboldened to attack. Kayama shook her head. No, the sports festival is pivotal to the development of students across all years and courses. Yosai was in agreement. It's not just the perfect stage for the hero students to gain exposure from hero agencies, but a time for those in other courses aiming to transfer to show their abilities. Inui shook his canine head. As much as I understand the negative effect of canceling the festival would have on not just the students' growth and our reputation as a hero institution, the health and well-being of our students should be our main concern. Perhaps a vote then, Nedzu suggested. Majority rules. I myself am in favor of it. Aizawa sighed. Fine, I'm against it. Same. Ken nodded in agreement. It has to go ahead. Kayama stated. I agree. That was Yosai. Inui was next. Against. Everyone looked to Yamada. He was the deciding vote. The voice hero took a deep breath. 4. Kan and Inui spoke, voicing their displeasure, Kayama arguing with them. Nedzu silenced them with the swish of his paw. It's decided then. The sports festival will go ahead. We'll need to increase security then, Aizawa stated, mild annoyance creeping into his normally neutral voice. That we shall, Nedzu exclaimed, clapping his hands together at the same time. I shall request 3 times the normal number of pro-heroes to provide security, amongst other ideas. But, for now, go home and rest. I've given all students Thursday and Friday off while the police conduct their investigation, and I give the same to you and your colleagues. Nedzu paused. Today has been trying, but I fear even more trying days lay ahead. The pro-heroes went still, Nedzu's words resonating with them all. Nedzu's demeanor shifted, giving way to a smile. Anyway, enjoy your long weekends, rest Aizawa. I'll see you all on Monday. Each of them murmured to Nedzu before leaving. Aizawa and Yamada were the last, the underground hero forced to lean on his partner more than he wished to admit. Why? Aizawa questioned, once they were alone. About Hagakure. Yamada gave a blinding grin. Well, you know how I feel about child Abu. I meant voting in favor of the sports festival, don't deflect. Yamada stopped talking, looking across to his boyfriend. Oh, that. Well, I mean, I guess I thought about the fact that if we hadn't had a sports festival in our first year, then there's a good chance we'd never have met. And I don't want to think about my life without you in it. A very small, very sentimental part of Aizawa he insisted didn't exist melted at hearing Yamada's words. The idiot could be so romantic without ever realizing. But Aizawa had to admit he was right. He remembered his first sports festival. He'd made it to the semifinals despite being a member of Gen Ed at the time, facing off against Yamada. The blonde had beaten him soundly, but Aizawa's performance had impressed Nedzu, as well as the one a homeroom teacher of that time. He'd been promoted into Class 1 and in a lot of ways he'd never looked back. I guess I don't want to imagine my life without Hisashi. Aizawa smiled. Yamada poked his cheek. You really are going soft. Do you remember what I said about every part of my body hurting? Sorry, Yamada paused. But have I told you how attractive that new scar of yours makes you? Aizawa's face flushed red. He would insist years later that it had been the trick of the light. Katsuki weaved his way through the graves, a bandage of his cheek, with a metal bucket in one hand. Stopping at a moss-covered headstone, Katsuki bent down and loosened his school tie, before pulling a soapy sponge from his bucket. Slapping it against the stone, Katsuki scrubbed it with frightening intensity. Die, moss. Washing the dirty sponge, Katsuki returned to the gravestone with another yell. Back you go. Katsuki didn't react, continuing to clean the headstone. Back you go. I heard you. Katsuki kept cleaning. Uraraka shuffled nervously, in her UA uniform, a bandage peeking out from under her left sleeve. Deku texted me. He said you'd be here. So the nerd got you to check up on me. Katsuki dropped the sponge back into the bucket, the water stained green. You rushed off after Recovery Girl gave you the all clear. Uraraka paused. I just asked Deku where you might go. I was worried about you. Worried about me? Katsuki raised his head. Why the fuck would you be? Uraraka was taken aback. Why? Bakugo, we were attacked today by villains. Katsuki stood. They were a bunch of pushovers. What about that woman, Nagata? TCH, whatever. Katsuki tossed the water out into the grass. That bitch wasn't even enough to faze me. Uraraka looked confused. Bakugo, it's okay to not be okay. You know that, right? Of course I'm fine. Bakugo calmed, before muttering to himself. I can't afford to not be. Uraraka folded her skirt under herself and sat down. You have the perfect quirk for being a hero. That's what they said to you, right? Bakugo wheeled around, looking down at Uraraka. That's what they told me too. Uraraka shrugged. My teachers, classmates, even my parents, it just made me feel so under pressure, like this tight feeling in my chest all the time. His knees went weak. Bakugo slumped down next to the brown-haired girl. No one had ever managed to vocalize the same feeling he felt every day. You're afraid that if you fail then you'll be proving them wrong. That you don't deserve your quirk. Uraraka gave a wan smile. How? Uraraka tilted her head. Bakugo spoke again. How do you cope with it? How do you ignore it? I use it to fuel me, to push me forwards. Uraraka glanced at Katsuki. My parents aren't rich. In fact, they're pretty poor. They have a construction company. My mom inherited it from my grandparents, but ever since All Might became the symbol of peace, villain attacks have been dropping, and so has the amount of property damage. Not that I'm angry about it or anything. I'm happy people are safer than they were. Katsuki listened. I remember. Not long after my quirk manifested, I told my parents I'd use it to become a hero so they didn't have to worry about money anymore. Uraraka paused. They told me that my dream should be something for myself, not them, but it isn't, even now. If I fail at becoming a hero, then I fail them too. I always wanted to be like All Might, better than All Might. I thought that because I have the perfect fucking quirk for being a hero, so I must have the potential to be even stronger than him. Katsuki gripped the sponge. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't beat him. I couldn't beat Midoriya. Even when everyone bullied him for being quirkless, he would always jump in to help them if they were sad or hurt, like a hero, right? Uraraka took her turn to listen. She had a feeling this was probably the first time Katsuki had admitted any of these feelings, even to himself. He wants to be a hero for completely unselfish reasons. I can't beat that, ever. Why do you want to beat him? Izuku has the heart of a hero, the mind too, and he doesn't even have a quirk. He deserves that quirk of yours, not you. Look at Izuku. Why can't you be well behaved? Like him? Katsuki shrugged. Whatever. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Uraraka took a chance and gave Katsuki a hug. He tensed at first, but suddenly relaxed, allowing the brown-haired girl to hug him. Letting Katsuki go, Uraraka looked to the gravestone. Was he a friend? Katsuki replied, his tone harsh. Red Wings, Kamutsubasa, he went missing a couple of years ago. Just fucking vanished. Except everyone knew his bitch mother was slapping him around, and none of them did a damn thing. So you were close then. Out of all the other fuckers in my school, he was the only one who wasn't a total extra. Katsuki paused. Him and Deku. Uraraka smiled. So you do like him after all? Nope, hate the little shit. Katsuki replied quickly. But at least he's got some fucking guts. You have to if you're gonna blow up your goddamn arm. Uraraka shivered at the memory of Izuku's exploded arm. How is he? Katsuki's voice was barely above a whisper. What did you say? Bakugo growled. Don't make me say it again. Uraraka giggled. He said he was fine in the text. Although he did say something about how hard it is to text with his left hand. Good, whatever, I guess. Clack, clack, clack. Thank you for your time, detective. Recovery Girl came to a halt, the clacking from her cane stopping as well. Naomasa nodded his head, standing in one of the hallways of UA. He had been back a few times since he'd graduated from the Gen Ed stream years before. Of course, Recovery Girl, I'm always happy to help, especially in sensitive cases such as the. Call me Shuzenji. I haven't been an active pro hero in years. Recovery Girl set off down the corridor, cane clacking once again. 13 and Aizawa have both been discharged. Midoriya's healing, as unfocused as it was enough. They stopped at the door to a classroom, its massive door towering over both Naomasa and Recovery Girl. I've triaged the students in Toshinori. Apart from Midoriya, the most serious injury was Ajiro's broken leg. The rest were largely unharmed. Recovery Girl paused. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have admitted all the students. But there's one student I wanted to perform a physical on before term started. Their mother blocked me from doing so, as well as any further attempts. But after an event such as today, you can justify ignoring the mother's refusal if you triage every student. Naomasa realized. Exactly. Recovery Girl nodded. I suspect child neglect, malnutrition, and possibly physical abuse. Yamasa took a deep breath, stealing him. I understand, lead the way. Recovery girl opened the classroom door, revealing it had been converted into a makeshift infirmary with 4 bays, 1 empty. In one bay was Anjiro, fast asleep and snorting, his leg healed. The other 2 held Tsuyu and Minta. Both sat on their respective beds, facing each other. Tenya carefully adjusted his tie, using the glass window as a mirror. He had been the last of his triage area to be cleared by Recovery Girl. Thus Aoyama, Takoyami, and Koda had left already. A knock came from the door before it opened. Tenya, straightening his posture. Tenya turned to see his older brother enter the classroom turned infirmary. Older brother, it's good to see you. Tensei swept his little brother up in a hug, holding him tightly. Tenya, I'm so glad you're okay. Mom and Dad are on plane back from the conference, so I came to pick you up. Tensei, I am happy to see you, but you are crumpling my uniform. Tenya tried to extract himself from his older brother's arm. If you would please let me go. Not a chance. Tensei's arms, his quirk granting them extra muscle mass, were unmoving. I could have lost my little brother today. That made Tenya pause. He hadn't really thought of it that way. Relaxing slightly, Tenya hugged his brother. Mikumo sat on the edge of a walkway. He and Hagakure were in one of the support hangars. Below them were various projects. Power armor, motorbikes, car, abandoned now school had been cancelled for the week. Are you going to stay? Mikumo glanced up to Hagakure, where she stood, resting against the railing, her uniform showing where she was. Can I? Hagakure sighed. It's my fault. Today, if I hadn't given Shigaraki that folder, then it wouldn't have happened. Banjiro, Midoriya, All Might, you all got hurt because of me. You didn't have a choice. Hagakure shook her head. I did. I had a choice. It would have hurt me, but I was a coward. I chose to let others get hurt to protect myself. Don't say that. Mikumo was adamant. Your own parents hit you, used you for their own villainous gain. It was never your fault. Mikumo looked at Hagakure again. He couldn't get a read on her body language. I never had parents. Snipe found me wandering the streets when I was 7. No memory of who I was, just a name, Mikumo Akatani. The dark-haired boy sighed. But even I know your parents are a load of flaming trash. Kinda like Bakugo's personality. Hagakure sounded amused. Mikumo shrugged. I met Bakugo once, in a library, 2 years ago. He came up to me, asked what the fuck I'd done to my hair, and then promptly just left. Really? Yep. That so confused me, until like 3 seconds after I met Izuku. Mikumo gave a sad smile, reaching up to touch the new scar under his left eye. He's your brother, isn't he? Mikumo nodded. Yeah, not sure how exactly I'm supposed to bring that one up. Hi. We're brothers, also our father is the merchant of Quirks. Wait, what? Hagakure turned her head, the bow in her hair swishing as she did. Your father is that weirdo on the TV screen? You met him? Hagakure shrugged. Met would be a strong word. Being in the presence of his voice would be more accurate. I guess we're both the children of villains. Doesn't mean we can't be heroes. Mikumo paused. I wanted to be a hero, ever since Snipe rescued me. But now, that drive, it's different. I want to be a hero so I can tear down my father's legacy to stop him. Hagakure sat down next to Mikumo, linking her arm in his. I guess I'll just have to do the same. Mikumo looked across at the invisible girl. I'm going to tell Principal Nedzu I'm going to stay, and we're going to get you into the hero course. First step, you win the sport festival. Mikumo smiled. Sounds like a plan. More like 12% of a plan. Recovery girl sighed. She was back in her office, Izuku and All Might both in beds. The former had his right arm in a sling, the latter in his true form, his torso covered in bandages. Because of the situation, I can't even scold you this time. Recovery girl paused. After all, if the two of you hadn't acted. All Might turned his head to look at the ceiling, his feet poking out from under the blanket. I'm not sure, but I think I might have shortened my time limit again. All Might paused, unaware of the fact that Izuku had awakened. I hope I still have an hour at least. Izuku shook his head. But what about the power I transferred to you? 80% of One for All's power. All Might started slightly, before he looked at his successor. You're awake again. I thought you might not remember what happened last time you woke up. All I remember is Shigaraki. He got me, then you were there, and another man, but then, nothing. Izuku pulled the sling to one side, revealing a bandaged stump. And my arm. It's only temporary. Recovery girl moved over to Izuku's bed. What you two did to stop the nasty boy's quirk caused massive overstraining of that regeneration quirk you copied. The arm will grow back once the quirk and yourself have had time to recover. Your memory will most likely return as well. Thank goodness. Izuku calmed, before glancing at his mentor. All Might, once I've recovered, I could copy some more quirks, then I could give to you, so you can be a hero for longer. Recovery girl hit Izuku on his good arm. Don't you dare think about that. Quirk overstrain is serious business, nothing to be played around with. Izuku went to rub his arm, but missed. Oh right, my hand is gone. It's okay, I won't do it. Izuku insisted. Recovery Girl squinted at him for a few seconds before relaxing. Fine, but I'll hold you to that. All Might sat up. It's okay, these things happen. What happens now? That's just something we have to work through, is it not? Izuku smiled before nodding. Recovery Girl shrugged. Well, I'm off to check on your classmates. Wait, Izuku sat bolt upright. Are they okay? Recovery Girl nodded. Other than yourself, the only serious injury was on Jiro's leg. I was able to heal it. He's sleeping it off right now. And before you ask, Aizawa and 13 are both fine. Scarred, but fine. I've discharged them already. They just need some rest. That's good. Izuku nodded, his eyes welling up with relief. HMPH, you copied a regeneration quirk and still somehow came out of this the most injured. Recovery Girl shook her head. You, Midoriya, you're going to make me go gray. Izuku looked up at Recovery Girl's gray hair. But your hair already is. All Might slammed a hand over Izuku's mouth, cutting him off. Izuku is tired. He's probably just seeing things. Recovery Girl examined them for a few seconds before nodding and leaving. All Might lowered his arm, allowing Izuku to speak again. You called me Izuku. Izuku gripped the metal side of the bed with his good hand, once again close to tears. You called me Izuku. I guess I did. All Might rubbed the back of his head nervously. I mean, if you don't want me to, please call me Izuku. Izuku clapped his hand over his mouth, taken aback by his own outburst. All Might laughed. I'm happy to call you that, Izuku. But then I don't want you to call me All Might. I want you to call me by my real name. Izuku tilted his head. You mean Toshinori? Toshinori frowned. I didn't think I'd told you that. The green-haired boy was internally panicking. He couldn't tell his mentor how he knew his first name, about the vestiges. Of course, your memories of after the villains escaped must be coming back. You must have heard Mirai call me that. Toshinori smiled. That was Sir Nighteye. Izuku's eyes shone. Toshinori laughed. It was, but I'm afraid he couldn't stick around. I'm sure you'll be meeting him sometime soon. He's aware of One for All as well. Izuku nodded, breathing a mental sigh of relief. Toshinori took a deep breath. There is something I wanted to talk to you about. The sudden change in Toshinori's tone took Izuku off guard, from jovial to serious. I need to apologize. Toshinori paused, trying to find the right words to say. You were right, I was being distant, guarded. Toshinori lowered a hand to touch his bandages, above where his gruesome scar marked his skin. I let my fear get the better of me. I let cowardice blind me. Instead of seeing Izuku Midoriya I saw All for One. I doubted you. I doubted my own judgment in selecting you to pass One for All onto. Izuku's mouth was dry. He couldn't speak. I was hiding behind the wall. On Sunday, I saw your tests with Aizawa, then the battle training with me the next day. How your first thought after getting trampled yesterday was the wish that you could have helped the very people that hurt you. Toshinori turned his head, smiling at Izuku. That all proved to me that you are worthy not just of One for All, but to be the inheritor of my legacy, to be the next symbol of peace. You have already made me so proud, Izuku. Izuku sniffled, wiping away tears. You have also nearly given me a heart attack, Toshinori exclaimed, making the green-haired boy laugh. Toshinori laughed with him. Nana, is this how you felt? With me? Is this what it's like to have a child? A knock sounded on the door, before it opened to reveal Detective Tsukachi. Toshinori calmed, wiping away tears. Naomasa, it's good to see you. And you, Toshinori. Tsukachi turned his head. I'm glad to see you awake, Midoriya. Izuku bobbed his head in acknowledgement. Tsukachi entered the room, closing the door behind himself. Sorry to cut to the chase, but can you give me any details you got about the villains that... Wait, please, wait. Toshinori held his hands. That villain, the one with the beak that I punched through the roof, has been safely captured, Tsukachi assured. So far, the only ones who escaped were Shigaraki, Kirigiri, the two other monsters, a woman and a man named Nagata and Sengata, and finally, a 16-year-old boy claiming to be the dead son of Endeavor, despite the fact he should be nearly 26 by now. Toshinori slumped. All those villains, they escaped, because I wasn't strong enough. Tsukachi shook his head. Not at all, on the contrary. If you three heroes hadn't risked your lives, then the students would not have survived. You're wrong about that. Toshinori looked up at the detective. If the students hadn't fought, if they hadn't risked their lives as well, then I would have died. Neither Tsukachi or Izuku spoke, letting Toshinori continue. This class, to have been touched by this so early true villainy, and survived, to have learned to fear in the world of adults. Toshinori smirked. Those villains screwed up. This class, they'll become strong heroes, the leaders of the next generation of pro-heroes. Tsukachi smiled, nodding his head. Toshinori formed his hand into a fist. Of that, I am certain. Izuku looked down at his own hand, copying Toshinori's motion. Looking across and meeting his successor's eyes, Toshinori smiled and turned his fist into a thumbs up. I won't let you down. Izuku's voice was resolute. No sign of fear or worry. Another knock came from the door, followed by a voice. Izuku, Gyro said she heard Recovery Girl tell someone you were here. Izuku sat up straighter. That was Momo's voice. Would you mind if I came in? The green-haired boy looked at Toshinori with panic in his eyes. Momo couldn't see his true form. All Might smiled, before swelling up to his buff form. For you, Izuku, I can handle a few minutes. Izuku nodded, conveying his thanks. See, come in, Momo. The door slid open, revealing Momo in her school uniform. Momo stopped, staring at the near-mummified All Might and then to Tsukachi. Do not worry, young Yaoyorozu. All Might beamed. I fear Recovery Girl has gone quite overboard. Momo didn't look convinced. Are you sure? That wound on your side was bleeding quite heavily. 'Tis but a scratch, young Yaoyorozu. All Might formed a peace sign. Once I deduced that beast's weakness, he was no match for me. I see. I'm glad you are well, All Might. All Might only smiled wider. Thank you. But don't mind me. It was young Midoriya you were here to see. After all, just pretend like I'm not here. Oh, okay. Momo nodded, looking somewhat unsure of herself and definitely a bit awkward. Tsukachi returned his hat to his head. Well, I'd better head off. I'll allow you to see your boyfriend in peace. The detective left, smirking as both Izuku and Momo both flushed deep red and vehemently denied his assumption. Calming, feeling a little embarrassed, Momo moved over to Izuku's bed, pulling the curtain, well aware of the fact that doing so probably wouldn't help their denials of being a couple. Taking a seat next to the bed, Momo turned her head to Izuku. Are you well? Kaminari heard gossip that your arm had to be amputated, which, of course, is total nonsense. Izuku laughed nervously. Gee, that's actually kinda true. Momo's eyes widened in horror. But it's fine. Izuku insisted. I see copied a quirk earlier, hyper regeneration, and my will grow back once I've recovered a bit. Momo calmed slightly. You really are too reckless. Why yeah, I get told that one a lot. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Are you okay? Minor cuts and bruises. Momo answered. Mild quirk overuse. I am well. Izuku released a sigh of relief. Good, I'm glad you're okay. Momo smiled, before taking Izuku's hand. And I am happy you are well, relatively speaking. This is going to get worryingly common, isn't it? Izuku asked, trying to ignore the blush growing in his cheeks. I fear it is. Momo squeezed Izuku's hand. But we will face it. The door to the infirmary opened. Recovery Girl entered and walked over to Toshinori's bed with purpose in her stride. She pulled the curtain shut. Toshinori, get out of that form immediately. But, young Yaoyorozu, the curtains are soundproof. Toshinori deflated. So, Toshinori, I want you to have a look at these. Recovery Girl placed a file down on the number 1 hero's lap. Picking it up, Toshinori opened it. Flicking through it, it was his medical file. My x-rays, what's the problem? Recovery Girl took one x-ray from the file, showing it to Toshinori. This was an x-ray I took last month. Recovery Girl showed him another. This is the one I took an hour ago. Can you see a difference? Toshinori took the 2 x-rays, comparing them. I haven't damaged my stomach again, have I? Recovery Girl raised her eyebrows in disbelief. 6 years ago, you had a gastrectomy. The entirety of your stomach was removed. Toshinori looked back at the most recent x-ray. So, could you please tell me why you have a stomach again? On the other side of the soundproof curtain, Izuku was smiling, listening as Momo explained what had happened to her after the class had been split up. Momo stopped. All of this, classes, training, us, it's never going to be normal again, is it? Izuku hesitated, before speaking. No, I don't think it is. After all, what has been done cannot be undone. Izuku squeezed Momo's hand. But we'll be not normal together, right? Momo smiled, nodding her head. Izuku suddenly blushed, realizing what he'd just said. Oh, did I forget to mention? This is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. A symbol of hope. A portal opened, and out of it stepped All for One, his mask firmly in place, dressed in a tailored charcoal suit and walking on a cane. Kurogiri appeared, the portal closing as he recoalesced behind All for One. The supervillain strolled through row after row of large glass tubes. In them were a mix of humans and Nomu, with some being a fusion of the two. Dr. Yujiko, the elderly scientist, stopped what he was typing at his computer, turning his chair to face All for One. Zenrei, All for One chuckled, the sound like nails on a chalkboard. I haven't gone by that name in the best part of a century, yet you insist. Yujiko shrugged. I find it fitting. So, I take it this isn't a social call. Is it ever? Touché. All for One approached one of the glass tubes. Inside was the bark Nomu, its armor slowly regrowing. The 2 alpha Nomu, are they still viable for progression? Yujiko stood, his gait somewhat unsteady, walking on a cane of his own. It'll take time for them to heal, but yes, they are. Good, good. All for One paused. How did Tamura's surgery go? Well, his gunshot wounds are healed. He'll have to take it easy for the next few days. I dealt with his missing hand as well. Izuku adjusted his goggles. The other procedure you wanted, I did that as well. He'll be able to handle at least 3 quirks now, 4 if they synergize. All for one smirked. Excellent. Kurogiri, go fetch Tamura, bring him to my room, I'll meet you there. As you wish. Kurogiri nodded, before being swallowed by a portal and vanishing. The first of the Series IX Nomu is ready for the final transformation. If you would be so kind as to donate 2 quirks. Izuku set off, guiding All for One to a large tank. Inside was a teenage boy, a pair of large red wings restrained behind him. His skin was an unnatural color, pale yellow and sallow, his feet like talons. Ah yes, young Tsubasa. All for One studied the boy. Impressive, isn't it? He managed to keep his mind as an alpha Nomu. Few ever manage that. Perhaps he has his grandfather's tenacity. He's a failure. His mother had my quirk, and Brad had to go and get that bastard's quirk instead. Izuku glared at the teen boy, before pressing a button. The front of the tank opened. Tsubasa began to stir. 2 quirks, whatever you feel is appropriate. All for One nodded, before raising his arms. Organic protrusions. Change metal. Metal manipulation. 3 black metal claws burst from All for One's arm, twisting and shooting towards Tsubasa, digging into his chest. Red lines began to glow along the long, thin claws in a pattern similar to a circuit board. So he has 4 quirks already. The strength quirk I gave him last year, his birth quirk, those wings, super regeneration and shoulder-mounted jets. Which quirks to choose? 1 more strength quirk can't hurt. The light in the claws briefly pulsed aquamarine, passing from All for One's arm down to Tsubasa, crackles of energy in the same color covering his body. Tsubasa convulsed, yelling in pain. Or rather, it can't hurt me. All for One sighed. How boring it was. Other people's pain just didn't give him that same feeling it used to. Not to say he didn't get some modicum of enjoyment out of it. Now, which other quirk? Ice manipulation. No, it requires too much intelligence for that quirk. Absorption and release. No, that one should be kept for a simple alpha Nomu. Then, fire breath. It's not like I have any need for it or that identity anymore. Orange light pulsed down the claws. More energy sparks appearing around Tsubasa as the winged boy's screams intensified. His skin was morphing. Fire seeping out of tears in his skin. His wings ripping and healing over and over. All for One retracted his claws. It's done. Izuku nodded, pressing a different button. The glass closed, the tank filling up with liquid as syringes appeared from the side, stabbing into both of Tsubasa's arms. All for One hadn't thought it would be possible, but Tsubasa's yells got louder as his body began to deform further, his arms and legs lengthened, his skull receding to show his brain, eyes swelling to bulge out of their sockets. The winged Nomu howled, its wings now pale yellow to match the rest of his skin. Its nose was gone, 2 vertical slits in its place, while the talon on its feet had grown even larger, a set now on its hands as well. Izuku tapped the glass with a finger, receiving an animalistic roar from the winged Nomu in return. Its mind didn't survive the progression, it's beta grade now. Izuku continued to examine the winged Nomu. All for One spoke. Start on the next 2 of Series IX Nomu. I'm going to meet Tamura. Izuku mumbled in agreement, too busy scribbling down notes about the newly created Nomu. Black sludge appeared around All for One, covering him for a few seconds before receding. He was back in his room, the breathing apparatus he required. When not using an air manipulation quirk for brief periods, sat next to his chair. Sensei. All for One turned. Tamura and Kurogiri stood at one side of the room, the former's arms and legs bandaged. Tamura, I'm glad to see you. Well. Tamura frowned, his upturned mouth peeking out from behind the hand he wore on his face. Are you unsatisfied? Tamura raised his right arm to reveal a golden yellow metal rectangle on the end of his stump, hollow except for 2 cylindrical prongs. This is hardly a hand. No, it isn't. All for One smirked. That hand on your face is though. Tamura removed his father's hand from his face, examining the port on the bottom, the exact opposite of what was on his right arm. At this, the pale-haired villain slotted the preserved hand into his stump, commanding his lost right hand to move. Tamura watched as his father's hand followed the same movements. Your father's quirk was dust manipulation, wasn't it not? All for One threw Tamura a tennis ball. Tamura nodded, catching the tennis ball with his new hand, before tossing it to his other. Try using it. Placing his 5th digit on the ball, Tamura watched it crumble to dust, before twisting his other hand. The dust formed into a cyclone, spinning around in the palm of his left hand. They're quirks, I can use them all. All for One nodded. But that's far from all I have to give you. I guess you could consider these your graduation present. Flicking his fingers, a portal of black sludge deposited a pro hero, dressed in a 2-tone, colored blue and a lighter blue, jumpsuit that covered his entire body apart from his left eye, nose and mouth, with a red cape hanging from his shoulders. Say hello to X-Less. All for One looked down at the disorientated hero, the man's body struggling to move. Black spikes shot out, burying themselves into the hero's skin, draining his quirk from him with a pulse of pink lines. All for One shrugged, retracting the spikes. Laser, an interesting if common quirk, one I never really bothered with. Tamura stalked over to Quirkless and hoisted him up with his left hand around the man's throat. Pro hero was barely conscious. What do we do with him? Tamura questioned, itching to turn the wretch to dust. Don't kill him, All for One ordered, before nodding at Kurogiri. We don't need an investigation into a dead hero right now. I already tampered with his memory. He won't remember any of this. Kurogiri opened a portal in the corner of the room. Fine, Tamura sighed, before ripping the cape from around Quirkless's neck with his father's hand and tossing him in the portal with his other. Taking the cape, Shigaraki tossed it over one shoulder, then seeing All for One and Kurogiri's eyes on him, Shigaraki shrugged. What? I might get cold. As you wish. All for One sounded vaguely disappointed. Now, for the gifting ceremony. Tamura, walking forwards. Tamura dropped to his knees in front of All for One. Of course, sensei. All for One placed his hand on Tamura's head. The supervillain's hand took on the same black and red appearance as his spikes did earlier. Laser, Dust Devil, Blur. The glowing lines on All for One's hand pulsed first pink, then black and finally yellow. Removing his hand, All for One stepped back, allowing Tamura to stand. Tamura rolled his neck, before activating Laser, a red beam of light shooting from his left eye and burning the concrete wall. Deactivating it, Tamura raised his left hand, twisting it as it turned into sand and dust, retaining its normal shape. The hand returned to normal before Tamura suddenly blurred, reappearing at the other side of the room. This power, I'll use it to kill All Might. Tamura. Shigaraki grinned. And Izuku Midoriya. End of USJ Assault Arc. A lone figure stood on the edge of a rooftop, overlooking Hasu City, the night sky at his back. I'm coming for you all. Strips of red cloth fluttered behind him. All you fake heroes. He was dressed in a sleeveless combat suit, plated with metal armor, an entire armory's worth of weapons holstered all over his body. I'm going to kill you. The hero killer opened his lips, his serpentine tongue licking one of his blades, smearing the blood. Murai loosened the tie around his neck, before returning his hand to the wheel. A sigh escaped from his lips, his eyes focusing on the road in front of him. Damn it, Murai flicked his indicator. I need a drink. 33 years he'd had this quirk, an infallible vision of the future. Then in a single afternoon his faith in that unshakable fact had been shattered. Izuku Midoriya, a plain, forgettable boy with the power of a god, and the ability to defy my visions. Or was it just a fluke? Using his indicator again, Murai pulled into a car park, stopping his vehicle and cutting the engine. Leaning back in his seat, Murai released another sigh, a far greater one than before, rubbing his face. For 6 years I've lived in fear of his vision of All Might's death, and now my confidence in my quirk is dead. Izuku Midoriya was destined to die today, and yet he lived. I saw him crumble to dust, pleading and apologizing to Tashinori. Murai had seen All Might attending the young boy's funeral, looking broken in a way he'd never seen before. He'd seen beyond that too. All Might continuing to weaken, with no successor to one for all to take his place. He'd seen All Might abandoning his position at UA to hunt Shigaraki down, killing him in rage after the young man had been left to die by All for One. He'd seen All Might lying broken at the feet of Overhaul, Mirio desperately trying to protect the #1 hero and another, smaller figure. Removing the key from the ignition, Murai exited his vehicle, walking towards a discreet bar, lacking any identifying marks. Pressing his hero license to a panel beside the door, Murai watched as it lit up green. Welcome, Sir Nighteye. The metal door slid open, revealing a set of stairs heading down. Murai followed them, entering a bar, its cleanliness and style a far cry from the rundown nature of the area it was in. The bar. That was what pro heroes called it. It had no official name in any case. A place for pro heroes to be able to drink and relax without the fear of the paparazzi getting a compromising picture and a deliberately misinterpreted headline. It was the first time Murai had been to this iteration of the bar. It tended to move location every 6 months or so. Turning the corner of the bar, Murai took in the sight in front of him. All the heroes drinking at the bar were crammed in booths, clearly avoiding a miserable-looking Endeavor, who sat alone at the bar, already well on his way to drunk. Murai rolled his eyes at the sentient bag of rage and poor choices, before sitting at a stool further down the bar, half raising his hand to get the bartender's attention. The young woman approached, most likely a local student as was usually the case at the bar. They were in plentiful supply and would be more easily convinced not to spill any hero secrets by a wage triple the national average the job would normally have. Evening, my name's Sakura. What would you like to drink? The bartender gave a polite, distinctly service industry smile. It was the same one Murai used when morons told him they could do his job better than he did. A beer, please, Murai answered, handing over the required yen, along with a tip. The poor girl deserved it for putting up with Endeavor for a patron. Sakura smiled again, before serving him his drink in a glass tankard, the froth rippling as it touched down on the bar top in front of him. Murai took a sip, savoring the taste and the coolness, dulling the horror and anxiety the day had brought. The beard of flames that wreathed Endeavor's face flared as he chucked more yen down on the counter, foregoing the use of the spoken word, probably for the better, considering this was Endeavor, the same hero who despised All Might, taking any opportunity to give him a backhanded comment or glare at him. A whiskey was set down in front of Endeavor, the yen taken in payment. The number 2 hero grunted in thanks, picking his drink up and nursing it, his eyes boring down into the amber liquid. Mirai returned his tankard to the bar top, empty save for a few scraps of foam. Another, if you would. Mirai watched the bartender take the tankard, walking away. Leaning back slightly, Mirai looked across at Endeavor, his whiskey still untouched. I don't think the bottom of that drink is going to give you the answers you want. Endeavor grunted, lowering his glass. And you can, with that quirk of yours. Mirai shrugged. I would have thought so yesterday, but today. The number 2 hero didn't reply. Your son doesn't want to see me. None of them do. Endeavor lowered his head. You can stop pretending you don't know about him. Mirai quirked an eyebrow. You mean your eldest son? That was not Toya. Endeavor's grip around his glass tightened. Toya is dead. We buried him, that wasn't him. Calling your other son a liar or an idiot then? Endeavor glared at the green and yellow-haired man. Shoto was young. He doesn't remember how badly Toya was burnt. Even if he had survived, the scarring would have been massive, irreversible. So someone really wants everyone to think your son is alive and a villain. Mirai mused as a fresh beer was placed down in front of him. The attack today was twofold. To kill the number 1 hero and implicate the number 2 hero's son as an accessory to it. Endeavor grunted. Mirai frowned. You would have been forced to step back or retire completely, leaving the number 1 spot open for Hawks, a pawn of the hero commission. Endeavor interrupted. That's no coincidence. You do know today's attack was orchestrated by All for One. Mirai questioned. Endeavor looked away from the bar top for the first time, directly at Mirai. And you don't think All for One has a hand in the hero commission? Mirai paused, ruminating on the flame hero's words. When I was a kid, the number 1 spot was an ever-changing position. It held heroes to a standard of constantly improving and bettering their skills. Endeavor paused. Now All Might is the untouchable number 1, a living god to the masses. That's what the position means now. But he isn't under the commission's control. Mirai sighed. So they want to replace him with Hawks, a hero they've raised from childhood, with complete control over him. Mirai frowned again. Endeavor was right. The commission were a bunch of power-hungry bastards, always had been. This doesn't change the plan, Sasaki. Endeavor glanced at Mirai. Keep All Might alive. That's what you came and begged me to help you do 6 years ago. Mirai didn't reply. I know I'm not powerful enough to surpass All Might. That much has been made clear to me. Endeavor downed his drink. We have to keep him alive until Shoto or that protege of yours are qualified heroes. They're the only ones with potential to be strong enough. No, there's another. Endeavor gave a disbelieving look. Izuku Midoriya, and wanna like your son. You mean All Might's secret love child? Mirai had chosen a poor time to take a sip of his drink. What? It's what Shoto is convinced of. Endeavor shrugged. Personally, I don't see any resemblance to the smiling bastard, but to you, that's another story. Mirai had just taken another sip to clear his throat. I swear you're doing this on purpose. Mirai coughed, his lungs filled with foam. Endeavor shrugged, but he couldn't hide the faint smirk on his lips from Mirai's sharp eyes. So, why do you think this kid, Midoriya, has the potential to surpass All Might? Endeavor questioned. Mirai paused, unsure of how much of the truth he should tell the number 2 hero. Not of One for All, of course. Endeavor only knew of All for One through his family history. The Todoroki heroes had passed the knowledge on from parent to child. He has All Might's quirk. Mirai spoke. It was Endeavor's turn to choke. This time on air, before attempting to cover it up with a small cough. His own quirk, Quirksmith, allows him to permanently copy other quirks, All Might's amongst the ones he already has. Mirai sighed. I saw his death today. Izuku Midoriya should have died 9 hours ago, but he didn't. He defied my vision. Endeavor didn't speak for a few seconds, before standing. It suits our plans. Midoriya will make a worthy rival to my Shoto. The number 2 hero went to leave, but Mirai could see now the man was drunker than his conversational skill had indicated. Endeavor stumbled. Mirai reached hold and grabbed his shoulder, stabilizing the larger man. Normally, Mirai chose to drink at home. Alcohol had an annoying habit of making his quirk somewhat excitable. He had really considered that a non-issue this evening as he'd already had his single use of his quirk for the day. Except, he hadn't noticed the time, later than he'd thought, just a few minutes past midnight. Mirai's quirk activated. You can't refuse my gift forever, Shoto. Mirai watched Shoto glare at his father, without saying a word. Welcome to the first day of the 2179 UA Sports Festival, my personal favorite. The first year stage, all these hotshots ready to make their rocking debut. Doesn't it just wanted to make you yell? Esashi, no. YAHHHOO. With a shocking last-second advance to first place, it's Midoriya. What a nail-biting conclusion. Izuku lost his footing as he slowed, rolling across the grass as he came to a halt. looking up at the cloudless sky above. Mikumo. Mirai turned his gaze to see a dark-haired boy get hit in the chest by a slab of concrete with a sickening crack. After the regrettable incident in the second round, a reduced third round will be held, aggregating the results of the first and second events to select 8 competitors. It's your power, Todoroki, not his. Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki advances to the finals. Mirai stood in the rubble of the platform, turning to see Midoriya unconscious, one of his arms mangled, bent and broken, the skin purple and bleeding. Midoriya. Also in third place is Izuku Midoriya, the winner of the first event, whose explosive battle with Todoroki caused the most amount of damage ever recorded at the first-year stage. He's a powerhouse on the rise. Watch out. Mirai's view was over Endeavor's shoulder. The number 2 hero stood in the stands, watching as All Might placed the bronze around the green-haired boy's neck, before hugging him as he had done with Takoyami. The world blurred again. Mirai's view was in Todoroki Ancestral House, a traditional Japanese-style design. Endeavor was standing in the center of the room. The youngest son, Shoto, and the daughter, Fayumi, sat on the sofa, all of them staring at the television screen. The Mustafu Police Department have confirmed the body that washed up on Dagaba Beach last night is that of Izuku Midoriya, a UA student who captivated the nation in the sports festival only a few days ago. The wounds on his body had been confirmed to be consistent with those seen in the victims of the hero killer sting. There have been no further leads on the whereabouts of his mother, Inko Midoriya, who is believed to have been kidnapped at the same time as her son. We at MNS would like to offer our condolences to those who were close to the Midoriya family. UA will be holding a vigil for Izuku Midoriya, and he will be buried with full honors granted to pro heroes who have fallen in battle. The screen changed, showing a picture of Midoriya on the podium, blushing as All Might hugged him, text written along the bottom. Izuku Midoriya, 15.07. 2163 to 05.05.2179. Mirai gasped as he was returned to awareness, lying on the floor of the bar. Midoriya changed the future. He denied time his death. Mirai sat up, but time is going to take it no matter the cost. Endeavor frowned, picking up Mirai's half-drunk beer and sniffing it. It was normal beer. Mirai looked up at the number 2 hero. But the future isn't set in stone yet. I know that now. What is yet to be done can be undone. Izuku looked down at his right hand. It had regrown overnight. The skin was identical to his original arm, right down to a scar he got when he was 6. Bakugo had challenged him to a bike race, and of course he'd accepted, eager to prove that he could keep up with his quirked friend. Izuku had hit a rock, flipped over the handlebars and cut his arm on a broken piece of glass. However, Recovery Girl's test had shown that the muscle, the bone and the everything else under the skin was brand new, no sign of any wear and tear. That must mean that the skin retaining its original appearance is due to my perception of myself, my sense of identity, how I see myself. Izuku, the green-haired boy looked up, then across at Toshinori, in the driver's seat. I was muttering again, wasn't I? Toshinori nodded. Sorry, I'm trying not to. It's fine. Toshinori interrupted, keeping his eyes on the road. It's good that you have an analytical mind, especially with your quirk. There was actually something I wanted to tell you about, my time limit. Izuku felt his mouth go dry. It went down, didn't it? Toshinori nodded. I've got a bit more than 2 hours left, but there's more to it than that. Oh, okay. Izuku nodded, listening intently. I need to explain something my master told me about how one for all is passed on first. Toshinori paused, bringing the car to a stop at a red light. Then I pass the quirk to you. It essentially copied the power stockpile into you. Izuku nodded. Why yeah. Whenever I use it the stockpile fills back up. I haven't been able to use power faster than it can replace it yet. I've only ever used one for all's power beyond its ability to replenish itself a few times. The light turned green. Toshinori accelerated the car. Plus, every time you tap into it you make it stronger, you increase its limit, kind of like building muscle. The green-haired boy made a noise of understanding. However, for me, now that I've passed the core of one for all on, that stockpile no longer refills. Whenever I use its power, I deplete it permanently. Toshinori explained. And my physical state forces me to draw on the quirk just to be All Might. I'm draining what power I have left far faster than I hoped. Before yesterday I had around 60% left. Today, it's 40%. Izuku looked on the verge of tears. But at that rate, barring another USJ level event, you'll be out of power by July, August at the latest. Toshinori nodded. That was what was expected. But what about the 80% I transferred to you? Izuku questioned. I went into my quirk space last night. I have the 10% you gave me back to heal the decaying on top of my usual 100%. What about the rest? Izuku, I transferred all 80% of that power back to you. All but 10% was used faster than it could restore. Izuku stuttered. Weebu earned through 70% of one for all's power. It was for a good cause. Toshinori nodded. Now, about my time limit. Wait, that wasn't the thing you wanted to tell me about. That was all the explanation. Izuku blurted out. It was. Toshinori made a right turn. My limit is just over 2 hours, but we found a way to increase it. You have? Izuku asked, wide-eyed. How? Because of you. Toshinori smirked. When you and I combined our power to supercharge that regeneration quirk of yours, it didn't just heal you, it affected me too. It healed you. Izuku's eyes shone. Like, fully. Toshinori shook his head. The scar is still there, and I only have one lung, but my stomach was completely regrown. Then that means you could rebuild muscle mass, reduce the rate at which you're depleting one for all. Izuku spiraled into frantic mumbling, too fast for human ears to understand. Izuku, yep, sorry. Izuku shook his head. So what are you going to do now? Same thing you and your classmates will be doing for the sports festival. Training. Izuku nodded. We could train together. Toshinori couldn't have stopped himself from smiling even if he'd wanted to. Izuku, my boy, I would be honored. The green-haired boy blushed, suddenly nervous that his childhood hero wanted to train with him. We're here. Toshinori pulled into the car park, finding a spot and cutting the engine. Let's go, shall we, young Izuku? Toshinori bulked up into his hero form, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Rip. Izuku's eyes widened, choking back a laugh. Toshinori deflated back to normal. That sounded bad, Toshinori commented, before looking down to see his suit jacket had been turned to shreds. I forgot this jacket wasn't one of the stretchy ones Power Loader made for me. That was a mistake. I'll just have to do without. Izuku smiled, an idea forming in his head. Toshinori, what were the measurements for the jacket? Toshinori frowned in confusion, before grabbing the jacket and handing it to his successor. Flipping it over, Izuku read the tag, using his perfect recall quirk to store the information, and then dredged up a long-past memory of watching a textile documentary in class. Holding up his arm, pink and blue sparkles fluttered around his skin as he created a bundle of yellow material from it. Taking the material, Izuku shook it out to reveal it was a suit jacket, almost identical to the one Toshinori had destroyed. Toshinori took the offered jacket, slowly pulling it on, finding it an almost perfect fit. That was young Yaoyorozu's quirk, wasn't it? To have such a grasp on it so soon. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. I copied a quirk that gives me a perfect memory, but I can't create very much before I run out of stores. Toshinori nodded, before smirking. So, you copied creation from Yaoyorozu when she visited you in the infirmary yesterday, right? Doesn't it require physical contact? Izuku blushed as they ascended the stairs of the apartment building. And no, it was nothing like, she just held my hand. Did she now? The green-haired boy's cheeks somehow managed to get redder, his speech becoming near incoherent. Wait, that, she. Toshinori chuckled, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Relax, I'm just pulling your leg. Izuku calmed down, realizing that they were stood at the front door of his home. Are you coming in? Izuku queried, pulling on the straps of his backpack. Toshinori nodded. I am, but as Mr. Yagi, your teacher, and not, Izuku knew exactly what he meant. There's actually something I should tell you about before we go in now I think about it. Toshinori rubbed the back of his head nervously. I actually introduced myself too. The number 1 hero was cut off when the door opened, revealing Inko. Mr. Yagi. Inko squeaked, her cheeks tinting slightly pink. WNUA. Rang. I didn't realize they'd be sending you. Izuku narrowed his eyes, looking first at his mom and then his mentor, before back again. Wait, what? Izuku. The green-haired boy was pulled inside the apartment and swallowed up in one of his mom's hugs. He hadn't realized how much he needed it until now. Toshinori stepped in afterwards, closing the door behind himself. Are you okay? Inko let go of her son, taking his hand. Were you hurt? Now it was Izuku's turn to look nervous. I copied a regeneration quirk. That had been the wrong thing to say. You healed. How bad was it? It was bad, but I did do it to myself. Izuku answered honestly. To yourself. Inko looked frantic. Is this the first one you copied? The one that broke your arm and legs in the entrance exam? Izuku paused, before nodding. It is. The more quirks I copy, the stronger it becomes, and the more it hurts me. Inko sat down on the couch, Izuku sitting next to her, while Toshinori took the armchair. I want to ask you to stop using that quirk, Inko said, making her son's eyes go wide. But I'm not. I spent so many years not believing in your dream, and I'm not going to do it again. Izuku, I believe you can master that quirk, so it doesn't hurt you. Izuku began to tear up, prompting his mom to do the same, as they hugged again. Inko nodded. I love you, Izuku. Thanks, Mom. Izuku smiled, for believing in me. The two broke apart, before Inko suddenly realized that Toshinori was still there. Inko started, before jumping to her feet. Oh, Mr. Yagi, would you like some tea, some coffee, maybe something to eat? Coffee would be great. Toshinori smiled at Inko, making her blush slightly again. Of course, I was brewing some before you arrived. Inko went into the kitchen, clanking sounds echoing back to Toshinori and Izuku. I picked up some high-calorie biscuits as well. Inko returned to the living room, placing a tray down on the coffee table. Here we are. Thank you very much, Ms. Midoriya. Toshinori smiled and nodded, accepting her coffee. Izuku sat on the sofa, entirely nonplussed. What is going on? Inko looked at her son. What did you say, honey? How do you know to Mr. Yagi? Izuku questioned. Toshinori spoke. I met your mother before I started training you, to ask for her permission. You did? Izuku questioned, before coming to realization. Mom, that's why you were so quick to accommodate my meal plan. Inko nodded. It is. I have to admit I was surprised that All Might's secretary wanted to train you to be a hero. That told Izuku what he needed to know. His mom didn't know Toshinori was All Might. And what was more pressing was that his mom and All Might were friends. They'd been meeting up the entire time he'd been training for UA. In the end, Izuku found it kind of funny. Most kids would have been upset by this, but not Izuku. He wasn't stupid. He could see the looks the two were giving each other over their drinks. Mom deserves to be happy. I would never stand in the way of that. Izuku stood. I'm going to go for a run. A run? Inko's attention turned to her son. Are you sure you shouldn't be resting? The green-haired boy shook his head. No, I just need to clear my head after, what happened yesterday. I'll just leave you two to your conversation. Izuku went to his bedroom, changing into a set of workout clothes, and heading out with a goodbye to his mom and Toshinori, leaving them alone. Out on the balcony, Izuku pulled on his headphones and set off. Toru stood in the middle of her bedroom. Its sparse contents had been packed in boxes and loaded into the back of Eraserhead's car. All that was left was her bed, a child's, far too cramped for her teenage self, and her wardrobe, a battered old relic, with 2 holes her father's fist had made. It's funny, Toru said, her tone suggesting it was anything but. Ever since I can remember I wanted to escape, to leave him this room behind. Now that day's come and I feel scared. Somehow, I know I'll miss it in some way. Change is scary. Akatani spoke, stepping forward to stand at the invisible girl's side. But you can't be afraid to move on, to move past them. Toru nodded. I know, but it doesn't make it any easier. How do you do it? Akatani started slightly. Oh, you mean moving foster homes? Toru nodded. Well, you just kind of get used to it. I don't really remember how many homes it's been, or how many more it's going to be. Akatani paused. I just know that when I'm moving to a home, I'll be leaving again. That sounds sad, Toru commented. It is. Akatani shrugged. But that's just the way it is. Why did you never, get adopted? Akatani stiffened. Because I'm quirkless. No one wants a quirkless kid. Not even foster parents, not for long. Toru frowned. Doesn't it get lonely? It did. Akatani shuffled nervously. Yeah, I've got people now, haven't I? Izuku, Hatsum. You. Toru smirked. I guess you have. Yeah. Akatani had a realization. I should probably be telling Izuku that we're brothers, shouldn't I? Toru shrugged. He's figured it out already, the day of the press break-in. How do you know that? I eavesdropped on him and All Might. Toru answered plainly. The two of them looked pretty close, like they've known each other for a while. Akatani made a choked cry. Hagakure. You can't just listen in on people's conversions. It's fine, besides I didn't hear much. I was worried one of Midoriya's new quirks might be able to detect me. Toru frowned. I need you to do something for me. Oh okay, please don't call me that name. Toru looked Akatani in the eyes, unable to ignore the scar she had given him the day before. I don't want to be reminded of them, just call me Toru. Sorry, Akatani stuttered. Then you should at least call me Mikumo. It's a deal, Mikumo. Toru beamed, wishing that the dark-haired boy could see her smile. Whoa, Mikumo pointed to her face. A part of you just flashed. Like, just your face. Toru tilted her head. It did. Mikumo nodded. Yeah, it was really bright, so you can change your refractive index in different parts of your body then. Not just the whole thing. I don't really know. Toru said. I've never really tried that. My parents can't do that, so I never tried. Mikumo shrugged, before his eyes strayed to a mirror, jammed down the side of the wardrobe. Toru followed his line of sight. Oh, that? I can't really use that anymore. I haven't been able to for a long time. A long time. Mikumo looked puzzled. But your quirk, weren't you born invisible? I wasn't, no. Toru answered. I didn't get my quirk till I was nearly 5, but I didn't go invisible all the time until I was 8. You used to be able to turn your invisibility on and off. Mikumo questioned. This disproved so many of his assumptions about her quirk, it was exciting. Not really. More that I had to turn my visibility on and off. Over time it got harder and harder until one day I couldn't do it anymore. Toru sighed. Do you miss it? Toru hesitated, uncertain. I didn't, but think I'm starting to miss being seen. I see you. Mikumo smiled, using his uncanny senses to look her in the eyes. Thanks, I needed that. Toru placed her hand on Mikumo's arm. And thanks for staying with me. And Izuku in the infirmary last night. Mikumo shrugged awkwardly. It's okay. I couldn't sleep anyway. I just worked in my armor. Sorry. Mikumo frowned. About what? About what? I hurt you. I damaged your armor. Toru argued. It's fine. Armor can be fixed. You gave me a small cut. It's already healed. Mikumo took Toru's hand. What's important is that you are safe, alive. But you weren't safe if you hadn't said what you did. Toru paused, struggling to find the right words. I'm not sure I would have stopped. I terrified that I would have killed you. Mikumo shook his head. You wouldn't have. I know that. You couldn't safely defy them until then. Couldn't I? Couldn't I just have run away one night? And go where? Mikumo asked. You'd have just been a missing child to be tracked down and returned home. No questions asked. Toru looked up. You sound like you have experience. I do. Not every foster parent gets into it for the love of raising children. Your foster parents, they're not. Mikumo shook his head. No, that was a long time ago. Not long after Snipe found me on the streets. It's time to go. Toru and Mikumo suddenly realized they were still holding hands. The two teens blushed bright red. Toru's hidden by her invisibility, and broke apart, stammering their excuses. Aizawa sighed. I don't care, the car's packed. Toru nodded. Okay, time to go, I guess. It's okay if you're scared to leave. Aizawa assured her, echoing Mikumo's words. I know, but I have to, I need to. Toru froze, staring at the mirror down the side of the wardrobe. The invisible girl dashed forwards, pulling the mirror out and holding it. I'm taking this as well. Aizawa shrugged. Whatever, there's space. With that, the two teens and the teacher left the bedroom and out of the apartment door. Toru stopped in the doorway, turning back to the rundown apartment that had been her home since she was born. So long, I guess. The door closed, and Toru knew she would never see the place again. Locking the door, its paint chipped and cracked. She held up the key. She stared at it for a few seconds before posting it through the door. Toru turned to Aizawa. I'm ready to go. Dropping the microwave on the pile. Away from the beach, Izuku turned back to face it, once again clean and usable. Nice work, kid. Izuku nodded to the passerby, with a nervous smile. Walking down onto the beach, Izuku sat down and slipped into his quirk space. It was like a sky full of stars, all different colors, swirling around him. It was overwhelming. Holding out his hand, Izuku charged Quirksmith through it, summoning the 4-speed quirks he now held. One he'd copied on Tuesday, during the stampede, the other 3 from the day before, copied from villains. Bringing the same thrum of one for all is what he had used to create Rockhard into his arms. Izuku pushed it into the 4 quirks. The 4 quirks, colored white, red, a darker red and purple, glowed silver, before each one fused with another, leaving 2 silver quirks hanging in front of Izuku, before they fused again. Izuku touched the remaining quirk. Speed, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 15, 2179. Type, Emitter. Compound of 4 speed quirks. Gives the holder a X92 passive increase to their natural speed and agility. I can fuse copies of the same quirks more than once. Izuku expanded the new speed quirk. He manipulated one of the strands. I can still alter it like a simple quirk. The effect stacks like in an inventory of a video game. Reaching out again, Izuku summoned the 6 strength quirks he had, ready to do the same thing he'd done to the speed quirks, before pausing. What if I merged a strength quirk with another quirk? Izuku tilted his head. Would it still grant me enhanced strength? Or enhance the effect of the quirk it's fused with? Summoning the 2 stretch quirks he had, one that would stretch his arms, the other his neck, Izuku fused them into a single quirk. Stretch, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 15, 2179. Type, Transformation. Compound of 2 stretch quirks, allows the holder to stretch their arms and neck. Okay, so now if I, taking a strength quirk, the weakest one, a modifier of X04, just in case it denatured, Izuku flared 1 for all's power, fusing it with the stretch quirk. The fusion worked, the silver quirk hovering in front of him. Super Stretch, created by Izuku Midoriya, aged 15, on April 15, 2179. Type, Transformation. Compound of 2 stretch quirks and strength, allows the holder to turn their body into a rubber-like material that can flex and stretch. Izuku smiled, excitement rising within him. Dropping out of quirk space and back into the real world, Izuku stood, activating Super Stretch, examining his arm. Taking his other hand, he poked his arm with his finger, watching as it deformed like rubber. Izuku activated Rockhard in parallel with Super Stretch to see what the combined effect would be. Poking the stone arm, Izuku watched as it deformed again. But it was definitely harder to do than before. More like hardened rubber. What if I used this combination when I wield 1 for all? The green-haired boy almost called on the immensely powerful quirk before realizing exactly where he was. Or maybe later. Katsuki stomped up the apartment building stairs with his usual prickly attitude. Reaching the nerd's floor, Katsuki slammed the door to the balcony open and mooched his way down, passing an emaciated man in a yellow suit on his way. Stopping, Katsuki turned to look back at the emaciated man. That suit, it looked familiar. Nah, that fucking skeleton isn't All Might, no fucking way. Stopping at the door to the apartment, Katsuki knocked. A few seconds passed before the door opened to reveal Inko. Toshi, is there something new? Oh, Katsuki. Auntie Inko. Katsuki greeted, with the smirk that passed for a smile for him. Inko opened the door wider, motioning for Katsuki to enter. It's so good to see you. It's been what? 7 months since your mother's birthday party, right? Katsuki grunted in agreement. I was looking for the knee, for Midoriya. Inko smiled, with a small laugh. There's no need to be so formal. You and Izuku have been friends since you were in Nappas, although you always did try your best to get out of them. Katsuki frowned. Has the nerd never mentioned that they weren't friends anymore? That they hadn't been for a long time? Force of habit. Katsuki shrugged, hoping to deflect. Sure, actually, Izuku's gone for a run. You know him, he never stays still. Inko was straightening up the living room, the used tray of coffee and biscuits showing she'd recently had a guest. Or guests. Was it the skeleton? First it was the quirk analysis. Now he spends all this time in his quirk space tinkering with those quirks of his. Inko stopped fixing the cushions, looking at Katsuki. Enough about that. I'm sure he bores you to death with quirk talk enough as it is. You can wait in his bedroom if you want. Katsuki shrugged. Sure, whatever. Instead of reprimanding him or yelling at him, Inko just shot him a warm smile. All it did was remind Katsuki of how much he'd wished Inko had been his mother instead of the old hag when he was younger. Who am I kidding? I still wish she was my mother. Katsuki trudged to Izuku's bedroom door, made obvious by the All Might-themed nameplate, opening it and entering, before shutting it closed behind himself. It was like taking a step back in time. By about 8 years, All Might posters, as well as a few of Kamui Wood's, the Wild Pussycats and Ingenium. Figures of heroes, mostly of the number 1 hero, were displayed pride of place on a shelf above his desk. Katsuki examined the room, comparing it to how he remembered it the last time he'd been in it, when he and the nerd were still 7. The major differences were the larger bed and a tall bookshelf, the latter filled with books on analysis, hero guides, and those stupid notebooks that the nerd was always scribbling in. Walking to the bookshelf, Katsuki pulled the first hero notebook out of it and opened it. On the first page wasn't All Might like Katsuki was expecting, but himself. Below a crayon drawing of 5-year-old Katsuki was a torrent of words. Izuku's childish writing gushing over the blonde boy and his quirk. Katsuki couldn't force himself to read any more of it. He closed it and returned it to its place on the shelf, instead plucking another notebook, number 7 this time. Opening it, Katsuki saw himself again. The drawing was much better, showing a 9-year-old version of Katsuki using his quirk. The analysis was also much improved, listing his abilities, possible future applications for his quirk, some of which Katsuki noted were ones he had now discovered himself, as well as his weaknesses and how he could be beaten without using a quirk. Without a quirk. Did the nerd really not know he had a quirk? Did his father mess with his memories as well? Closing the notebook, Katsuki swapped it for the 10th volume, opening it up. Again, an improved analysis of Katsuki was on the first page, but the notable thing to the blonde teen was the folded piece of paper that fluttered out of it and onto the floor. Closing the notebook and dropping it onto the desk, Katsuki bent down and picked up the piece of paper. Standing up, Katsuki unfolded the paper. It was a letter. Dear Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should do this to you, but I can't keep going. I can't. Katsuki's legs gave out. He flopped to the floor, his back against the side of the bed. He knew what this was in an instant. This wasn't a letter, it was a suicide note. It wasn't long, apologizing for his quirklessness and the burden he was to his mother, and how he could never become a hero. The door opened. Katsuki didn't even have time to pretend he wasn't reading the note. Not that he even tried. A suicide note? Katsuki questioned, looking up at Izuku, stood in his doorway, sweaty and lightly covered in sand. Huh, you found it. Izuku's reaction was muted, almost like it was something he'd been expecting. What? Where's the fucking stuttering? The nervousness? Katsuki demanded angrily, unaware of the tears forming in his eyes. When did you write this? Izuku sighed, pulling up his desk chair, sitting in it, facing his childhood friend. Remember that week in the first year of middle school when I was off with the flu? Katsuki nodded numbly. It wasn't the flu. The blonde teen wasn't sure what to say to that. He tried to kill himself. Was it me? Katsuki's voice was barely more than a whisper. Am I why? Why you tried, did? Are you why I tried to kill myself? Izuku supplied, before shrugging noncommittally. That's not an answer. Katsuki raised his head to look at the green-haired boy. No, it isn't. Then give me one. Izuku sighed. I won't lie to you, Kaken. That told Katsuki everything he needed to know. Izuku tried to kill himself because of me. Katsuki dropped the note, clenching his fists. I really am a villain in waiting, just like the old hag said. You were part of the reason. I wanted to be your friend like we used to be, but you just shrugged me off for no reason. It hurt. Izuku held out another piece of paper, this one an actual letter. But this was most of the reason why I did it. Katsuki took the letter and read it. It was a reply to fan mail from Endeavor, or more accurately an employee of his. Clearly the nerd had written to the number 2 hero, asking if he could be a hero without a quirk. The response was less than pleasant. Large parts of it detailed how quirkless people couldn't be heroes, implied that they were less intelligent than quirked people, and all in all vaguely suggested that any quirkless person should kill themselves because in a couple of generations they'd be gone anyway. It was disgusting. Did you not report this? Katsuki asked, looking up from the letter. Izuku nodded. Yeah, after, Katsuki knew. The Hero Commission investigated it. All they did was caution him for inappropriate language. Izuku shrugged. Last I heard, he's the events manager for Hawk's Hero Agency. Katsuki felt sick that they'd seen this and found it only had inappropriate language. Why didn't you go public? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Who do you think they would side with? The Hero Commission? Or some random kid with no quirk? Most people don't just agree with what's written in that letter. They openly preach it every day, like those boys on the train, the one who were hassling Akatani. I said these things as well, to you. Katsuki's mouth was dry. His tongue felt like sandpaper. Izuku nodded. You did, and I will never forget them. But I can forgive them. Katsuki looked up. I forgive you, Kaken. Why? You don't even know why I treated you that way. Katsuki argued. Why aren't you angry? Why don't you hate me? Izuku shrugged. I guess getting angry isn't in my nature. Bullshit. Everyone gets angry at some point. Everyone. I had a dream last night of the day we were at that playground. The one that's a shopping mall now. Izuku spoke, changing the subject. Katsuki remembered that day well. After all, Nagata had forced him to relive a memory of it the day before. Except, in my dream, the day went differently. I had a quirk, I had Quirksmith, I had a copy of All for One. Izuku paused. And I accidentally stole your quirk with it. And then my father, did something to me and I forgot all about Quirksmith. I lost access to it. All the quirks I'd copied, gone. Katsuki hesitated, before making his decision. Your father is the merchant of quirks. I know. Izuku answered simply. I've known for a few days now. All might recognize the similarity. He messed with your quirk, made it weak to hide it, didn't he? I think so. Izuku sighed. He made me effectively quirkless, just so his life, his cover, was safe. Bastard. Izuku's lips twitched. Agreed. Katsuki looked back down at the note, the words already etched into his brain. Why do you keep this? Izuku gave a wan smile. It's for when I'm feeling hopeless or upset. I read again. It reminds me how far I've come. It encourages me to keep going, to reach my dream. The green-haired boy clenched his fist, looking Katsuki dead in the eyes. I'm going to be a hero, Kaken. The 19th of April 2179. It was early morning, a few hours before the students would be arriving back from their long weekend. Hazashi stifled a yawn, his eyelids heavy. The last 5 days had been strange. First, Shota had been injured. He'd spent most of his time resting, letting his muscles and tendons heal. Then Toru has come to live with them, at Hazashi's insistence. After all, he knew what it was like living with parents that controlled you, tried to force you to be someone, something you were not. They had given Toru her space, allowing her to settle into the guest bedroom, or rather, her bedroom now. The support boy, Akatani, visiting had helped as well. Clearly having friends over was not something she'd been allowed to do with her parents. All they could do now is be there to give Toru help when she needed or asked for it. The door to the conference room opened, admitting Nezu and Detective Tsukachi, the two of them coming to a halt at the top end of the U-shaped table. The two spoke briefly, before Nezu took a seat, next to All Might. In his true form, Kayama and Yosai sat in the middle section, while Hazashi sat on Kan's left, filling in for Shota. His partner had insisted on attending the meeting, but Hazashi had insisted he do it. Shota would need all the sleep he could get for his first day back. He was still far from top form despite Midoriya's healing. Hazashi's eyes turned back to All Might. Something about him was off. He looked happier, and weirdly, his face didn't seem quite as gaunt as normal. Nezu cleared his throat. Apologies for calling this meeting at such an hour, but I felt it was pertinent that the results of the police's investigation should be shared with you before we return to full-time teaching. Detective, if you would. Tsukachi nodded, stepping forward, a small stack of papers in his grip. The police have investigated the group of villains that go by the name the League of Villains and their attack on the Unforeseen Simulation Joint Facility. The faculty members listened intently. 147 villains were arrested on Wednesday. However, 7 more, including the ringleaders, managed to escape. Tsukachi paused. Their leader, Tamura Shigaraki. There appears to be no record of a man by that name in his 20 seconds or 30 seconds with a disintegration quirk like his. The same applies for his right-hand man, Kurogiri. In other words, they are people with unregistered quirks, living in the criminal underbelly of Japan. However, the other ringleaders are of note. 2 of them are villains we recognize the names of, Nagata and Sangata. But these 2 must be copycats. The originals haven't been cited in over 30 years, while these two appeared to be in their 22nd. Nagata, Sangata, Hizashi frowned. I recognize the names. Tsukachi nodded. They worked for a larger villain, but the record of their appearances in Quirks seemed to have been lost to time. I've fought them when I was still a hero in training, All Might said, earning the attention of the room. I've seen the footage, their appearance, their quirks, they're different, but their behavior, their mannerisms, it's a perfect match. All Might, can you tell you anything more you remember about them? Tsukachi queried. All Might nodded. I can. The woman, Nagata. Her quirk back then was touch-based, invoked a wave of irrational fear in the target. As for Sangata, he was quirkless, but always dangerous, more machine than man. I see, so these new villains, they're the originals, with new bodies. Nedzu postulated. It's certainly possible. Those sort of quirks do exist. For example, we have 2 students whose quirks involve the changing of bodily possession in first year alone. There is another point to consider. All Might spoke again. These two, Nagata and Sangata, the larger villain they worked for wasn't just any villain, it was the same man who injured me 6 years ago. Yosai shook his head. That would make him at least 60, more like 70. When you fought him, it's not possible. All Might sighed. It is when you're the merchant of quirks. All for one, that's just a boogeyman parents tell their kids about to make them behave. Ken argued. Yeah, my parents did it. Told me the All for One would steal my quirk if I didn't do my homework. Spoilers, I still didn't do the homework. Hizashi exclaimed, striking a pose. I'm serious. He's a fearsome foe who killed heroes for generations. All Might could tell he was fighting a losing battle. Come on, even the name All for One itself is a bit on the nose. Hizashi shook his head. Let me guess, he has some kind of opposite, a hero maybe, called One for All. All Might looked tense, glancing across at Nedzu and Detective Tsukachi every few seconds. It's ridiculous, Yosai declared, motioning with his hand, rocking his dreadlocks slightly. A murmur of agreement passed through the room. All Might spoke. The clock. The room went silent. He lost his quirk to this supposed boogeyman. The number 1 hero continued. Yesterday, a woman, a civilian, reported her quirk, Dust Devil, was stolen. The pro hero, Xless, suffered the same fate on the night of the USJ attack. All Might stood, transforming into his hero mode. Many more have lost their quirks. It's why Japan has the highest rate of quirklessness in the world. All Might's eyes glowed with conviction. And it's my duty to stop All for One. I refuse to pass the burden on to the next generation. Deflating, All Might sat, the atmosphere in the room now tense, awkward. Nedzu cleared his throat. So, you were saying, this Nagata and Sangata worked for the Merchant of Quirks. They didn't just work for him, they were his children, created, not birthed. Hizashi raised an eyebrow. Created. All Might nodded. Created. As in created artificially from All for One's DNA. That they are, Nedzu confirmed. All for One's DNA merged with DNA harvested from pro-heroes, villains, even civilians. Anyone with a quirk he is interested in seeing compound with his own. I've seen them myself. All Might added. My fight with that man 6 years ago started as a raid on a facility that was growing them, on a rig offshore of Dagaba Beach. Yosai frowned. I don't want to seem like I'm doubting you, but cloning technology was lost during the Quirk Wars, where it was taken, under the guise of being lost, by a villain who, for example, had a quirk that allowed him to steal a longevity quirk, perhaps. Nedzu lowered his paws, gaze falling on Yosai. All for One hoards anything he finds interesting, quirks, technology, people. Tsukachi cleared his throat, before pressing a button on the remote in his hand. Sangata is an example of this technology. The screen behind the detective lit up, showing footage of a white-haired man fighting Mikumo Akatani. The camera switched angle and the image froze. What? Hizashi shot out of his seat like a bullet fired from a gun. That person, why does he look like Shota? Tsukachi winced, his ears ringing slightly. It appears Sangata is a clone created from the DNA of All for One and Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. From what the student, Akatani, explained to us, Sangata's quirk allowed him to temporarily copy another's quirk, in a similar fashion to Eraserhead's own quirk. Kayama gave a small chuckle of resigned disbelief. So this man is technically Shota's son. Hizashi gave a strangled shout at that. Having to rein himself in, he didn't want to blast the ceiling out. Again, in a manner of speaking, he is. Tsukachi pressed the button again, the screen changing to show 2 images, one of Sangata, the other of Nagata. The same could be said for the other children of All for One. The children of All for One. Ken questioned. Weren't they a terrorist group? HM? Yes, they were. Still are, I suppose, although they've been inactive for many years, until now. Nedzu scratched his furry cheek. They rose to prominence killing pro-heroes they judged as being unworthy of their quirks, invoking fear by tying themselves to the legend of All for One. Now it seems they've somehow integrated into this league of villains. More like they share common leadership. All Might looked pensive. I thought I killed that man, but yesterday. That was right out of his playbook, an attempt to emulate him, learn from the source. This Shigaraki, you propose he is a child of All for One as well. Nezu placed his paws together, perhaps not in blood, but certainly in every other way. All Might shifted in his chair. He's a wild, immature child. He's a braggart, believes himself entitled to anything he wants. In fact, his behavior, it's pretty similar to how All for One was the first time we fought, nearly 15 years ago. The number one hero leaned forward slightly, clearly deep in thought. The room listened. When I injured him. Not badly, a nasty cut on his arm, he freaked out. It was the first time he'd been hurt in over a century. He retreated immediately. And after that, when we faced again, he had changed, far more serious, far more cautious. Ken sighed. So this Shigaraki guy, he's a man-child, a powerful man-child, trying to emulate his mentor in his prime. Could it be that this guy never received any quirk counseling that every child has? Kayama offered. Azashi shrugged. I don't know how counseling would have stopped that brat, especially if he learned at the foot of a supervillain like that. Tsukachi spoke. All but a couple of the villains we arrested on Wednesday were small-time crooks, squirreled away in the back alleys. What concerns me is how easily they followed Shigaraki. His simple, childish method of approaching villainy must attract those who have been downtrodden by our hero-saturated society. Kayama frowned. This is troubling. Her fellow heroes murmured in agreement, Hazashi just nodding his head. Our plan moving forward is to expand our search network and continue to assist the heroes in arresting the perpetrators of the attack on the USJ. Tsukachi folded his papers, lowering them. Everyone began to move, getting ready to leave. Wait, Hazashi called out, using a tiny portion of his quirk to make his shout louder. The assembled heroes and detective stopped, their gazes turning to the voice hero. You said 7 villains escaped, the man-child, the mist, the 2 children and those 2 beasts. Azashi was counting off on his fingers. That leaves 1 unaccounted for. Tsukachi nodded. It does, however. At this moment in time the Hero Commission has placed a seal order on the identity of his villain. I apologize, I cannot tell you any more about him. Hazashi frowned. This villain, is he an undercover hero? Or would it make the commission look bad if his identity was revealed? Izuku sat in the Class 1 homeroom. Everyone had arrived, apart from Aizawa. His classmates chatted amongst themselves, some about the TV coverage of the attack, others about the attack itself. And then there were the ones like Izuku. They felt like they were cut off from the rest of the world, out of step. They could not unsee what they'd seen. Maita, Tsuyu, Hagakure, himself. Zero shrugged at something Gyro had said, before leaning back in his chair. Who's to say what would have happened if the teachers hadn't shown up? Izuku couldn't help himself from flinching. Neither could Tsuyu. Maita jumped nearly a full foot into the air out of his seat. Don't say that, Zero. Just thinking about it again terrifies me. And if I think about it too much I'll hurl. Bakugo interrupted him. Shut up, rat face. Izuku frowned. His childhood friend seemed subdued, muted somehow. He'd noticed on the day after the attack, when they'd talked in Izuku's bedroom, but now it seemed more prominent. Was it because of our talk? Maybe the stress of the attack has gotten to him. But that didn't seem likely. From the texts he got from Uraraka over the weekend it was more like Kaken had managed to overcome a personal demon that day. Oh, that was why Bakugo was so full of rage all the time. His demons. Izuku gave a small smile. He was happy for his old friend. Bakugo began to turn. The green-haired boy was panicking. Had he been muttering out loud again? Had Kaken heard it? Bakugo's head stopped turning before it could face Izuku, instead pointing to the back right of the classroom. Izuku followed Bakugo's line of sight, his eyes falling on Uraraka. Wait, what? Uraraka quickly saw Bakugo was looking at her, prompting her to beam at him and display a peace sign. The corner of Bakugo's mouth turned upwards. Was Kaken, smiling. Bakugo whirled around to face Izuku. Stop fucking muttering, you shitty nerd. You've been doing it the whole damn time. Izuku's eyes widened. He slowly nodded. Bakugo huffed for a few seconds, before he turned back to the front of the classroom. Okay, so maybe Kaken hadn't totally lost his anger and rage. Explosions crackled in Bakugo's palms. You're still fucking doing it, damn it. This time Izuku blushed, aware of the entire classroom's attention being on him. Kaken is really touchy that I saw him smile at Uraraka. Does he have a cruise? Bakugo tilted his head back and yelled, an expression of pure rage. Izuku turned his head. Most of the class watched on in amusement. Ashido and Uraraka were howling with laughter. Kirishima was coughing from laughing too hard and Kaminari had fallen off his chair, rolling around on the floor. Izuku looked nonplussed. What's so funny? The laughter only increased. Kirishima's face went almost as red as his hair as he wheezed. Even Ida released a small chuckle. This was the scene Aizawa entered to. His class dissolved into gales of laughter, Bakugo yelling ineffectually at them to shut up, while Izuku tried to hide under his arm. Aizawa smirked, before clearing his throat. Morning. Izuku's head shot up, taking in his teacher's appearance. He was disheveled, yet no more than usual, a curved scar under his right eye, bandages peeking out from under his sleeves. The underground hero started making his way towards the podium, a limp in his step. All in all, he looked rather well for a man who'd had all his limbs and his face crushed by a 300 kilograms genetically engineered monster a few days earlier. Ada's arm shot into the air. "Mr. Aizawa, are you sure you're well enough to return?" Aizawa sighed as he reached the podium. "I'm all right." Uraraka looked aghast. "Could you even call that all right?" Tsuyu shared a look with Minta. They'd both been up close and personal with Aizawa's wounds before Izuku healed them. "My welfare doesn't matter." Aizawa looked back at his class, their expressions ranging from stoic, Todoroki and Bakugo, to concerned, Asui and Kirishima, and finally crying, Midoriya. The entire class recoiled, before yelling back in unison, "Of course it does." Aizawa hid his smile in his capture scarf. Sure, but more importantly, the fight isn't over yet." Minta whimpered, shaking like a leaf in his seat. Don't say villains. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near." Kirishima leaned his head back, bellowing from the bottom of his lungs. "That's a super normal school eve." Kaminari's hand pressed against Kirishima's cheek, tilting his head and cutting him off. Minta was openly crying. "I thought he was going to make us fight villains again." Momo patted the short boy's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him, shocked when Minta didn't make some kind of obscene comment about her. Maybe he was just that scared of facing villains again. Gyro spoke up. "Are you sure it's okay to have a sports festival right after the villains have attacked the school?" "Yeah, what if they break in again?" Kaminari chimed in. "Personally, I agree with you, but I was outvoted." Aizawa rolled his neck, the horrendous cracking noises making the class wince. "Apparently, they think keeping it running will allow UA to show that our crisis management can handle even a villain attack inside a school facility. Security will be 5 times the previous years, with 3 times the number of pro heroes on site at all times." The class murmured amongst themselves. The sports festival isn't just a chance for students to display their talent and determination to industry professionals, but the major sporting event of the Japanese calendar. Aizawa paused, pulling a sleeve down to further hide his bandages. With the decline of the Olympics, starting with its banning of quirk usage, and sealed with their disqualification of any competitor with a mutant class quirk, the UA Sport Festival, as well as similar events at other hero schools, have taken the spotlight. Silence reigned, the students listening to every word their homeroom teacher spoke. "A spotlight that will shine down on you all in a little over 2 weeks. Kaminari grinned. "It's gonna be awesome. All those hero agencies will be watching us, scouting for the next generation of heroes. Loads of heroes end up as sidekicks for an agency they've interned with." Gyro shrugged. "Yeah, but loads of those who don't go independent end up as eternal psychics. That's probably going to be you, right, Kaminari? You know, since you're a moron and all." The blonde-haired boy's eye twitched, before he recoiled dramatically. "Et tu, Gyro?" Aizawa spoke, his tone low. The class, bar Bakugo and Todoroki, froze in their seats. "No, calling your classmates morons, UA, is just as selective academically as it is heroically. Kaminari wouldn't be here if he was a moron, would he?" The purple-haired girl shuffled slightly in her seat. "Right, sensei. Good, I'm glad to see you agree." Aizawa paused. "By the way, Kaminari, Mike wanted me to pass a message on about that English essay you wrote." Kaminari looked hopeful. "Yeah, next time, don't write nearly 3 times the word limit." Aizawa shuffled slightly. "But he did say it was good work." Kaminari beamed. "Thank you, sensei." Aizawa cleared his throat. "Now, back on topic. Your time to advertise yourself to these hero agencies is limited. The sports festival only happens once a year. That's 3 chances in total. You can't afford to blend into the background of this event." The students were on the edge of their seats now. Even Bakugo was getting excited, a bright gleam in his red eyes. "In conclusion, the last thing you should be doing is slacking off. As such, from now until the sports festival, lessons will run in the mornings, while afternoons will be dedicated to personal development, be that quirk strength training or quirk strategy training." Izuku clenched his fists, pumped up by Aizawa's speech and the general atmosphere of the classroom. "I expect you to give this your all." "Yes, sensei." "Good, homeroom is dismissed." Izuku walked along the corridor. Lunch break had begun, Uraraka and Ida alongside him as they made their way to the food hall. Uraraka had explained her reason for wanting to be a hero to them, prompted by Izuku's asking. "Bravo, Uraraka," Ida cheered, clapping his hands. Izuku nodded along. "Yeah, just because you're becoming a hero to support your parents doesn't mean you won't still be saving lives like the rest of us." Uraraka nodded, the same intense energy she had shown earlier in the classroom returning. "I'm going to do my best." "So I've heard." Izuku smiled. "By the way, you and Kaken seemed friendly." Uraraka nodded. "Yeah, I spoke with him the day after the attack, where you said he'd be. I guess Katsuki isn't just an angry ball of rage all the time." Izuku choked on air. "Wait, Katsuki? He let you call him that?" "Yeah." Uraraka looked slightly confused. "Why wouldn't I? We're basically friends, especially since I gave him that hug. The green-haired boy's eyes seemed to bug out of their sockets. You hugged Kaken, and you still have all your limbs. Uraraka frowned. Why's that strange? Young Midoriya, I am here. All Might appeared from a side corridor, in his hero form, flexing his muscles for effect. All Might, what's wrong? Izuku queried, having jumped nearly a foot into the air. Lunch. All Might held up a bento box, tied up in cloth. Wanna eat together? Uraraka did a spit take, howling with laughter. He's like a love-struck teenage G-girl. All Might smiled. How about it? Izuku glanced first to Ada, then to Uraraka, getting a nod from each of them. I'd love to. Izuku set off after the number one hero, towards one of the staff lounges, while Ada and Uraraka continued to the food hall. Toshinori, still in his muscular form, handed the bento box to Izuku as they walked. Here, Izuku. Thanks. Izuku smiled, untying it as they went. Wait, is this my limited edition All Might bento box? All Might looked slightly nervous. Well, your mother may have made me luncheon it a week or two ago, she insisted. I guess I could say this is my way of making sure it gets back to you. All right, Izuku replied, caught somewhat off guard by the reminder that All Might and his mom were, well, whatever he'd seen the day after the USJ incident. Thanks, All Might. Toshinori smiled. You've kept it in mint condition. By the way, make sure to call me All Might when we're not in private, or with your mother. Sure thing. Izuku bobbed his head. Toshinori stopped. One a door, marked as a staff lounge by a golden metal plaque. After you, young Midoriya. Izuku beamed, ducking into the room, followed by the number one hero. Todoroki peered out from the spot he'd hidden, having trailed All Might and Midoriya since before they'd parted with and Uraraka. Midoriya. He almost called All Might something starting with 2. Could it have been? Tusan. The close relationship, the similar quirks, could it be that All Might is Midoriya's father? Izuku stared at the mountain of food laid out on the coffee table between the sofa he and Toshinori sat on. What? Toshinori, now in his true form, laughed. Not quite as booming as he did in his hero persona, but definitely more warm. You healed my stomach, did you not? If I'm going to increase my muscle mass once more, I'm going to need plenty of fuel. Izuku's eyes widened with horror. You're going to eat all this food? Toshinori laughed again. In my prime, this amount of food would have been enough to maintain my muscle. However, I don't need as much now. Despite your healing of my stomach, my wound is still pretty nasty. I'll never be able to regain my full form. Oh, I see. Thus, we'll be eating all this food together. I'm not sure I could eat even a tenth of what's here. Izuku insisted, his stomach choosing that moment to prove him wrong by rumbling loudly. Okay, maybe I could eat a tenth. Izuku, my boy, you're not eating enough. Toshinori thrust a bowl of katsudon into the green-haired boy's hands. After I got one for all, I nearly ate my master out of house and home. Besides, I had Recovery Girl do some tests on you while you were out cold on the day of the attack. They showed early signs of malnutrition. Really, I just thought that was just a side effect of one of my quirks. Izuku exclaimed. Toshinori shook his head. It isn't. Now, eat up. We'll talk as we eat. There's something I wanted to tell you about. Izuku picked up a set of chopsticks, snapping them apart. Is this about you and my mom? Because I'm actually okay with it. I mean, I understand. My mom's been alone for such a long time. Toshinori choked on his food, unintentionally transforming into his hero form. What? Izuku echoed. What are you talking about? Toshinori wheezed, coughing up the rice he'd inhaled. Myself and Inko. Inko? Huh. Toshinori's cheeks flushed red. Izuku couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Imagine if I told myself 2 years ago I'd have a quirk, no, quirks, and I'd be watching All Might himself blush like a schoolboy with a crush. I can be pretty oblivious sometimes, but even I could tell. Izuku smirked. You know, I think Uraraka has been a bad influence on you. Toshinori commented, smiling back. I think I preferred it when you could barely speak to me. Now you're giving me cheek. Izuku shrugged, releasing the pull-on slingshot. Uraraka's frankness fading away. Toshinori took a deep breath. Fine, there is something. I asked Inko out on a lunch date for next week. We just clicked. I guess she reminds me a little of my master, the kindness, the warm heart. You mean Nana Shimura? Toshinori choked on his food again, deflating instantly. How do you know that name? Izuku shrugged. I checked the hero database. Crossed me a heroes who showed enhanced strength as well as another ability with the time period you attended UA. It was pretty simple if I'm honest. I see, how astute of you, but this isn't what I wanted to talk to you about. Toshinori paused, uncertain of how to continue. I guess there's no easy way to say this, but my father is alive. Izuku finished. All for one is alive. Toshinori sighed. So it seems, those Nomu, those monsters, from examination of the one that was captured, 2 quirks were surgically implanted, but the other 3, bar its natural quirk, were imparted by All for One. How did he survive? Izuku questioned. Your fight 6 years ago, you say you killed him, so I thought, the injuries I gave him that day. They should have been fatal. Toshinori lowered his bowl. We buried the body, at least what remained of it. So, a fake then. Toshinori nodded. It seems likely, possibly with the help of an insider. Tears leaked from Izuku's eyes. It's been such a roller coaster. In a week my father has gone from being missing to a supervillain to dead and then alive again. Toshinori placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I know. Is it bad? Izuku looked up. Is it bad that I just want to forget it? To go back to wondering what happened to my father, instead of knowing he's a monster who created something as twisted as those Nomu. Toshinori pulled Izuku into a hug, the green-haired boy sobbing openly. It's okay. It's a lot to take in, I understand. Izuku forced himself to stop crying, breaking the hug. Sorry, I really need to stop crying like you said. Izuku, it's not weak to cry, it's human. Toshinori gave his successor a weak smile. I mostly said it because I was worried you'd get so dehydrated you'd collapse. A wet chuckle slipped from Izuku's lips, unable to stop himself. Toshinori sat back down, picking his bowl up. Now, tuck in, I hear you've got quirk training this afternoon. Izuku nodded his head, wiping his eyes with his sleeve at the same time. Why yeah, I need to focus on training my copied quirks to make them more powerful and work on creating quirk combos. Quirk combos. The green-haired boy rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Alright, I forgot to tell you about that. During the attack I figured out how to use more than one copied quirk at a time. Toshinori's eyebrows shot up. You did. I thought that was a hard limit on Quirksmith. So did I. Izuku stopped, gathering his thoughts, before continuing. I thought I could only use one quirk at a time. However, it's actually that Quirksmith provides energy, like a battery, and I was channeling it into one quirk at a time. Toshinori nodded along, understanding his protege so far. So I changed the way I think about using Quirksmith. Now I can use multiple quirks at once, like in a parallel circuit, except the power is split between the quirks. Equally, Izuku rotated his hand in a so-so motion. As a default, yes, but I can alter the power distribution by imagining resistors in the circuit. Toshinori placed his chin on his thumb and forefinger. I see. What effect does one for all have on this parallel circuit? Same thing as when I charge a single quirk, except the power is shared in the same ratio as I have the circuit set, Izuku explained, before seeing Toshinori's blank stare. Basically, it works. Excellent. Toshinori cheered, bulking up for a moment. It seems you have a lot of work to do with your quirk before the sports festival. Why yeah. Izuku nodded his head. However, Toshinori pointed a spindly finger at Izuku. About the sports festival, you still can't regulate one for all's power, can you? Izuku's face scrunched up. I think I did it, but by accident. Something 13 said before the attack started stuck with me, about how our quirks can easily be used to kill. The first smash I used on that larger Nomu wasn't my full power, I was consciously holding back. Around 50% in total. I see, can you replicate it? I think so. I used a memory recall quirk I copied to remember the sensation of 50%. I'm going to try calling on the same feeling again during quirk training. Well, that's progress, is it not? Toshinori smiled. You should be proud of it. Izuku hummed, nodding his head at the same time. Toshinori stood, his food eaten, moving to look gaze out of the window. Honestly, my time as All Might is growing short. You may have bought me some time, but my embers are still going to burn out. And that's something that villains like Shigaraki are starting to realize. Izuku stood, facing his mentor. I passed one for all onto you because I wanted you to succeed me. Toshinori turned, pointing at the green-haired boy. I assure you, I still feel the same way. In fact, I'm even more confident in my decision than I already was then. Izuku couldn't stop himself from grinning like a madman at his idol-turned-mentor's praise. His cheeks tinged red. So, it's come time for you to show yourself as the hero that will succeed All Might. Toshinori continued. The sports festival is an event not just by pro heroes, but the general public as well are watching closely. Izuku felt the tension rising in the room as All Might's voice did the same. The next All Might, the symbol of peace to be, is Izuku Midoriya. All Might stared directly at his successor, his face filled with pride. I want you to go out there and tell the world, I am here. Tears once again brimmed in Izuku's eyes, warm, soft droplets, in harsh contrast to the racking sobs of earlier. Izuku, you must tell them, you will be a hero. Izuku took a deep breath. Raising his left arm, he called on the quirks that swirled inside of him. Parallel circuit, recoil defense. Izuku felt shock absorption, thrumming passively under his skin before it was joined by super stretch, his left arm rippling as the quirk took hold. Acid suddenly spat from the palm of his left hand, hitting the floor with a wet splat. Izuku deactivated the quirks inside. That had been his 15th attempt at that circuit, every one of them a failure. Before the USJ it had been easy for Izuku to keep track of his quirks, he hadn't had too many of them. But now, he had over 100, and he just couldn't keep track of them. He wasn't even exactly sure of the exact number now. raising his arm again. Izuku took a steadying breath. Parallel circuit, recoil defense, shock absorption, rock hard, discharge digits. Electricity sparked around the fingers of Izuku's diamond arm. Damn it, that's still not the right quirk. It was the one Izuku had copied from the helmeted villain. The one Momo, Gyro, and Kaminari had taken down, Galp, allowing his body to return to normal. Izuku tried to calm himself. Frustration would only make this more difficult. But then the words All Might had said to him the day before came back to him, telling him it was his role to yell to the world that he was here with his performance in the sports festival. But Izuku just felt overwhelmed, like he was drowning in a sea of quirks and expectations. He couldn't get fired up like Uraraka, or impassioned like Ida, or even competitive like Kaken. Pulling himself out of his pity party, Izuku slipped into his quirk space, trying the move again with direct view of his quirks. Izuku's left arm turned to hardened diamond, rippling slightly as it did. Rock hard, shock absorption, super stretch. The green-haired boy returned to reality. He may have been able to do it, but he needed to be capable of summoning this circuit at a moment's notice. Doing it from within his quirk space just took too long. Brushing those thoughts away, Izuku turned his attention back to his left arm. Rotating his arm, Izuku noted it wasn't as stiff as it normally was when he used rock hard. The elasticity granted by super stretch negating a portion of the restriction of motion. Turning his attention to the concrete pillar in front of him, Izuku formed a fist with his diamond arm and punched it with his natural strength. The point of contact with the pillar burst into shards of concrete. The top of the column wobbled, before crashing to the floor of Gym Beta. Izuku flexed his hand, looking down to see it was unharmed, covered in a thin sheen of concrete dust, instead of broken and bloody as it would be without using any quirks. Smiling, Izuku clenched his fist again and approached another pillar. This one thicker, reinforced with steel rods, allowing his passive strength quirk to reactivate, having consciously suppressed it during the last punch. The diamond fist slammed into the reinforced pillar, blasting through it with greater ease than before, sending the top half flying 5 meters, cracking the concrete floor on impact. Wow, Izuku breathed, seeing his fist and arm were still unharmed, if slightly scuffed. Turning to face the last pillar, made of solid metal, Izuku imagined the feeling of one for all 50%, the same feeling he'd felt when he'd punched that monster. Red lines of pure energy covered Izuku's left arm, over the top of the diamond, lighting it up. Egg in a microwave, right, Izuku spoke himself, before drawing his fist back, ready to unleash one for all on the metal column. Yo, Midoriya. Izuku jumped, his arm going wide, the power of one for all releasing in a gust of wind, knocking Zero off course as he swung between beams, his tape tearing. The green-haired boy winced as pain filled his left arm. Looking down, he saw the diamond had cracks running through it. Sorry, Zero, Izuku called to his classmate, who was now dangling by the tape from his other elbow. No worries, Zero replied, firing a new tape strand, recommencing his swing training. Izuku nodded, feeling his arm repairing itself already. It would take a few minutes. Hyper-regeneration still wasn't at full power after last week, but at least now I know I can regulate one for all to 50%, and probably 100% if the principle holds. Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku rotated his head, seeing Kirishima standing next to him. Izuku felt his mouth going dry, social anxiety starting to kick in. I am fine, my arm will heal pretty quick. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to scare ya. Kirishima apologized. Izuku waved his hand dismissively, wincing as he realized he'd used his injured arm. It's fine. I would have injured it anyway. Kirishima hesitated, before he shrugged. Oh, okay, I guess. The green-haired boy flexed his diamond arm, the crack inside it well on its way to being fixed. So, what was it you wanted to talk about, Kirishima? Right, I was wondering if you had any tips on using my quirks. Zero said you were really good at quirk analysis. Kirishima grinned at his classmate. Izuku chuckled nervously, resisting the urge to rub the back of his head. He was trying to stop that particular habit. All right, I am, aren't I? Yep. Kirishima held his fist out. Izuku hesitantly bumped his own against it, prompting the red-haired boy to holler loudly. What were you interested in? Izuku questioned, releasing the quirks acting on his arm, now fully healed. Kirishima held up his arms, hardening them in his chest. Well, I can't really cover all that much of my body with my quirk. I was hoping you might have thought of a way to harden more of my body. Maybe, I think. Izuku held out his arm, activating rock hard. I merged your quirk with a mutant quirk, but I think I might have a couple of ideas. Yeah, I do. Awesome. Kirishima pumped a fist into the air. What are they? Well, can you control the level of hardening? Kirishima blinked, taken aback. I don't know, I never thought to try, I guess. Izuku nodded. Give it a try. Just imagine your normal level and loosen it slightly. Kirishima held up his arms, staring at them, brow furrowed in concentration. The crenulations in Kirishima relaxed, becoming more shallow and less pronounced. I did it. Kirishima did just that, the effect of his quick spreading to cover almost his entire body. Patches of unaffected skin where the separate effects hadn't met. Whoa, now try lowering the effect again, just a bit. Kirishima concentrated again, the crenulations flattening slightly and spreading to the last few areas of his body. It's all over my body, Kirishima cheered, slowly bending his arm, as fast as his quirk would allow him. I can even move hardened joints more than normal. Izuku spoke. I have an idea about that. The green-haired boy took Kirishima's arm, unbending it. Try lowering the hardening effect at the joint. Izuku ran his finger across the inside of Kirishima's elbow. Kirishima nodded, the hardening where Izuku had indicated reducing to almost nothing. Bending his arm back and forth, Kirishima grinned. It works. Thanks, Midoriya. Izuku smiled, bobbing his head. Kirishima fist-bumped the green-haired boy before racing off. Hey, Bakugo, check this out. You know, you might be fighting Kirishima in the sports festival. Izuku turned his head to see Momo approaching him. The green-haired boy shrugged. It's fine. I mean, Kirishima wants to be a hero too. What's wrong with helping him get a little closer to his dream? Momo chuckled. You really are too pure, Izuku. Izuku shrugged nervously, before he had a realization, beaming away. I've got some suggestions for your quirk if you want to hear them. You have my attention. The 21st of April 2179. The bell had rung. Izuku packed up his belongings and pulled his backpack onto his shoulders. The green-haired boy moved to join Momo and Kirishima, while Ada and Uraraka did the same. Whoa, look. Izuku followed Kirishima's line of sight to see a massive crowd of students outside the classroom door. He recognized none of them. Bakugo slouched forward, glaring at the crowd. Don't you have anything better to do at lunchtime, you bunch of extras? Minder recoiled. Don't CC call them that. They'll hate us, Bakugo. Zip it, half pint. Bakugo somehow managed to slouch even lower. Minder's face went red. Don't CC call. Bakugo interrupted the purple boy. TCH, whatever. Izuku opened his mouth to reprimand Bakugo, but Uraraka beat him to it. That's not very nice, Katsuki. Bakugo straightened, before sighing. Fine, I shouldn't have called you that, ballhead. Ida chopped his arm. You just insulted him again. Is this any way for a hero in training to behave? What will the other students think of us? Bakugo shrugged. I don't really care, glasses. More arm chopping commenced, with Ida arguing back while Bakugo ignored him. So, this is what the hero course is like. A lavender-haired boy with a striking resemblance to Aizawa pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Basically, he looked like he hadn't slept in a few years. An arrogant ass, a sanctimonious loudmouth, and a shrinking violet. The lavender-haired boy looked at them with contempt. Boy, don't talk to them like that. Kirishima stepped forward. It ain't manly at all. A Crimson Riot knockoff. The lavender-haired boy pointed at Gyro, a wannabe punk rocker, then Momo, a socialite, before finally Todoroki, and the number 2 heroes kid who definitely didn't get in on nepotism. This got the crowd riled up again, insults being thrown at the gathered members of 1A. Enough. The crowd stopped. Izuku took a step forward, looking the lavender-haired boy in the eyes. You want to be a hero, don't you? Is this any way for a hero to act? The lavender-haired boy's face showed shock, the first expression he'd had other than carefully projected apathy. How did you know? You feel bitter, jealous of us, so you lash out. Izuku lowered his voice until only the lavender-haired boy could hear him. I've been there. I know what it feels like when everyone else seems to have the perfect hero quirk. How can you? The boy replied, his tone practically venomous. I've heard about you, the one with the insanely powerful copy quirk. How can you ever have felt the same way? Izuku spoke again. I didn't know I had a quirk until the day of the entrance exam. The lavender-haired boy recoiled. You thought you were quirkless? Yeah, pretty much. Izuku rubbed the side of his neck. I knew I had something, but the entrance exam was the first time I ever used my quirk, a quirk in general. The lavender-haired boy frowned at Izuku's odd word choice, but brushed it aside. So, the boy shrugged, before raising his voice so everyone could hear. It doesn't matter. The sports festival isn't just a place for you lot to show off to pros, but a place for non-hero students to show off to the UA faculty. If we impress them, then there's a chance we'll get moved up to the hero course. The wave of murmurs shot through 1A. The lavender-haired boy raised an arm and formed a thumbs down. Of course, that means one of you hero course chancers gets demoted to make way. The murmurs grew in volume and quantity, the crowd joining in as well. Basically, don't get comfortable. I'm coming for your seat at the table. A loud pop silenced everyone, all eyes turning towards Bakugo. You can try, I begs. Bakugo glared at the lavender-haired boy. But whatever shitty quirk you got can't hold a candle to mine. So, not just an arrogant ass, you're a braggart too. It's ain't bragging if it's true, it's just stating a fact. Bakugo took a step forward. Izuku resisted the urge to sigh. He knew whatever Kaken would say next, probably something about how much stronger he was than the rest of 1A, would go down like a lead balloon. Besides, don't come looking for a seat here. Bakugo groused, before jerking a thumb over his shoulder. These losers are more than enough to take on the lot of you. Izuku couldn't help but shed a few stray tears. That was the nicest he'd ever heard the blonde boy say. Kaken. Kirishima slammed his fists together. Bakugo, he's so manly, supporting his classmates. Kaminari frowned. He called us losers. We've all faced down villains. And one, that's more than I can say about you. Bakugo growled. If you want to crow about how you're going to take a seat, go do it to 1B, at least you stand a chance there. With that, Bakugo pushed his way through the crowd, towards the lunch hall. Oi, you class a lot really are arrogant. I'm Tetsu from 1B. A silver-haired boy called out from the crowd. We'll show you 1B is more than a match for you at the sports festival. The blonde-haired boy pulled Tetsu back, a permanent smirk on his face. Calm down. That bastard was slandering us. Tetsu argued. The blonde-haired boy shrugged. So what? We'll show him and the rest of his arrogant classmates how much better we are at the sports festival. But first, his eyes zeroed in on the green-haired boy, Izuku Midoriya. The 26th of April 2179. Mikumo took a step backwards. He was in his gym uniform, the jacket tied around his waist, white tee smudged with oil and grease. Before him was the SHTR Mark Alpha II, an upgrade from the Mark Alpha I he'd used during the USJ incident, as the press had labeled it. The A2 included the same gauntlets as the A-I, including the shield and foam variants, as well as new spear and booster arms. The latter had a matching pair of boots alongside the originals. The chest armor and default boots remained largely the same, while the visor had been taken back to the drawing board, redesigned to swap the plastic display to a hard light hologram projected from the two temple pieces. Extra armor had been added in the form of shoulder armor, with repulsors to stabilize the booster gauntlets and boots, as well as upper arm and thigh armor, with strength-enhancing repulses. Finally, a heavily reinforced backplate had been added, primarily for when he landed on his back, similar to a motorcyclist's. Mikumo's eyes reflected the glow from the main repulsor in the chest piece. 1A, 1B, I'm sorry, but I'm coming for one of your seats. Aoyama twirled on the spot, his navel laser cutting a falling concrete pillar into small pieces. My turn. Ashido slid past, flicking acid from her hand, hitting the concrete pieces and melting them to nothing before they could hit the ground. Aoyama struck a pose and winked. Merci, Rossetter. A fragment of pillar, missed by Ashido's acid, landed on his head. The blonde boy's face fell, before he slowly fell backwards. Aoyama. Ashido slid on her acid over to her classmate. Aoyama looked up at the pink-skinned girl from where he lay, his eyes unfocused. Do you think I'm a star? I think I'm taking you to recovery, girl. We. See, you heard the buzzer. The green-haired girl pushed off the edge of the pool and into the water, darting through it. Her eyes locked onto the small robot dragonfly, her target, before shooting her tongue out to wrap it around the drone. Crouching down on the bottom of the pool, Suyu jumped, breaking the surface of the water and landing at the side of the pool, her target still held by her tongue. 3.43 seconds. Suyu tossed the drone back into the pool. Again, Kiro. The buzzer sounded. Uraraka stood in the middle of Gym Gamma, cubes of concrete floating all around her as she held a hand, her arms trembling as she focused on keeping both herself up and her quirk active at the same time. 5 minutes. The brown-haired girl sighed in relief. Release. Uraraka dropped out of her handstand, as the concrete cubes came crashing down around her, most of them shattering on impact. Cementos nodded at Uraraka, giving her a thumbs up. Uraraka smiled, returning the thumbs up. Again, Mr. Ishiyama. On it. The concrete rubble liquidized, sinking into the ground and rising back out as fresh cubes, ready for Uraraka to use. Thanks. Ida was in a crouch, his engines warming up. Next to him was Ajiro, flexing his tail. The navy-haired teen fired his engines at first gear and pushed off. Ajiro slammed his tail down on the ground, shooting forwards. Ida quickly climbed to third gear, but he was still slipping behind Ajiro, the blonde-haired boy pushing off the lamp posts of the Mock City, determination fueling him. Ida forced himself up to fifth gear, and then beyond. Ida accelerated massively, his engine ports showing a few flickers of blue as he quickly passed Ajiro, and then the finish line a few seconds later. Skidding to a halt, Ida turned to see Ajiro landing, his tail cushioning him. Nice one, Ida. Ajiro smiled, nodding his head. Ida bowed to the other boy. Thank you, however, in a non-linear course you would have beat me. Ajiro chuckled. Ida, you shouldn't keep putting yourself down. Ida bowed. I apologize. And apologizing all the time. Ida bowed. I apologize. Kirishima took a deep breath, before hardening his whole body at 50% of his full power, trading the rest in for area. The red-haired boy pitched forwards, his arms crossed in front of him. Kirishima fell, plummeting 6 stories and slamming into the ground, a massive cloud of dust and tarmac fragments flying in every direction. Jumping up, Kirishima released a whoop of joy as his quirk receded. Indiscriminate shock. 1.2 million volts. Kaminari released a torrent of electricity, arcing out in every direction. The electricity slowly subsided, showing Kaminari on the verge of frying his brain, his face slack. Yeah, Kota blocked Sato's punch before evading the knee to his chest. Sato took a step back. You know, you really need to throw a few punches of your own. Kota shook his head slightly before signing. What if I hurt them? Sato released a booming laugh. That's kinda the point of punching someone. Gyro stood in front of a mechanical mannequin. One of her earphone jacks raised. It suddenly lashed out, hitting the mannequin's wrist, the area lighting up green and a buzz sounding. Gyro's other jack struck directly in the mannequin's neck. A louder buzz sounded, the area flashing red for a few seconds. Damn it. Gyro retracted her jacks, collecting herself before going again. 2 green lights. Gyro smirked. Now, let's do 3. Zero swung through the streets, firing his tape non-stop, never slowing. Hey there, you might be wondering why I'm swinging around like this. Well, I'm training for the UA Sports Festival. Stop narrating, I can hear all of it. Zero glanced up to see Shoji standing on the edge of a building. 1 foot on the small wall, his 6 arms fanned out, a gentle rush of air slightly ruffling his hair. You majestic octopus man. I can hear that too. Takoyami stood in the middle of a baseball pitch. Dark shadow materialized in front of him. Now, floodlights blazed into life, bathing Takoyami in dark shadow from every direction. Dark shadow shrank backwards. Make it stop. Dark shadow, we need to be stronger, right? Takoyami's eyes met his familiar's. All right. Dark shadow answered shyly, the light making him timid. Takoyami clenched a fist. Then this is how we do it. Okay. Dark shadow turned back towards the light, forcing himself to withstand it. Shoto stood in Gym Alpha, slowly melting ice constructs all around him. He was breathing heavily, the skin on his right side frosted over. It's your power, Shoto. Use it. Endeavor gave you that scar, I know it, and he framed Mom for it. I'll make you admit it. Flames flickered along Shoto's left arm. The teen clamped down on them, stopping them. Could Toya be right? Am I blaming Mother for something that the bastard drove her to? She burned me because that side of me looked like him. Taking a steadying breath, Shoto slammed his right foot, creating another ice mountain, refreezing himself in the process. Katsuki glared at the obstacle course before him, before jumping into the air and igniting his palms, using a near-constant stream of explosions to hover through the air, dodging walls and tires by angling his palms. Nerd, I'm sorry for what I did, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna crush you in the sport festival. I'll crush them all. Landing, Katsuki rolled and kept running, sending explosions at the mannequins lined up at either side of him. I'll crush the whole damn world. I'll make the shitty fucks of the world irrelevant. Katsuki smirked. Minta lifted the smoothie up, drinking down the entire blender's worth before lowering it. Let's try this again. Running forwards, Minta grabbed one of his spheres from his scalp and threw it on the ground, before jumping and landing on it with 1 foot. Minta angled his bounce, aiming for moderate height and long distance as he tossed down another sphere. He bounced again, repeating the process until he misjudged a bounce and ended up sprawled out in the dirt. Midnight cracked her whip. 15. Minta nodded, scrambling to his feet. Momo held out both of her arms, concentrating as the telltale glow of her quirk covered them. Hardened metal rose out of every pore, coating her arms entirely, stopping her quirk before her creation was fully pushed out of her skin. Momo flexed her arms, testing to see she still had full range of motion. Satisfied, the dark-haired girl turned her focus to the massive concrete pillar. A punch struck the pillar, a small spider web of cracks radiating out from the point of impact. Examining the damage, Momo nodded her head. Another punch deepened the cracks, one more causing fragments of concrete to fly off it. Taking a step back, Momo surveyed the damaged pillar. It wasn't as much as Izuku's immense strength, or Kirishima's offensive defense. It was a work in progress. But as her ace in the hole for the sports festival, it would do the job. The 28th of April 2179. Aizawa returned his bottle of eye drops to his pocket, blinking rapidly as he walked to his next class, Underground Heroics with 3B. On your left, the true form of the number 1 hero passed him, jogging at a pace normal people would call sprinting, dressed in an all-might tracksuit. Aizawa rolled his eyes. On your left, the problem child of Wana jogged past Aizawa, only a few seconds behind his mentor, dressed in a matching all-might tracksuit. Aizawa rolled his eyes again, continuing to walk towards Ground Beta, along the side of Gym Beta. On your left, All Might ran past him, still at the same blistering speed. On your left, followed by the green-haired menace Aizawa insisted he wasn't becoming fond of. The 30th of April 2179. Izuku laid back on the bench, gripping the bar and lifting, activating his strength and speed quirks, the latter giving a 9.2 times boost. Izuku lifted the 300 kilograms with blinding speed, his arms a blur. The 1st of May 2179. The morning light cast long shadows over Dagaba Beach. Izuku grunted as he dragged the carcass of a burned-out truck along the sand. 2 ropes tied across his chest, straining even with the 8 times enhancement his strength quirk provided him. Reaching his clearing zone, Izuku let the ropes go slack, collapsing into the sand. All Might released a booming laugh as he picked up the truck, resting it on one shoulder and giving Izuku a thumbs up. The green-haired boy looked up, returning All Might's gesture with a shaky thumbs up of his own. The 3rd of May 2179. Izuku stood in same athletics field that Aizawa had used for the quirk apprehension test, specifically in the circle for the ball throw. Reaching out, Izuku turned off all his passive quirks, minus perfect recall. Tightening his grip around the ball, Izuku pulled his arm back and threw the ball, releasing the largest unenhanced explosion he could produce. The ball soared through the air, propelled by the explosion from Izuku's palm. 202.7 meters. Izuku nodded to himself, satisfied this the 10-meter improvement he'd made. I know I can't replicate the 10 years of power training that Kaken has had. But technique, that's something I can improve. Grabbing another ball from the waist-high basket at his side, Izuku threw it, another explosion propelling it. 207.8 meters. Izuku threw another ball. 208.5 meters. Another. 210.6 meters. The 4th of May 2179. Izuku stood in the middle of Gym Alpha, a mannequin placed 10 meters away from him. The green-haired boy raised his right arm, his fingers ready to flick. Electricity coursed through his body, filling every cell. Kaminari's quirk, he copied it the day before, with the blonde boy's permission of course. Charging up one for all, at 50%. In his middle finger, Izuku activated discharge digits and flicked. Or at least, he tried to activate discharge digits. Izuku's finger bone cracked, electrified steam billowing from his hand instead of the intended effect. Mehaze, the quirk Izuku had copied from Azubaz, the villain who he'd slingshotted into the shipwreck zone during the USJ attack. Izuku suppressed a cry of pain, holding his broken finger with his other hand. Damn it, I used the wrong quirk again. That's one of the drawbacks of copy-type quirks, I'm afraid. Izuku turned, seeing a blonde-haired body leaning against a concrete pillar he swore hadn't been there a minute earlier. You're from 1B, right? Izuku questioned. Oh yes, I am. The boy smirked. Nido Monoma. And you're Izuku Midoriya, 1A's class representative. Izuku nodded. So, you have a copy-type quirk as well. So that's a yes. Monoma rolled his eyes. You have no sense of mystery. I'm not a fan of uncertainty. Izuku looked Monoma in the eyes. So it would seem. Monoma shrugged. You're struggling to keep your copied quirks straight, aren't you? Izuku nodded hesitantly. You copy permanently. How many do you have in total? Over 100. The perfect recall quirk only seems to work on memories, not on my quirk space. Izuku answered. Monoma's eyebrows shot up, before he quickly schooled his features. Over 100. No wonder you can't keep them straight. I've never heard of copy type with that many. Izuku shuffled nervously. How many do you have? I can manage 3 at once. 4 if I fancy a headache. 5 for a migraine. Never tried 6. Monoma paused. I can only use 1 at a time, but you can use more than 1 at once. Izuku nodded. Why yeah, I can. I want to know how you do it. Momoma smirked. In return, I'll tell you how to keep your quirks straight. Mulling it over in his head, Izuku hesitantly agreed. Oh okay, I use more than 1 active quirk at once by picturing my base quirk as the battery in a parallel circuit, with each quirk I want to use on a separate track of the circuit. Monoma looked at him in disbelief. I wanted an honest answer, not that drivel. Izuku shook his head. That's really how I do it. Try it, though, and imagine resistors in series with the quirk. If you raise resistance to one quirk, it'll be less powerful and the other will be more powerful. Monoma gave a shrewd look, but relented, turning his attention inwards, face screwed up in concentration. A few seconds Monoma's right fist began to grow, stopping at about a meter in width. A second later the entirety of Monoma's body took on a metallic sheen. The blonde-haired boy examined his body with excitement, a little of disbelief mixed in, reducing his fist size, the metallic sheen becoming more defined, harder. You weren't lying after all. I'm impressed. Such a simple solution. Izuku shrugged, uncomfortable at receiving praise from the aloof teen. Monoma cancelled his quirks, straightening. A deal is a deal. You need to assign a familiar word or feeling to each quirk, kind of like a mnemonic. That's kind of simple too. Monoma smirked, his expression smug. White. Izuku gathered his concentration, quickly finding electrification, forcing himself to associate the letter A with, doing the same with the letter B for discharge digits. Raising his arm to point at the mannequin, Izuku took a steadying breath. Electrification. B discharge digits. Electricity surged through Izuku's body, a second pool forming in his right hand. The power provided by electrification drained into his hand, discharge digits acting as a lightning rod. Parallel circuit, finger of Thor. Izuku summoned 1 for all 50% in his finger and flicked. A gust of wind blew past the mannequin before a thick bolt of greenish-blue electricity fired from Izuku's now broken finger, exploding the torso of the mannequin and scorching the rest. Wow, Izuku turned to face Monoma. Did you see th? Monoma was gone. The door to Gym Alpha swinging shut. Oh, the 5th of May 2179. Izuku pulled the laces of his red high tops tight. Standing, the green-haired boy slipped on his UA blazer. He turned his head to look at a poster, proudly hung over his desk, his mind thinking back over the last few weeks. Bakugo's confidence, Uraraka's fierce determination, Ida's respect for Ingenium, the purple-haired boy's declaration of war, Monoma's quiet intensity, Momo's ingenuity and resolve, All Might's faith in him. Izuku understood it now, what he had to do. His fist tightened, his eyes staring at the All Might poster. All Might, I won't let you down. Izuku paused. I will definitely win the sports festival. The day of the sports festival had arrived, and with it a wave of excitement that had washed over Japan itself. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. President Mike's voice blasted from every speaker, allowing the entirety of the UA campus hear him. Welcome to the first day of the 2179 UA Sports Festival, my personal favorite, the first-year stage. All these hotshots ready to make their rocking debut. Doesn't it just make you want to yell? Hisashi, no. YAHHHOO. The whole of the UA campus winced in unison, their ears ringing. Goddammit, Hisashi. I think you've deafened me. Sorry, Eraser. You should be. Oh, look, the mics are still on. Then turn them off, Hisashi. Sure. What was it again? You don't know how to do it, do you? I'm sure I'll remember any second now, Eraser. The students of Wana could practically see Aizawa pinching the bridge of his nose through the speakers. You have a radio show, Hisashi. This is literally your job. Here it is. Told you I'd remember. A massive queue trailed away from the main UA entrance, now repaired from the break-in, redesigned with multiple layers, an air gap between each of them. This is taking too long. All the good seats in the press pit will be taken, groaned a reporter, the same one who triggered the UA barrier on the morning of the day it was destroyed. Hisha, would you give it a rest already? The cameraman at her side rolled his eyes. They've literally just been attacked by villains. I think it's pretty expected that security checks might be a bit more thorough. TCH, what would you know, Inzan, you're just a cameraman. I'm a reporter. It's my job to understand all this, to see the patterns no one else does. Inzan gave a cough that sounded suspiciously like stuck-up bitch. Keisha didn't hear him, too busy raving about how covering the event would be her big break, putting all eyes on her. Inzan looked behind them in the queue, seeing at least another 100 reporter-cameraman duos. Yeah, sure, all the attention, cause there's absolutely no one else that might be covering the sports festival. Death Arms groaned as he rolled his neck, feeling the satisfying pop. That's gross, you know that, right? The hero looked across to Mount Lady, before shrugging without any other answer. Mount Lady rolled her eyes, going to sigh, until something caught her eye. Boo, a takoyaki stand. The pro-heroine rushed off, leaving Death Arms and Kamui Woods standing alone. We're supposed to be patrolling. Kamui sighed as he stopped beside his colleague. Not sampling the food court. 1 box of your finest takoyaki, please. Mount Lady entirely ignored her fellow pro-hero. Hold the seaweed. Coming right up, sweetheart. The vendor started on her order. That'll be 500 yen. Mount Lady shuffled nervously, pressing an arm against her side and pulling at her collar. Oh, I appear to have forgotten my wallet. Steam practically shot from the vendor's nose and ears. It's on the house. Thanks. Mount Lady accepted the box from the red-faced vendor. Have you no shame? Kamui questioned, placing a 500 yen coin on the stand counter. I'll pay. The vendor tried forcing the coin back to the pro-hero. No, it's on the house, like I sigh. I insist. Kamui left no room for negotiation, forcing the vendor to accept the coin, imprinted with the beaming face of All Might. Sighing, Kamui looked over to Mount Lady, the blonde already eating her takoyaki. Want one? Mount Lady offered a loaded stick to her wooden comrade. Kamui frowned under his helmet. I'll pass. I've had this guy's takoyaki before. It's not very good. I'm standing right here. The vendor cried indignantly. I'm new to the game and the last thing I need is a pro-hero slagging the product. Kamui rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Sorry, you know what? I'll just never mention you or your takoyaki. Whatever, just get lost, you useless wooden prick. Mount Lady, would you like a top-up? I'd love one. Kamui walked back to Death Arms, shaking his head. She's a lost cause, kid. Death Arms said. She's only in it for the fame. Kamui sighed. I get it if it was for the money, like you, especially since you're from the pre-All Might era, where being a hero was more low profile, like a police officer. But I guess I just saw something more than a fame hunter in her, a future that could have been. You can't change her. Death Arms replied. All you can do is nudge her in the right direction. I guess. What are you two droning on about now? Please say not some ancient hero death. Why McBig Arms over here looked up to as a kid again. Mount Lady had rejoined them, continuing to eat her way through the takoyaki. Death Arms shrugged. Nothing like. Just saying how weird it is to have this many heroes on duty this year. Yeah, they've pulled in heroes from all around the country. I even saw a couple from America. Kamui nodded along. Mount Lady shrugged. Cool, now catch up, slowpokes. The blonde hero took off, rushing to catch up where they should have been if she hadn't taken a detour. Kamui and Death Arms hurried after her, the latter grumbling loudly under his breath, more incoherent noises than actual words. Izuku stretched, warming up his muscles for the day, using it as a chance to calm his frantic mind, eyes closed, allowing the chatter of his classmates to wash over him. Awa, I wish we could use our costumes for this, Ashido whined. Ajiro replied. Well, since the other courses don't have costumes, it wouldn't be very fair, would it? Says the guy with a gi for a hero costume. Ashido retorted, lacking any sort of heat or bite. A voice suddenly spoke, close to Izuku's ear. Objectively, Midoriya, I think I'm stronger than you. Izuku gave out a cry of shock, overbalancing mid-stretch and falling backwards. Checking himself over, Izuku looked up to see Todoroki looking over him. Todoroki, I didn't hear you come over. The heterochromic boy remained impassive. No, you didn't. Izuku resisted the urge to sigh. Way to make this even more awkward, Todoroki. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, brushing off his gym uniform, long-sleeve tee under it, protecting him from accidentally copying another quirk. I think I'm stronger than you. Todoroki repeated himself, the same dull look in his eyes. More competent as well. The green-haired boy took a few seconds to compose himself. Todoroki's words had reminded him a little too much of the ones his middle school classmates would spit at him. Then, Bakugo's words came back to him. How could you possibly know he has daddy issues? Bakugo shrugged. He's the son of Endeavor who never uses his fire powers. What else is it going to be? Maybe. Izuku looked up, straight at Todoroki. But I'm certainly more versatile than you. Like Mr. Aizawa said, no hero is a one-trick pony. Izuku saw a small twinge of something flit across Todoroki's mismatched eyes before he clamped down on it. He really does hate his fire. I just thought he was trying to prove he wasn't Endeavor. Todoroki shrugged. All Might has an investment in you, doesn't he? It doesn't matter, I'll beat you either way. Kaminari whistled as he leaned back in his chair. Cool, the strongest kid in the class is making a declaration of war. Bakugo rolled his eyes, jamming a foot behind the blonde's chair, stopping him from overbalancing. What am I, chopped fucking liver? Kaminari shrugged. Glad we had this talk. Bakugo looked Kaminari dead in the eyes, before removing his foot. Oh shit. Kaminari fell backwards, slamming into the floor. Kirishima grabbed Todoroki's shoulder. Hey, not cool, man. We're about to go out. Todoroki pushed Kirishima's hand off with more force than strictly necessary. I'm not here to make friends, so I don't really care. Kirishima gave more shouts of protest as Todoroki turned to walk away. Todoroki. The teen turned his head to look back. If you want to beat me, Todoroki. Izuku had one gloved fist clenched, a fire in his eyes. Then you'll have to come at me with everything you've got. Uraraka bounced in her seat, poking Bakugo as she did. This is like a fated battle between men. Bakugo rolled his eyes and sighed. Everything is a fated battle between men to you. The speaker in the prep room crackled into life. Class 1A, please report to your assigned entrance tunnel. That is Class 1A, time to report to your entrance tunnel. Izuku and Todoroki's interaction was forgotten. The members of Class 1A gathering up their belongings and heading towards the assembly point. Momo excused herself from Ashido and Gyro, heading towards Todoroki as he stowed away his satchel in a locker. Todoroki. The teen glanced over his shoulder at her. Yes, you didn't need to do that. Momo spoke. Izuku doesn't need you. It's Izuku now, is it? Todoroki's mismatched eyes grew dark. Momo stopped herself from blushing. Izuku is my friend. And so are you. I don't want my friends fighting. I have to. Todoroki replied dully. Why? You know why my father trained me, to surpass All Might. Todoroki answered, looking at Izuku. Before I do that, I have to defeat his son. All Might is Izuku's father. He couldn't be. But then, I see, I'm glad you are well, All Might. All Might only smiled wider. Thank you. But don't mind me, it was young Midoriya you were here to see. After all, just pretend like I'm not here. Just after the USJ attack, Izuku and All Might had been placed together in the infirmary. Everyone's parents had been called to collect them. Except Izuku's. Though, ladies, gentlemen, everybody, clap your hands, the first year stage is about to begin. Aren't you excited, Eraserhead? I'm wondering how I let you convince me into agreeing to this. You know you love me really. Who told you that lie? You wound me. Anyway, on with the show. It's the UA Sports Festival, the once-a-year event where our delightful students mercilessly beat each other into the ground. Hizashi. First up we have Class 1A of the Heroics course, the badasses who've already faced down villains and told them where to go. Izuku swallowed down his fear, walking out into the stadium at the front of his class, Momo at his side. Next up, it's 1B. You may not have heard much about them so far, but be ready to get a shock. Another class walked out onto the grass, many of them throwing dirty looks at 1A. Izuku quickly found Monoma, stood beside 1B's class representative, Itsuka Kendo, and waved. Monoma frowned. And now it's the general education course, a hotbed for the great minds of the future and plenty of underground heroes, like you, Eraserhead. I make no comment. It's classes 1 degrees Celsius, 1D and 1E. More students flooded into the stadium, all converging towards the platform at the center, the lavender-haired boy amongst them. It's the terrifying, wonderful little geniuses from the support course, the costume design class, 1 Fahrenheit, and the 2 support gear classes, 1G and 1H. 3 classes entered the stadium. Amongst 1H stood Mikumo and Hatsume, the former in just his gym outfit, the latter laden with gadgets. Last, by no means the least, the business department, 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin. These brain boxes might not be directly competing in the events today, but their analysis of the competitors' quirks and potential public image aren't to be sniffed at. The students of UA, as first year, assembled in front of the raised platform. On it stood Midnight, in her hero costume, a massive screen behind her, lit up with the words First Year Stage. Line up, children. Midnight cracked her whip. It's time to begin. For today's festivities, we're going to be having a double whammy. The R-rated heroine, Midnight, will be the judge and proctor of the events, while the presenter will be the one, the only, All Might. The crowd lost it, cheering madly, jumping up and down in their seats. It's time for the first event. Why? Because I am here, dressed in his Golden Age costume. All Might landed on the platform, flexing, a gust of wind blowing over Midnight and the students, almost knocking the former off her feet. Izuku winced as the volume of the crowd somehow managed to increase, the fervor rising at the sight of the number 1 hero in the flesh. Turning his head, Izuku looked up at the private box reserved for pro heroes. He didn't need an enhanced sight quirk to see Endeavor seething at the appearance of All Might. The green-haired boy added his own cheers to those of the spectators and his classmates. Izuku was happy and very excited that All Might, or Toshinori as the man insisted he called him, was able to present the first-year stage as originally planned. Over the last 2 weeks, he and Izuku had trained together every single day. The number 1 hero was now noticeably less gaunt, leading to his hero time increasing to 4 hours, where it had plateaued. Izuku had also gained more muscle, as well as an extra inch or 2 in height, his new diet giving him the energy his previous one hadn't. The cheering began to die out. All Might was making it clear with his body language that he was ready to talk. As President Mike has said, welcome to the first-year stage of the UA Sports Festival. I must say what an honor it is to be presenting it. The memories of my own sports festival are among my most treasured. The day I first said, I am here, the crowd yelled back at him in unison. All Might beamed. That I did. And now it's the turn of the next class to follow in the footsteps of myself and my compatriots. But first, the athlete's pledge will be delivered by 1A's Katsuki Bakugo. The number 1 hero gestured to where Bakugo stood among the students. Him, must be because he got top in the entrance exam. The heroics entrance exam. Come on up, young Bakugo. Bakugo rolled his eyes. TCH, I'm coming. The explosive teen slouched towards the platform, and stopping at the microphone, Izuku braced himself for whatever inflammatory speech Bakugo would spout. He had lobbied for himself and Kendo to give speeches as well as class representatives. It had been shot down, citing that they'd have to let the other 9 class representatives give speeches as well. Bakugo opened his mouth and spoke. All men are not created equal. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of 4. Izuku froze in shock at Bakugo's words, the same one that started the suicide note the green-haired boy had written 3 years ago. I learned it when I got a quirk, and my best friend didn't. All he wanted to be was a hero. I got the perfect hero quirk, and he got nothing. He was robbed of his chance. Bakugo paused. The entire stadium was silent. No one spoke. Basically, the world doesn't owe any of us anything. If you want something, you'll have to fight for it yourself, tooth and nail. Even All Might watched the blonde teen with confusion. So, if you want to stop me from taking first place, you'll have to come at me with everything you've got. Bakugo's normal twisted smile returned for his last statement. Instead of the outrage Izuku had expected, his fellow first-years were yelling back at Bakugo, telling him they'd beat him. TCH, prove it then. With that, Bakugo turned and slouched his way back to the rest of 1A, stopping in between Uraraka and Kirishima. That was so manly, Bakugo. Kirishima prodded him with his elbow. Whatever, weird hair. And stop poking me. Bakugo growled, lacking its normal heat. My name's Kirishima, you know it. The red-haired teen protested. Of course he does. Uraraka beamed, nodding her head. He's just too aloof to use them. Isn't that right, Kaken? Bakugo's eye twitched, wisps of smoke trailing from his palm. Izuku watched on. An old, very familiar and very traitorous feeling rose in his stomach. Jealousy. He tried to squash it down, like he'd done for so many years, watching everyone crowd round Kaken, and he was all alone. And it was happening all over again. All of a sudden Uraraka had gone from disliking Bakugo with the rest of the class, bar Kirishima, to being the best of friends. She could even call him Kaken. Now he'd actually had a taste of what having friends was like. Izuku couldn't push feelings away. They were clawing their way up his throat like bile. His breathing was beginning to quicken. A hand rested on Izuku's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. The crowd was beginning to move back towards the edge of the stadium. All Might was pulling a pose on the stage, the words obstacle course race emblazoned on the screen behind him. Izuku. He followed the voice and the hand of his shoulder to find Momo, looking at him with worried eyes. Are you okay? Izuku almost went to reply that he was fine. When he stopped, he wasn't. I just got reminded of something. Izuku answered. I got distracted. Momo didn't break eye contact. Is it because Uraraka and Bakugo are friendly now? How did you? I'm good at guessing. Call it intuition. Momo crackled a small, weak smile. A warm feeling flooded through Izuku. Momo spoke. You're worried that everyone else is going to become Bakugo's friend and leave you behind, aren't you? Izuku hesitated, before nodding. I know I shouldn't. I know it's petty. I never had friends, not before UA. Only acquaintances. Momo interrupted. I know how that feels, to be so alone, like you could vanish any second and no one would even notice. Izuku nodded again, too choked up to speak. Then how about we make a pact, to be each other's friend? Momo held out her hand. Izuku took it. That sounds nice. It does. The two set off for the edge of the stadium with the rest of the stragglers, Momo filling Izuku in on what he'd missed, their hands still held in the others. Neither of them noticed the mismatched eyes watching them. Izuku lined up at the start line, towards the back of the pack due to his panic attack. Momo was at his side, clearly doing some kind of breathing exercise to calm herself. The green-haired boy looked back at the course ahead of him. There was no sign of the 3 obstacles they'd have to face. He knew he couldn't afford to use one for all this early on, hopefully not until the 3rd stage. The amount of damage hyper-regeneration could heal wasn't infinite. There'd come a point where he couldn't heal any more injuries. So, I'll just have to use my other quirks until then. Izuku took a deep breath, crouching forward, ready to run. Ding. Start. Everyone surged towards, immediately forming a crush that swallowed Izuku and Momo up. At the front of the pack, Todoroki broke free. Ice forming from his right foot every time it touched the ground, freezing his competitor's feet in place. Wow. Only a few seconds in and we've already seen the first flashy move. That's Shoto Todoroki, quirk, half hot, half cold, capable of producing fire from his left side and ice from his right. Watch out, this guy's got options. Izuku reached into his quirk space, grasping for the correct quirks. The fire breath. S slingshot. Over the last 2 days, Izuku had completely overhauled his quirk space, giving each quirk a rating. S, A, B, C, D, E in US class denoted the most useful and versatile quirks, such as one for all. A to C class created a scale of usefulness. D class was for quirks he'd merged with others. Purely for his own record, he'd even made a spreadsheet. E-class for quirks that were very niche in application or too lethal for common use, while finally, U-class was for unusable quirks such as mutant type. Fire spewed from Izuku's lips, aimed in the direction of his frozen legs, melting them free. Crouching down, Slingshot pushed down on the ground, creating a small crater as Izuku rocketed into the air, above the crowd. But he wasn't alone. You ain't getting ahead that easy, half and half. Bakugo shot through the sky, twin explosions maintaining his trajectory. Momo was close to Izuku, a metal shaft created from her wrist propelling her. Kirishima had used his hardening to break the ice, Uraraka floating through the air for a few seconds before canceling it, her skin slightly green. The rest of Class 1 had broken through as well, from Aoyama firing his naval laser in short bursts, to Ashido gliding on her acid, to Takoyami being carried along by Dark Shadow. They weren't the only ones. A smattering of students from various classes, such as 1B's Monoma, running on a series of hard air projections, or the lavender-haired boy from Gen Ed being carried aloft by others from the costume design department. Turning his attention back to himself, Izuku called on his strength and speed quirks at a medium setting to conserve energy. Hitting the ground with both legs, saved from shattering by shock absorption. Izuku pushed off, moving at a rapid pace akin to Ida's 3rd gear, his strength cracking the ice underfoot. This is getting crazy. Todoroki's breezing his way through in first right now, but 1A's Bakugo and Midoriya aren't far behind. Izuku risked a glance over. Bakugo was firing his explosions every time he landed, yelling every time he did. Looks like these little superstars have reached the first barrier. And it's a SCSC scary one. Robo Inferno, turning his focus back to run. Izuku watched in a mix of surprise and horror as 10 zero-pointers loomed above them. but he wouldn't falter. A wave of ice shot out from in front of Todoroki, freezing 3 of the 0-pointers in place, worryingly off balance. So this is what the others faced in the entrance exam? Pathetic. Todoroki sneered at the frozen 0-pointers as he ran through their legs. Look, we can run under too. A girl with elephant tusks pointed after Todoroki. Words tumbled from Izuku's lips. Don't. Todoroki's frozen them off balance. They'll fall any second. They immediately proved Izuku right, crashing down on Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Izuku's feet began to move. He couldn't leave Tetsutetsu under the metal. He would need medical attention immediately. He was sure Kirishima would have hardened himself before he was crushed. What the hell? That could have killed someone if they didn't have a quirk like mine. Kirishima yelled in anger and disbelief as he ripped through the metal like wet paper, his skin hardened by his quirk. Izuku breathed a small sigh of relief. His classmate was safe. He could focus entirely on finding Tetsutetsu. What the hell? That could have killed someone if they didn't have a quirk like mine. Tetsutetsu yelled in anger and disbelief as he ripped through the metal like wet paper, his skin hardened metal. Both Kirishima and Tetsutetsu glared at each other, non-verbally accusing the other of copying them. Looks like that Todoroki really is ruthless, breaking through the first barrier and hindering the competition in one swift move. Izuku watched as Bakugo blasted into the sky, clearly aiming to go over rather than under, with Shiro, Tokoyami, and Aoyama in hot pursuit. Bakugo is storming way over breach, making a pathway for other members of 1A. Glancing over at Momo, Izuku blushed and immediately looked away. The dark-haired girl had opened her gym jacket to create a cannon. I need to get past these 0-pointers. Under isn't an option thanks to Todoroki, and I don't have enough propulsion to go over. Then, I'll just have to go through. Izuku touched a hand to his clothes, closing his eyes. See water body. See liquid eyes. A hydrokinesis. Parallel circuit. Body of Neptune. The green-haired teen's body rippled, transforming entirely into clear liquid, water body's ability. His clothes quickly followed. Thanks to Liquid Eyes, a quirk similar to Shigaraki's, except any affected person or object would be returned to normal when deactivated, unharmed. Finally, Izuku called on hydrokinesis, using it to pull the water that made up his body at high speed, passing through the 0-pointers, shorting 2 of them out on his way. Breaking clear of the first barrier, Izuku returned his body to normal, landing safely in forward roll, uninjured once again thanks to shock absorption, and back onto his feet. Izuku ran, speed carrying him along, slowly but surely catching up with Todoroki, Bakugo, and the rest of the front runners. Wahoo! Looks like Todoroki has reached the second barrier. The fall, rock pillars connected by rope. You better keep your balance, cause if you fall into the chasm below, that's disqualification. Todoroki didn't even break his stride, ice forming under his right foot, creating a bridge to a pillar a quarter of the way across, his left foot melting it as soon as he crossed it. Izuku paused. Body of Neptune seemed like the best option. He could bypass the pillars entirely. See water body. See liquidity. Hey, the sky is dayglow yellow. Izuku turned his head to see the lavender-haired boy standing behind him. What? And Izuku knew no more. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, the light-filled void of his quirk space greeting him. Yo, kid, you're awake. The green-haired boy sat bolt upright, catching sight of a bald man in combat uniform, an ammo-filled bandolier across his chest, goggles resting on his forehead. You're like 7, aren't you? The bald man laughed, a deep, rumbling sound. So that's what she called herself, then? I guess you can call me 5 then. Just keep the theme consistent. What happened? The last 2 times 7 appeared to me was when I was overclocking Quirksmith. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. Used that flashy water quirk of yours to send me to the other side of the fall. That purple brat brainwashed you. Must be his quirk, using you to get ahead in his game. 5 shrugged. You're completely under his control. Then, jump into the fall and disqualify yourself. Panic rose inside Izuku at the lavender-haired boy's words, his liquid eyes and hydrokinesis quirks activating, shining bright inside his quirk space. I can't fall here. I promised All Might I'd show the world I was here. Izuku's panic increased as he felt his quirks deactivate. The lavender-haired boy must have made it to the other side. His body began to walk forwards, feet dragging slightly. The part of Izuku's mind still in the physical world could see his classmates passing him. Mikumo using his repulsor boots to leap between pillars. Hatsune had some kind of hover boots, allowing her to glide. Izuku's foot reached out and met nothing. He was falling. What's going on? The former front-runner, 1A's Midoriya, has willingly walked into the drop. He's only got a few seconds before he hits the net. If he does, he'll be disqualified. I can't fail. Izuku was desperately trying to move his body, but it was in vain. But I can't move, or use any of my quirks. 5 laughed again. I said you were completely under his control, not me. What? The bald man grinned, holding his hand out and clicking his fingers. Izuku's fingers snapped. Pain shot through him and broke him from the lavender-haired boy's brainwashing. Izuku felt himself reach the apex of his recoil from 5 using one for all, still well below surface level. Izuku was still falling, but now he knew what he could do. As slingshot, pressing all 5 fingertips of his uninjured hand to his chest, Izuku felt himself freeze in place, head to the sky, back pointing in the direction of the start line. Attaching all 4 strands of slingshot's telekinetic power to the rock wall behind him, lower than himself, Izuku pulled. As rock hard, Izuku's back turned to granite. Only seconds before it slammed into the wall, almost driving the air from his lungs. I'll only have one shot at this. I don't have time to try again if I'm aiming for the top spot. Izuku gritted his teeth, ready to release slingshot. Looks like Midoriya will be disqualified. What a shame, I was rooting for the little listener. PFFT. I wouldn't count him out just yet. That kid is pretty much a genius. He's not to be underestimated. Izuku felt his cheeks warm. That was one of the nicest things anyone had ever said about him. Haha, you're going soft, Eraserhead. No, I'm not. I just know potential when I see it. The green-haired teen smiled, angling himself and releasing slingshot. Seems like midnight is about to call it. Midoriya is. Izuku rocketed out of the chasm, flying high into the air, his green-haired pressed flat against his scalp. Holy hell, did someone fire that kid out of a cannon? Looks like Midoriya is safe from disqualification. This kid's going to give me a heart attack at this rate. You and me both. Damn problem child. But he's in last place now. He'll have a hell of a time to catch back up. Izuku could hear the warmth in his teacher's voice. But he had more pressing matters to focus on. Landing. Or in this case, not. Cluck cluck. A wind generation. Cluck cluck. One quirk Izuku had deemed largely limited in application. Now he could see he was wrong. Spreading his arms out, Izuku's body transformed, taking on the appearance of a chicken, wings replacing his arms. The downside of this quirk was exactly that, the appearance of a chicken, not the abilities. But it would allow him to glide, with wind generation propelling him from his feet. Todoroki and Bakugo are well underway with the third barrier, the minefield. Watch your step, or you'll get blown sky high. The mines are non-lethal, but they will sting if you're not careful. Yep, that they are. If you look carefully you can see where they are. Izuku flared the tornadoes at his feet, pushing himself along faster. This obstacle was designed to slow the front runners down, to give those further back to catch up in dramatic style. And he was going to do just that, deactivating cluck cluck and wind generation as he glided close to the ground. Izuku hit it running, a moderate boost from speed allowing him to push past many of his competitors, moving up to around 180th place by Izuku's quick math. Whoa, Todoroki and Bakugo are still neck and neck as they exit the minefield. There's only 50 meters to the finish line. The two of them are fighting even as they run. Izuku took a deep breath. Conserving energy doesn't matter anymore. Normally around the top 40 move on to the next round. If I want to reach that I'll have to go all out. One for all. Jet set run. Green lightning surged around Izuku as he pulled on the full X92 multiplier of speed and applied one for all to the quirk. His legs turned to a blur, passing through the minefield in less than a second. The mines he carelessly stepped on detonating long after he'd passed them. Izuku gave one final push, his surroundings blurring as he reached the tunnel at the end, just as Todoroki and Bakugo crossed the finish line. Second place, it's to do. Wait, it's Midoriya. When did he get there? Izuku lost his footing as he slowed, bouncing across the grass as he slowly came to a halt, looking up at the cloudless sky above. It's not first place, but I made it. Izuku smiled. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.